There is more than 10 stops mentioned in this pasuk, to which the Gemara says, Sali kolich bas galim, navi hu dika amar le b'knesses Yisrael. So we'll say that last statement ultimately again, Sali kolich bas galim, literally raise your voice, bat galim, the daughter of the waves, is a message that the Navi is saying to Klal Yisrael. Sali kolich bat galim, bito shel Avram Yitzchak Yaakov, she'asu mitzvos kigali hayam. This is actually quite beautiful. That the Navi was saying, listen, you bat galim, daughter of the waves, is a reference to Klal Yisrael. Why is Klal Yisrael called bat galim, the daughter of the waves? So daughter of the ones who did mitzvos in voluminous amount, like waves. They did waves and waves of mitzvos. Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, who did waves, abundant amount of mitzvos. Hakshi, so the Gemara says, Hakshiva. Laisha, mehailo tistafi, ela istafi, minevuchanetza harasha, the mislik, the muscle ka'arye. So, and the Navi tells Klal Yisrael, do not be afraid of Sancheriv, who is like the lion cub, but instead be afraid of Nebuchadnezzar, who is like the roaring lion. Shnei Amar, Allah Arye Misocha. We'll say top of Tzadik Hamad Aleph, my Aniya Anasos. What does it mean? Literally, Aniya Anasos, answer Anasos. So the Gemara says, Asid Yirmiyah ben Chilkiah, Asid Yirmiyah ben Chilkiah, Umisna bi'ala me'anasos. So we'll say Yirmiyah ben Chilkiah, who's the Navi Yirmiyah, is ultimately going to come along and prophesize from the city of Anatot. You can go to Anatot today. Anatot is right outside of Yerushalayim, right past Piskat Zev. It's actually, there's a beautiful place called Ein Prat, which is a beautiful natural spring in Eretz. So right in the city of Anatot, that is where it's Moshav of Anatot. No, that's where the Navi Yirmiyah prophesies. So Yirmiyah prophesies from Anatot to Chsiv, Tivrei Yirmiyah ben Chilkiah ben HaKohanim Hashem Anasos Beretz Binyamin. So the Gemara says, Midami Hasam Ari Hacha Lion. How can you compare it? The one pasuk it says lion, and the other pasuk it says lion cub. Amar Rabbi Yochanan Shisha Shemos Yisraeli. A lion is known by 6 different names. Elohim, these are the names: Ari, Kfir, Lavi, Lai, Shachal, Shachatz. Iachi, Basru. If that's the case again, then ultimately again we're still are more than 10 locations mentioned in the pasuk. So there are more than 10 locations ultimately mentioned by the stops of Sancheriv, to which the Gemara says, Avru Ma'abra Tartininu. There are less than 10, Avru Ma'abra Tartininu. To which the Gemara says, Avru Ma'abra are actually 2 different places. Okay. My Odayom Benov Lamo. So we'll say, what does the pasuk mean when it says, Od Hayom Benov Lamo? It is still day to stand in Nov, or it is still the day in which Nov stands. What does that refer to? Amar Avuna, Osayom, we'll say that day when Sancheriv marched on Yerushalayim, Nishtayer me'avona shel Nov. We'll say the sin of Nov was still in existence. Now, what's the sin of Nov? Remember, again, this goes back to the episode of David and Shaul. David is coronated as king. Shaul has been effectively deposed as monarch, but he refuses to relinquish the throne and admit his mistake with Amalek. So what happens? He pursues David. David chooses to run away. He is not going to fight. He's not going to fight his father-in-law. He's not going to fight fellow members of Klal Yisrael. So he runs. But he can't tell anyone about what is happening. So what does he goes to the city of Nov, which was known as an Ir Kohanim, a city of Kohanim. The Mishkan was there. And what happens? He sets down on a secret mission from the king. I need food and I need weapons. They give him food. They give him weapons. In fact, the only weapons they had was the sword and shield of Goliath, of Goliath, that David had kept in the Mishkan. David takes it. Who sees all of this happening? And we'll discuss all this. A man by the name of Doeg Hadomi, who was one of the trusted servants of Shaul. And he comes back and he tells Shaul that the city of Nov has sided with the rebellion of David. The Kohanim of Nov have absolutely no idea that there's any rebellion. They think that they're helping the king's son-in-law on a secret mission. So what happens, to make a very long story short, Shaul brings some of his soldiers to Nov. They wipe out the city of Nov. There is one survivor from the city of Nov, as we'll discuss. They wipe out the city. This was a huge stain, we'll see, on Klal Yisrael, on Shaul, and on David, for reasons we'll discuss. So the Gemara says over here that on that day, look at Rashi for just a moment. O sayom mishtayir me'avona shalov. We'll say it's 4 lines down the short lines of Rashi. O sayom mishtayir me'avona shalov. Timitmei avon shayalem l'Yisrael al shenergo kohanei Nov. because Klal Yisrael killed out the Kohanim of Nov. Kavach HaKadosh Baruch Hu ha'onesh ad oseh hayom. Va'oseh hayom bilvad nishtayim mizman ha'onesh v'ilo hayom milcham Yerushalayim oseh hayom hayakofsha. Because it is amazing. So Yibon Shalom has a particular window in which he was going to exact retribution for Klal Yisrael for the massacre in Nov. The last day of that window was the day that Sancheriv had marched on Yerushalayim. And had Sancheriv attacked on that day, he would have been successful against Yerushalayim. So says the Gemara. So we'll say, the day that he marched was the last day in which God was willing to exact retribution for Klal Yisrael for the Nov massacre. And therefore, had Sancheriv attacked that day, he would have been victorious, as he would have been the rod of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to exact punishment for Klal Yisrael for the city of Nov. Now get ready for this. This is amazing. So the Gemara says, Amrilei, Kaldoi, So interestingly enough, so on the day that Sancheriv shows up in Yerushalayim, he's outside of the walls of the city. His astrologers tell him, King, if we march now, we will be successsul. So what happens? But ultimately, again, if we wait till tomorrow, we will not be successful. So Sancheriv responds, Orcha de boy the saguye ba'asara yoma. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, lo yachlisla. Orcha de boy the saguye ba'asara yoma, saga b'chad yoma. Furthermore, when coming to Yerushalayim, Sancheriv had what we call kfitzas haderech. The journey was shortened. A journey that would normally take 10 days took 1 day. Kimat Yerushalayim. So also the idea over here is that there's the perfect storm. The recipe is perfect for Sancheriv to conquer Yerushalayim. He makes incredible time getting there. And number 2, this is the last day of Nov retribution. Kimat Yerushalayim. When he came to Yerushalayim, Shadule bistarki ad salak v'yasiv meilu yeshura ad chazyo l'kolid Yerushalayim. So also what happens? So Sancheriv shows up in Yerushalayim. What he does is he keeps piling rugs, one on top of the other, until it's high enough that he can see over the walls of Yerushalayim. Get ready for this. He looks over the walls. Essentially, when he goes there and he sees the city, he says, it looks tiny in his eyes. Amar, halo do, hikarta Yerushalayim. He says, is this it? Is this it? Is this the mighty Jerusalem? Is this Yerushalayim? Da Allah argishis kol mesharsi. That for this I went ahead and I moved my whole army. Va Allah kavshis kol medinta. And for this I went ahead and I conquered all of the countries until now. Halo hizeira v'chalosha mikol karchi amamaya. The kavshis pitakov yodi. So he says ultimately again, this is the weakest city out of all the cities that I've conquered. So he says, Allah become umani bereshe mobil umay sibiyade al tur beis hamikdash keditzion. So what happens? He waves his hand dismissively across Yerushalayim Harabai. So Sancheriv is exceptionally unimpressed. I will say, now you have to understand something. It's just an aside. I have no time for this. But I'll tell you it anyway. So Rav Kook's excited the bracha tried very hard to attract wealthy businessmen from Europe to relocate their businesses to Eretz Yisrael. So it's a story that's told that one time there was a particular gvir from Poland who had come to Eretz Yisrael to check it out, to see the land. And so he goes on his whole tour. He's about to leave. He meets with Rav Kook. Rav Kook says, Sinu, what did you think about Eretz Yisrael? So the man says, can I be honest with the Rav? So, whenever somebody says, can I be honest with the Rav? You know it's coming. Can I ask with the Rav? So he says, of course. He says, the truth is, it's not so beautiful. It's not so beautiful. There's garbage on the streets. There's this, there's that. It's not so beautiful. So Rav Kook says, you have to understand something. The ability to see beauty in Eretz Yisrael is directly proportional to the amount of personal spiritual beauty you possess. If you possess much spiritual beauty, you'll see the beauty in the land. If you don't possess spiritual beauty, you'll see garbage in the streets. And that is actually the nature of Eretz Yisrael. You have to see Eretz Yisrael with Kedushatic eyes. If you don't see Eretz Yisrael with Kedushatic eyes, is it the most beautiful land? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But when you see Eretz Yisrael with not your eyes but with your neshama, There's nothing more magnificent than it in the entire universe. So Nebuchadnezzar sees it. Excuse me, I keep saying Nebuchadnezzar. Sancheriv sees it, but he sees it, excuse me, with Gentile eyes. He sees it with Gentile eyes. So Gentile eyes see it, and Gentile eyes say, that's it. And the guy, he's like, he's waging this whole campaign. His soldiers have been on the road for who knows how long. And this is it. It's like one shawarma store. This is the whole thing. So he says, like, there's a huge. And by the way, couple this with the fact that he was also a ridiculous Baal Gaiva. He was ridiculously arrogant. So, like he says, like, this is ridiculous. This is what I marched for. So he goes on. He says the following: Amri Nishte Beyada Idna. So Moshe says you have to understand something. So everyone knows this klal gadol in life, where there is great arrogance, there is great downfall. So you see the soldiers begin to say, oh, this is not going to end well. The astrologers are saying, go now. Sancheriv is saying, this is nothing. This is a cake. It's easy, right? Piece of cake. So the soldiers say, king, let's go now. We're ready. Let's go today. Amr lahum, tamisu, tamisu. So you know what? I'm a bit tired today. We'll go tomorrow. Lamachar I see li kochad b'chaminechu gumod. Gluma carried me. Tomorrow, each of you will bring me a piece of the wall. So incredible guy. And I also understand, here's the downfall. Right? What's the downfall? The downfall is that day was his window. That day was his window. That day was the last day for the retribution for the city of Nov. That day was his window. Had he marched, he would have been the conqueror of Yerushalayim. But as most things in life, Gaiva gets in the way. Miyad. So let's remember again. So what happens? He says, you know what? Let's rest tonight. We'll relax tonight. Tomorrow. What happens that night? We already learned yesterday. That night is when the Malach comes along and kills 185,000 sleeping soldiers. Miyad. That night they're all sleeping comfortably, confident of their victory the next day. The Malach comes out and kills 185,000. They wake up in the morning when there were a few survivors, as we'll discuss, and they find 185,000 corpses. Papa says, you know, this gives us a very important lesson. Bastina Bataldina, which I will say literally means towards the end of the short line. Bastina Bataldina. Sometimes when you don't pass judgment, the fight goes away.
You go back to sleep. You need
your
beauty rest.
When you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. When you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. Opportunity waits for no man, even for Sancheriv. He missed his opportunity. Again, we're not crying over that, but at the end of the day, it's dramatic how the Rebbe Shalom gives him Kfitzas Haderech. The Rebbe Shalom gives him the opportunity to come to Yerushalayim, and he squanders it. Because again, but really because of Gaiva. But the message is procrastination leads to loss of opportunity. The Yishpi B'nov, I said, get ready for this. This is an amazing Maisa. The Yishpi B'nov, Asher Biolidi Harpa, who Shabbos said now, the Novi over here, this is in Shmuel Beis, speaks about a man of Yishpi B'nov, who was of the descendants of Arpa. Harpa is Arpa. We're going to see in just a moment the sister of Ros. Who Mishka Kino Shlosh Meos, Mishka Mechoshes, who Chagar Chadasha, Vayamar Lahakos as David. So it says we're going to see Yishbi was the brother of Goliath, the brother of Goliath. After David kills Goliath, so Yishbi has, what do they call it, like a blood feud? Right? Blood feud with David. And again, he's a big man himself, newest armor, stark spear, everything. And he says he's going to kill David. So the Gemara says, "My be Yishbi Benov." What does that mean? Be Yishbi Benov. So the Gemara says, "Amar Yehuda Amarav Ish Sheba Al Iskinov." We'll say, get ready for this Gemara. Rashi said he was a man who came to David HaMelech because of the episode in Nov. Now, what does David HaMelech have to do with Nov? Get ready for this. Amar Yehuda Baruch Hu David. Ad Masai Yiyeh Inyan Zet Haman Biyadacha. He says, David, how long are you going to hide this sin of Nov? Wow. Through you, the city of Nov was wiped out. And because of you, Nitrat Doeg HaEdomi. Doeg HaEdomi died. Now remember again, Doeg HaEdomi ultimately died because he massacred the city of Nov. And because of you, Shaul and his 3 sons died. Remember again, how do Shaul and his 3 sons die? They die in the war against the Plishtim. Right? They're fighting against Plishtim, they die in the war against Plishtim. So David, you're responsible for all of this stuff. So I say, so what does this mean? So the Ben Yoda says something amazing. He says, a tzaddik is responsible for negative things that happen as a result of his actions, even if his actions were not ill-intended. So at the end of the day, David's actions set off a chain reaction of events that result in the massacre at Nov. Now, David HaMelech was trying to do his best, ultimately, to shield the people of Nov. He was doing his best to try to operate under there, but at the end of the day, it was his actions that caused their death. So we'll say this is a dramatic idea, because the Ben Yoda says that you have to understand something. Sometimes in life, we go ahead and I do something, and as there's a negative repercussion. Now, that wasn't my intention. And again, I acted in good faith, I did. But understand that if as a result of my action, someone else encounters pain, someone else suffers, even though, again, that was not my intention, and I acted in an appropriate way, it just happens to be a byproduct of my action, is someone else's pain and suffering, there's a chayvus for that. There's responsibility for that. Now, obviously, by tzaddik, that's amplified tenfold. So the Rebbe Shalom says, David, your actions set off a chain reaction of different events that ultimately result in the massacre of Noah, the death of Doeg, and ultimately the death of Shaul and his sons. Remember, again, the Klal Yisrael loses the war against the Plishtim. There's not enough time for all this, but Klal Yisrael loses the war against the Plishtim. Why? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the Plishtim? Remember, from your extensive Navi studies, right? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the Plishtim? Because Shaul diverted all of the resources of Klal Yisrael to pursuing David, because he was reckless and irresponsible with his military resources. They're chasing David. Shaul gets word that the Plishtim have invaded. He thinks twice: should I continue to pursue David or should I go after Plishtim? That's how so messed up everything is. So is that David HaMelech's fault? No, it's not David HaMelech's fault, but the tzaddik has responsibility for even the unintended repercussions of his actions. So it's a dramatic idea. So the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, so guys, David, you have all this responsibility. Here's the choice. David, here's the choice. Also, listen to this. Listen to this choice. I could either wipe out all of your descendants, or you could suffer. Which one is it? Are your children going to suffer, or ultimately again, are you going to suffer? Which one is it? So the Gemara says, Mutav emsor biyad oyev v'lo yikala zari. So David HaMelech says, I would rather suffer than chas v'shalom have my descendants wiped out. Let's get ready for this. Yom echad, one day, nafak l'skar bazori. So one day David HaMelech went out hunting. Let's say again. So he went. Rashi says, Sachar bizoi loshon parsi krita kaf v'sofai. He went out to hunt, and again hunting for food, not hunting for sport. Asa Satan v'itni leketavia. So what happened? So the Satan came along and appeared to David HaMelech as a deer. Pasak begira v'lo mache. So what happens? David HaMelech shot an arrow, but he missed the deer. So the Gemara says, v'lo mati mashche had amtia le'eretz Plishtim. So what happens? David HaMelech goes running after the deer, and without realizing it, he wanders into Philistine territory. So David HaMelech wanders into Philistine territory all by himself, without an army, and Bipashtas not really armed enough. And who does he happen to run into? So what happens? Kidechazye Yishbi Binov. Oh, who does he run into? Yishbi. Yishbi, Goliath's brother, is the first guy he happens to run into in Philistine territory. Amar. So Yishbi sees him, and he says, Hi, the Goliath Achi. This is the guy who killed Goliath, my brother. What does he do? Kaf he grabs David, ties him up. Oh, it's interesting thing that he did. Osve Vishaje to say Badja. He ties David up, and he puts him in between the two stones of an olive press. Now, what does he plan to do? Now, he's going to sit on him. So usually he's a big guy. He's going to sit on the olive press, and essentially he's going to crush David HaMelech. It's Avidle Nisa, Makale Aramituse. So a miracle occurred, and what happened? The ground underneath the bottom stone of the press became soft. So in Yishbi sat, the press sunk instead of crushing David HaMelech. So the Gemara says, Hahu Yama. So also said David Amelech. So either way, so Yishbi realizes he leaves him for later, but he's tied up in between the grass. Hahu Yama Apanya Demale Shab Sahaba. So we'll say that day was Erev Shabbos. Avishai ben Sruya Havaka Chayif Reishei B'Dalet Garbi Demai. So we'll say David Amelech, one of his generals, a man by the name of Avishai ben Sruya, so was going ahead and washing his hair. So just parenthetically, the Gemara says he used Dalet Garbi Demaya, 4 barrels of water. Okay? Chazinu Kasme Dama. He saw drops of blood in the water. And he understood that was meaning he saw it wasn't from him, so something's going on. Others say that a dove landed in front of him and started flapping its wings in a violent manner. Amar Shkines Yisrael Liyona Amislei Shneimar Kanfayon Nechma B'Kesef Shmamina David Malko Yisrael B'Tzara Shari. So what happens? He sees the blood. He sees the dove flapping around. He realizes Klal Yisrael is compared to a dove. It must mean Klal Yisrael is in trouble. Now, Klal Yisrael is just fine. So who must it refer to? It must refer to the king. The king is in trouble. Also, listen to this. Also, they say, Velashker goes to the palace. Right, king's house. King's not home. And it's Erev Shabbos already. So, Amar, Tinan, in Rochtan al Suso, Ben Yoshua al Kiso, Ben Mishtamshin Bisharbito. B'Shas HaSakramai. Also, the halacha is, you cannot use the king's horse, you cannot sit on the king's throne, and you cannot use the king's scepter. So part of the covenant of Malchus is you can't use the king's stuff. B'Shas HaSakramai. What about when the king is in danger? If the king is in danger, so what Avishai ben Sruya is, the king had the fastest horse, or the fastest mule. So can I ride the king's horse or not? That was the shayla. So I'll say what happens. Asa Shal ben Midrashim. He goes to ask a shayla in the base medrash. Amrulei b'shas sakana shafir dami. Ultimately, again, in time of sakana, yes, you can go. You can use it. So we'll say, first of all, it's an amazing, amazing idea. A Jew always has to know what the halacha is. Always has to know what the halacha is. You have to ask the shayla. I shall sakana this. Of course, there are times where I have to be close to the fashos, react first and ask later. But everything in our lives is governed by halacha. Everything in our lives is governed by Torah. So a person, when they make a dramatic decision in life, has to ask themselves, not what do I want to do? What does the Torah HaKadosh say about this? What's the Ratzon HaBorei in this? So sure enough, he gets the psak, he gets on Nachti, the parday. Good morning, Mr. Shofar. He goes ahead and he jumps on the mule. Come, ba'azol, kaf, tzalei. So listen to this. Come, ba'azol, kaf, tzalei, aro. So we'll say, he has an incredible miracle. Pizza saderach. He gets to Eretz, pushed him very quickly. So this is like what do they call it? The star-studded cast of characters over here. So as he's riding to push the area, who does he see? Arpa. Who's Arpa? Arpa was the mother of. Now, whether this means actual. He sees Arpa. She must have been a very old lady by that. She right? Arpa was the mother of Goliath and the mother of Yishpi. So what happens? So Chazi Arpa Ine, Davanavla, she was spinning while she was weaving. So what happens? Ki Chazi say Basaktela Pilcha Shadarti Luya Suffer Miktale. So what happens? As Arpa sees Avishai ben Sruya, so Arpa must have known that Yishpi had captured David. Arpa now sees Avishai ben Sruya running. Taras pushed him. She realizes he's on a rescue mission. She takes her spindle and she throws it at Avishai in an effort to kill him. So she misses him. So after she misses him, she pretends like she had no ill will. Amrale, Alam, Aisili Palach. She says, excuse me, young man, I dropped my spindle. Would you mind getting it from me? So what happens? So he sure does. Haski Beresh Mocha Bekatle. He brings it back to her, throws it at her head, and kills her. Fine, Arpa's out. So says the Gemara, Kad Chazye Yishbi Bino. So the Gemara goes like this. So we'll say what happens. So now David HaMelech shows up ultimately again. Now we'll say, remember, now we understand also the pasuk calls him Yishbi Benov because this is part of David HaMelech's punishment for that which occurred in Nov. So the Gemara says what happens. He's Yishbi Benov. Amar Hashta Habu Beit Train Vikat Limni. So what happens? Now Yishbi realizes when he sees Avishai coming that he's going to be outnumbered. David and Yishbi together is a bit too much to handle. So what happens? He goes ahead, he says, now I'm going to be outnumbered. So what is he supposed to get ready for this? So Paskin David Lile, Virat l'rumche. So what's Amar Nepo Ale B'niklos. He wants to kind of get out of here now. So what does he do? He throws David up in the air, which was an incredible display of strength. Puts his spear down on the ground, obviously with the tip facing up, and figured David is just going to land on the spear and we're done. So what happens? Who shows up just in time? Amar Avishai Shem. Avishai comes right as David Melech is midair. He says the Shema for Shem Hashem. So ultimately, again, he says the Shema Mefurash and suspends David HaMelech mid-air. Suspends David HaMelech mid-air. We'll say, get ready for this. Get ready for this. Says the Gemara. So why didn't David just say the Shema Mefurash? David HaMelech also knew the sacred name of God. So again, why didn't David say the name in order to suspend himself? To which the Lord will say, profound yisod. Because the Most High, the incarcerated individual cannot extricate himself from his jail. It was an incredibly important yisod, which again, generally we take to mean that sometimes, again, we spoke about this on Shabbos, sometimes when you are in the situation, you can't see the trees from the forest. We spoke about this in the Mishnah of Rav, how again, Rav doesn't have to mean a Rebbe or a Rebbe. Like Rav could just mean someone whose advice you rely on. Someone who could see your life and see you outside of you. David HaMelech is in the thick of this. He cannot think clearly. He cannot act clearly. And therefore, even though he knows the same Shem Mefurash, Avishai utters it. Supposed to get ready for this. Amalei, my Basacha. So the first thing Avishai says, that is, what are you doing here? Right? I mean, what are you doing here? Amalei, Hachi Amalei Kutshabichu, Bachi Hajlai. So he tells, see, what David HaMelech, so you would have thought David HaMelech was going to say, listen, I was chasing a deer and I just ended up here. Obviously, David HaMelech realized that this was Hashgacha about this, so he tells Avishai the whole story. What's the whole story? The whole story is God told me I'm going to be punished. He asked me, do I want to get the punishment to my kids? So I said, I'd rather get the punishment than have my kids wiped out. Amalei Apoch Selusech. So Avishai says to David, change around your tefillah. Ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to punish your children and not you. So listen to this. He says, Bar Berech Lizbon Va'at Lo Titzdar. So as people say, better for my grandson to sell wax, but I should not suffer. So I say, so what does that mean? You know, it's a natural rachmanis on parents to have rachmanis on their children. So what's the pshat? We'll say, so think the pshat is like this. What Avisha ben Tzuriya says is, listen, all you can plan for is the present. Right now, the HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving you the opportunity for Sheket, Shalom, and Shalom in your presence, so take it. A lot could change between now and the future. You have plenty of time, even if HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to visit punishment upon your children, you have plenty of time to script and to write your future. If HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving you the opportunity for tranquility now, you grab it, you take it, use it to change your circumstances going forward. So swap your tefillah around, switch it around. Amalei, said Marziyachi, Saya Bahadon. Avishai and Sriya. So we'll say ultimately, David says, I'll daven, but Avishai, can you help me daven? And this is what the pasuk says, that Avishai and Sriya helped him. Amar Yehuda, Amar Sha'azru B'tfilah. Avishai davened together with David to have the Gzera reversed. Amar Avishai, I'm sorry. So what happens? So Avishai and David now run away. So Yishbi is running after them. Kimata Kubi, when they come to the city of Kubi, Amar Kumbe, they had a thought for a second, let's just turn around and fight. Kimata, Amar betrayed Gurion Katwa Aryeh. So they said, then they had a second thought, they kept running. And then when they got to Beitray, they said, you know what, 2 lion cubs cannot defeat the mighty lion. Whereas even though they were 2, and Yishbi was 1, Yishbi was much stronger than them. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Zeal. So what happens? So then they realized, however, at some point in time, they couldn't keep running from it. So listen to the plan they did. Amalei, so they turned around and they said to him, Zeal ishtachach la'arpa imech b'kivra. Why don't you go visit the grave of Arpa, your mother? Now what they just told him was what? Right? We killed your mother. So listen to this. When they mentioned the name of his mother, the fact that she was dead, it weakened his strength, and they were able to overtake him. Isn't that amazing? You know, sometimes, even the hardest of people, right? Everybody has a soft spot for something. So for Yishbi, he was a mama's boy. He might have been a big warrior, but he was a mama's boy. When he heard that his mother Nebuch was killed, It hurt him. It hurt him. And at the end of the day, they were able to overtake him and they killed him. So listen to this. This is the meaning of the pasuk. As nishpu'u anshe David lemor lo teitzi od yitro lemilchama v'lo sichbes ner Yisrael. So listen to this. So they said to David, after this event, they swore. The men of David said, you are not going out anymore. You're not going to battle anymore. And ultimately, again, the light of Israel should not be extinguished. So we'll say after this episode, essentially what they did is, the king of Israel is grounded. The king of Israel is grounded. His soldiers say to him, you're not going hunting anymore, you're not going to war anymore. Rabbi Shalom saved us all this time, but you're not traveling without a detail anymore. So they thought, what's an amazing Maisa. Amazing Maisa. What's like, it's worth a 7.5-year learning commitment. Just to go ahead and see a dramatic Maisa like that. Because A, the story is overwhelming, and because so many incredible lessons just from one little story. There are 3 Taharas. There are 3 people who had the miracle of Tzitza Sadara, who had the miracle of having a long journey shortened. Who were they? Eliezer Eved Avram, Yaakov Avinu, Avishai ben Tzruya. So Avishai ben Tzruya, Avishai ben Tzruya we just spoke about. Eliezer Eved Avram, Eliezer son of Avram D'chsiv, Va'avo Hayom Ela Ayin. I came that day ultimately again to the Ayin, to the well. V'meimra Dahu Yom HaNafak. So we'll say this is about Eliezer in Parshas Chaisara. And he comes to look for a wife for Yitzchak. He says, I came that day. I traveled from Canaan to Haran, and I made it in the same day. Yaakov Avinu, Yaakov Avinu, all of Israel said, D'chsiv, Vayetz Yaakov Be'er-Sheva Vayelech Harana. Pasuk says Yaakov Avinu left Be'er-Sheva and went to Haran. And it says ultimately again, he stayed in that place and he slept there. Because the sun set. So what happened with Yaakov Avinu? When he came to Haran, so remember this is Yaakov Avinu running away from home, running away from Esau. So he's going to Lavan. Lavan lives in Haran. When he gets to Haran, is it possible that I passed by the place that my forefathers davened at? This is a reference to Harabais. I passed through Shana, I passed by Harabais, the place where my forefathers davened, and I didn't even stop to daven there. So he decided to go back to Harabais. So Kevan Behir had died to the other cups to the Arab. I passed Harabais at davening there. He wanted to go back. He also performed the miracle and allowed him to get back from Haran to Harabais expeditiously, very quickly. So what happens? Miyad vayivka b'makom. Dover acher. Ein pigia el tefila. What's the other passage? Vayivka b'makom. Pigia means prayer. Shneimar va'ato al tispalo ba'adam. Zevatisa ba'adam. Rino tefila. Atifka bi bayalan sham. Kiba Hashem. She slept there because the sun set. Basar tzali b'ayilman. So we'll say after Tzitza Sadar back from Haran to Harabais, he wanted to go back to Haran. Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Tzadik said, "Bala beis the bayis maloni." He parted below. So we'll say, Rosh says, "Could it be that the tzadik came to my home, came to my inn, so to speak?" The Harabais is the Ribono Shalom's home. Could it be that the tzadik came to my home? I'm not going to have him sleep over. Miyad ba'ashemesh. Miraculously, the sun set. So we'll say later on, the pasuk says after the fight with the Malach of Esau, the pasuk says that the sun rose. The sun rose for him. Did it only rise for him? It rose for everyone. Ultimately, again, the same sun that had set earlier for him. Was it that's a reference to when Yaakov went back to Harabais, caused the sun to set early, so that he would be forced to sleep by Harabais. Also, after the episode with the Malach of Esau, rose early. Yaakov Avinu has 2 miracles with the sun. One time it set early for him in order to get him to sleep on Harabais. The second time it rose early for him in order to heal him in the aftermath of the struggle with the Malach of Esau. So now let's go back for just a second. So David HaMelech reversed his bakasha. At first he said, God, I'm willing to suffer, leave my kids alone. Then he reversed it and he said, visit the punishment upon my children, but let me not suffer. So where do we see that David HaMelech's children indeed did suffer? So the Gemara says, D'chsiv va'atalya im achazyo rasa kinis b'no. So it's Atalia, who was a crazy, maniacal woman. She was a mother who went crazy grief. Her son Achaziah was killed, so Kimis ben Batarkam Batova is called. So she decided she wanted to be queen, and she wiped out all of the other male heirs to the thing. It's not Shavuot says the Gemara says she wiped out pretty much the remaining members of the Davidic the Davidic family. So that was the punishment. David HaMelech, his children were wiped out. But it's not true, his children were wiped out. The Davidic line was done because there was Yoash. It's okay because from the city of No, there was also one survivor, a Kohen by the name of Evyasa. Suffice to say, just like there was one survivor from No, there was one survivor ultimately from the family of David HaMelech as well. Amar Yehuda, Amar Amalo Nishtayr Evyasa Nachina Benachituf Lo Nishtayr Mizar Shal David Sarupali. And therefore, again, the Gemara says, were it not that there were one survivor from Nov, right? Achimelech, Evyasar, David HaMelech's entire family would have been wiped out as well. Amar Yehuda, Amar Ba Lein Sancheres. We'll say back to Sancheres. Ba Lein, get ready for this. Ba Lein Sancheres Harasha Ba'arba B'chamisha Elavish. The name of Lachim, Yoshi B'Kar Shalzal. So we'll say now the Gemara describes Sancheres' army with which he marched on Yerushalayim. So he comes with 45,000 officers who were sitting in golden chariots. Liman, Shaglonos, Vizonos. Now, the officers brought with them their princesses, and their harlots. Now, what does that mean? You don't bring princesses and harlots to the battlefield. They were so confident about their ability to be victorious of Yerushalayim that they brought their women with them. No one ever brings their women to the battlefield. They were so confident. They brought their women with them. And again, they had another 80,000 strong soldiers wearing coats of iron. And they had another 60,000 infantrymen. There was in other chariots as well. And we'll discuss the size of the army, or other soldiers as well. The size of the army gets even bigger. This was the same size force which marched against Avram Avinu. This is by the war of the 4 wars against the 5. And it was like armies of this size will be even true by Gog and Magog. Some say the length of Sancherib's army camp was 400 parsecs, which we'll say is huge. Rochav Sabar Susav, the width, right, of the total necks of the horses are 40 parsecs. Sach Machaneu. Let's get ready for this. The total number of people in Sancherib's camp was Masayim Yeshishim Ribo Apayim Chasrchad, was 2,600,000,000 minus 1. And listen, obviously this is hyperbolic. But the idea that Gemara is talking about is they never saw such a large army amassed. Remember again, I understand Sancherib before when he sees Yerushalayim. He says, really? Really? Can you imagine like the taxpayer dollars that went into this? The good thing is that he was a dictator. That is not answerable to anyone. But Lamais, again, I mean, what the Navi described in the over here is an army the size that no one has ever seen. I'm sorry? This is before the battle. No, all this is before the battle. So the Gemara says, Baya. So what is it when it says minus 1? Chasi ribuya, or chasr chad alpha, or chasr meo, chasr chad. Doesn't mean less a million, less 100,000, less 1,000, less 100, less a 1. Which the Gemara says take. But I think when the Gemara says take over here, the Gemara really uses what? Who cares? Right? It doesn't matter. Like we're not asking Eliyahu this one. Right? I've also asked Eliyahu. The point over here that the Gemara has is, like I said, this is a huge army. So the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, Tana, listen to this. The Gemara describes this army passing through the Jordan River. So they have to pass through the Jordan in order to get to Eretz Yisrael. So what happens? Get ready for this. So the first group who passed the Jordan, B'Shaki. So the first group who passes the Yarden, they have to swim through the Yarden, and son of Ubikoma, the second ones who went didn't have to swim, but they had to stand erect while passing through one. What they do is, when you have such a large number of people passing through a body of water, what ends up happening? The diminish the body of water with each step. Meaning you take water, when you walk through water, you automatically remove some of that water just with your clothing. So the first group had to swim. The second group had to walk. So let's listen to this. The third group who came, they were kicking up dust with their feet. Which shows that means that by the time the third wave passed through, there was no water left in the Jordan River. That's what so they had to bring water from elsewhere to be able to give the army. Supposed to live for conflict. What does that mean? The Pasuk told us, we're telling you about a 2,600,000,000 person army. Rabbi says that the Malach wiped out 185,000 soldiers. And that was the size of the camp. So which one is it? The original one is Rabbi Avo says, Halalu Roshei Gayasos. Those 185,000, those were the commanding officers. So what the Malach did was, the Malach wiped out the leadership of the army. Once you wipe out the leadership of the army, then what? Everyone else is going home. That's why the Pasuk Mishmanah. Literally, again, you gave the fat to the skinny. In the fat one, is a reference to the officers who were the commanders. So Moses now the Gemara goes back and says, what did the Malach kill the soldiers with? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Eliezer says the Malach killed the army 185,000 officers with his hand. Klal Yisrael saw the great hand that ultimately would take retribution from Sancheriv. Rabbi Shua says the Malach killed the army with his finger. The Khartoum said the power, this is the finger of God. This is the finger which would ultimately get you from Sancheriv. So Control said to Gabriel, Gabriel is your Magel, is your sickle ready. So Gabriel was dispatched to kill the army. Is your sickle ready? So he said, so Gabriel says, essentially, I was born ready, right? I was right. My sickle's been ready since the 6 days of creation. The time of year was the time when the crops became ripe. So Gabriel apparently is the Malach who's in charge of agriculture as well. When you go out to check on the fruit, take your sickle and take care of them as well. What people say. So this is what people say, that in general, when you have an enemy, so make sure to say good morning to him. Right? So in other words, go pass by your enemy in the morning and say good morning to him. It's very disorienting. So also the idea being that this Rabbi says to Gabriel, when you're going out to do your work of checking on the fruit, also take care of the Assyrian army. Which I will say, by the way, is an incredible yesod in general about how to deal with conflict. The way you deal with conflict, if possible, is you diffuse it. And the best way to diffuse conflict is don't fight. Don't fight. You have an enemy, you say good morning, you say shalom aleichem, you say how are you. I'm not entering into conflict with you. I'm choosing not to fight with you. And it's disorienting for the other individual, especially if their mom is roaring for a fight. Others say that Gabriel breathed into the nose of the soldiers, and that's how they were killed. Others say that Gabriel clapped in their ears, and as a result they died from the nose. So Yisrael said he allowed them to hear. What did he allow them to hear? They heard the song of the angels of the Chayos, and as a result they died. The common Ishtaima, we'll say how many soldiers were left. So at the end of the day, so the Malach wipes out the majority of the army. How many soldiers leave behind that? Rav Amar Asara. Rav says 10 soldiers. Shnei Amar, Usha'ar Eitzaru Nisparu, the Nar Yichtirin, Kamanar, Yachal Lichtov, Asara. Fine. What's the real time for Joshua? That's the concept. Shmuel Amar Tisha. Shmuel says 9. Where do we get 9 from? Binishar Ba'ololos Kinokev Zayis. Shnayim Shlosha Gargarim Berosh Amir Arba B'Chamisha B'Sifei. So that is Arba Chamisha 4 and 5 is 9. That's many soldiers left. Yushav and the Omer Arba Asfei 14. Shnei Mar Shnayim Shlosha Arba B'Chamisha. Let's say if you add up all the numbers mentioned in the pasuk, it comes to 14. Rabbi Yochanan Amar Chamisha. Rabbi Yochanan says 5. Who are the 5? Rabbi saying Sencherib was spared. Shnei Banav, his 2 sons, were spared. Nebuchadnezzar and Nebuchadnezzar. Rabbi say, can you imagine this? These are the 5 people who are spared. Sencherib, his 2 sons, Nebuchadnezzar and Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar. So the verse must say not. Nebuchadnezzar and Gemara. So say, how do you know these are the 5? So we have a tradition. Nebuchadnezzar is a Gemara. We'll say Gemara means a tradition. We have Masorah that Nebuchadnezzar was spared. Nebuchadnezzar the Chsev. The Rava, the Revi, Dama, Lebara, Levin. So what's that? Because remember, we recorded this passage before. After Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah thrown into the Kivshan, so Nebuchadnezzar says, I see 4 people, and one of them looks like an angel. How does Nebuchadnezzar know what an angel looks like? If he did not, how does he know what an angel looks like, Abosai? Because Nebuchadnezzar saw the angel that night when everyone else was wiped out, and he was spared. Sencherib and his 2 sons, Tiksiv, Vayihu Mishtachava, Beis Nisroch, Elohav, Va'adar Melech, Vishar Atzar, Benav, Mikol, Becherev. So we'll say ultimately again, because we see Sencherib and his 2 sons, so we see that Sencherib and his 2 sons are alive later on, because ultimately again his 2 sons kill him. So we'll say, so the fact that his 2 sons assassinated, which takes place after this event, tells us that Sencherib and his 2 sons were spared from the wipeout of the entire Syrian army. Right, so we'll stop over here. Apologies, that's why I was a little bit fasting, so we'll pick up here tomorrow. All right, Rabbi, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the year of Tafshin Pei, the Tilsim Mishpachah, dedicating all the Shemar Drashos this year's Zchus for Visoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Haba Alivim Latova, Terry and Steve Zinn. In loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan Hirsch Ben Yosef HaKohen. The Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Ben Shmuel, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. And our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther, Bas Elazar, Zichron Ledaviot, and the marriage of our Talmud Torah. All of the Nishon family, the families in the family. All those who need refuah, Shabbat, Hirot, Kol Holy Yisrael, Chol Shemim Meretz Hashem, bring home hostages, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. B'chol Ma'aseh Yedeihem. Let's with that. Let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Tzadik Dalet 94. We are picking up on Tzadik Gimel on the base 93b. Rava Amar Demorach Vadoin. It is about 10 lines up from before it gets wise. Rava Amar Demorach Vadoin. So the Rava says this is quite fascinating. So Rava says, who has the ability? Now, literally translated, Morach Vadoin means the ability to smell and judge. Morach Vadoin, someone who has the ability to smell and judge, is ultimately fit to go ahead and lead. The Gemara says, so what does this mean? That someone is able to smell and judge. So this idea is that one is able to go ahead and intuit. Rashi says over here, the idea over here is that there are people who possess such an acute sense of judgment that they're able to perceive that which is right and that which is wrong without even hearing all of the details, but are simply able to almost smell the MS. So the Gemara goes right to the Gemara says, Bar Koziva. The Gemara tells an incredible story. Bar Koziva, also known as Bar Kochva. Bar Kochva, so Bar Koziva, Rashi says over here, he was one of the Herodian kings, right? One of the descendants of Herod. So he was a king over Klal Yisrael. So Bar Koziva Malach Tartin Shneim. So Bar Koziva ruled for 2.5 years. I am the Mashiach. Bar Kochba was the self-declared Mashiach. Amrulei, the Mashiach Ksiv, the Morav Adon. By Mashiach it says that he's able to go out and smell judgment. He doesn't need to hear all the details of the case. Rather, he's able just to go ahead and literally smell that which is right and that which is wrong. So the Gemara says, so Bar Kochba, if you think that you're Mashiach, let's see, can you smell justice? Once they saw that he was unable to smell justice, so they saw that he was a false Messiah, and they killed him. I will say, this is interesting, right? Because there's some level of historical debate exactly what happened with Bar Kochba. Here the Gemara seems to indicate that Bar Kochba was killed by the Jews. Other accounts have it that Bar Kochba was killed by the Romans. So, okay, so interesting. Either way, Bar Kochba ultimately again leads the failed revolt. Just to point out, remember again, Rabbi Akiva thought that Bar Kochba was Mashiach. So Bar Kochba had a tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of Klal Yisrael, but as a potential messianic figure as well. Okay, the Gemara goes back there. Daniel, Chanei, Mishael, Ba'azari, B'Sibu, Ashe'im Bahem Kol Mu'um, V'Tovi Mar'eh, U'Maskilim B'Chachma, V'Yodei Das U'Mevine Nada, V'Ashekoach Bahem La'amol B'Hechal HaMelech, V'Lamdam Sefer, V'Lashon Kazdei. So it's not this pasuk highlighting the praises of Chanai, Mishael, and Azariah. So the Gemara now goes through it. Daniel, Chanai, Mishael, and Azariah. Maya She'im Bahem Kol Mu'um. What does it mean that they had no blemish? Rabbi Chama Bar Chanina Amar Afilu Kirifta to Kuslisa Lo Havabu. They didn't even have like the puncture of a needle of bloodletting. In other words, they were healthy. Baruch Hashem, they never even needed bloodletting. What does it mean that they had the strength to stand in the palace of the king? It means that when they were before the king, they would refrain from any type of laughter, from any type of frivolous chatter, from sleep. And they would abstain from going to the bathroom. They would hold back their knees because of the reverence for the monarchy. So as you ask yourself, so like, what's the pshat? Like, what does it matter? Like, okay, it's interesting information, but so what does it matter for us? So let's say on a very simple level, perhaps the idea is teaching us like this: that Daniel, Chanai, Mishael, and Azariah were able to abstain from frivolous laughter, frivolous chatter, sleep, and were even able to restrain their bodily needs because they were in the presence of the king. If they could do all of those things in the presence of a human king, then Allah has kama v'kama, the ability that we have to exercise self-restraint, and the ability that we have in order not to engage in frivolous activity, because we too stand before the king at all times. Incredible. Rabbi Lazar, kulam ne Yehudim. So Rabbi Lazar says that all of them, Daniel, Chanai, Mishael, and Azariah, were all some Shevet Yehuda. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani Amar, Daniel b'mnei Yehuda, Chanai, Mishael, and Azariah, Mishar Shvatim. No, so disagreement. So again, so Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani says, no, Daniel was from Yehuda, but everyone else was from other Shvatim. So the pasuk says, from your sons that will come from you, the king will take them as Srisim. Srisim, my Srisim. What's a Sris? So Rav Amar Srisim Mamish. Rav says it literally means like a eunuch. Right? The king would often castrate his servants in order that they should not be distracted by anything and be wholly and fully devoted to him. No, what it means is that Avodah Zarah was like cut off. Avodah Zarah was castrated during their days. In other words, that they had a successful ability to remove Avodah Zarah. According to the opinion that says that Avodah Zarah was, so to speak, castrated during their days. According to the opinion that says that they are literal srisim. So what's the pshat in the pasuk? So the Gemara says, "My v'chavel isi bahon chavla denura." It means that ultimately, again, that the fire had no effect on them. A reference to the kivshana ish, to the story of the furnace that we spent yesterday on. Vaksiv Reach nor lo adas bahem lo chavla v'lo reicha. What it means is, again, there was no fire, nor did the scent of smoke impact them as well. So according to the opinion that says that Avodah Zarah was cut off during their days, according to the opinion that says that there are mamish svisim. So ultimately, again, with the pasuk that Hashem make reference of this level of degradation, to which the Gemara says, it could be that it was both. That literally the king castrated them, but also they were able to cut off Avodah Zarah during their days. Incredible. The Gemara goes weiter. Good. According to me, it says that there are mamish svisim. So the pasuk says that they see yad vashem tov mibanim umibanos. The pasuk says that the name that they established for themselves was even greater than potential physical offspring. So it makes sense they had no physical offspring. Elman the amish nistar savalazar be mayhem. My tov mibanim umibanos. It's better, and it apparently could very well be that before they were made svisim by the king, they had children, but unfortunately, again, those children predeceased them. What does it mean? I will give them an eternal name, they will not be cut off. That's called Sefer Daniel, because ultimately, again, Sefer Daniel is named, obviously, again, by or for Daniel. Someone asks a general question. It's not that I know that Sefer Daniel was named for Daniel. That's an interesting question. So interesting enough, the Gemara says pretty much all of the words. So I want to point out. Rashi points this out in our Tanakh. Right, we have Sfarim, Ezra, and Nehemiah. In reality, there's really only one Sefer called Ezra. It was divided out later on. So the Gemara says something very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra was actually prophesied by Nehemiah, said by Nehemiah. So if that's the case, why is it called Ezra and not Nehemiah? To which the Gemara says, "My tamilo ikri Sefer al Shmei." Why was it not called Sefer Nehemiah? Because ultimately, again, Nehemiah took a little bit too much credit for himself. Shneimar Zochra li Elokai Letova. Remember me, my God, for good. I, the David Nami, Neymar Amra, Zachrini Hashem B'Tzonamecha, Paktini B'Shuasecha. I, David HaMelech, also said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, remember me, taking credit almost like he had a little bit of requisite merits in order to go ahead and have his tefillah granted. David Rachmi of Kabbai. David was asking for Rachmanis. That was like Rachmi for Klal Yisrael as well. This is incredible. So Nehemiah doesn't merit to have the Sefer named for him. Why? Because he spoke disparagingly about the earlier ones. So what does this mean? Shneimar va'apachos harishonim asher lefanai echbidu ala am vayikchu mehem belechem v'yayin v'achar kesef shkalim arba'in. So I must say this is incredible that Ezra disparaged Nehemiah disparaged the leaders that came before him, and ultimately accused them of exploiting their position for personal gain. Now, what's fascinating about it is, even though he may have been right, it might have been that what he said was factual, you can't malign other Jews. Listen, we saw this in yesterday's daf, the opinion that says that Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah drowned in saliva, right? They drowned in spit. We saw it to Marshal, who said that what does that mean? That they caused the nations of the world to speak negatively about Klal Yisrael for their non-belief. You can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, and even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity of the Jew, never deconstructing the other. So therefore, again, because Nehemiah, perhaps truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore he lost out having the Sefer name in him. Gemara said furthermore, he even spoke negatively about Daniel. And we know on to Gadol Mimenu. Now, by the way, how do we know that Gadol Mimenu? How do we know that he was greater than him? So the Gemara says, good, all right, so there's a lot of Rashi here, but okay, we'll do it a different time. Next cycle. Minon Gadol Mimenu, the Sid, V'ra'isi ani Daniel levadi es hamara, v'anoshim asher hayu imi lo ro'u es hamara, aval charoda g'dola nafla aleim, v'yivluchu be'echavei, so the Gemara says, so how do we know that Daniel was greater than these other people? Because the pasuk records an episode where there was a dramatic vision. Daniel had the vision, and no one else saw it. No one else saw it but Daniel. So the fact that Daniel saw it, no one else saw it, indicates us that Daniel is greater. The Gemara says, who were these other people who were with Daniel but didn't see the vision? The other prophets, Chagai, Zechariah, Malachi. So they were there with Daniel, They did not see the vision. Daniel saw the vision. Tzadik Daled Amud 94a. Inu Adif Minayu, V'ihu Adif Minayu. So as I say, interestingly enough, in certain respects, Chagai, Zechariah, and Malachi were greater than Daniel, and in other respects, Daniel was greater than them. How so? So the Gemara says, Inhu Adif Minayu, so ultimately again, Chagai, Zechariah, and Malachi were greater than Daniel. The Inhu Nevi, V'ihu Lo Navi. V'ihu Lav Navi. So as I say, interestingly enough, so Chagai, Zechariah, and Malachi were considered to be bona fide Nevi'im. Daniel apparently was a lower grade Navi. V'ihu adif minayhu, v'ihu chaza, v'inhu lo chazu. But Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision and they did not have this vision. So the Gemara says, "V'chine achad lo chazu my taima." It is, well, again, here's the problem. If they didn't have the vision that Daniel had, then why were they frightened? Why were they frightened? What caused the fright? So I said, this is very interesting. I'm sorry. Afagav de'inu lo chazu midi mazlayu. Sorry. Afagav de'inu lo chazu midi mazlayu chazi. Even though they didn't see anything, their mazel saw. I said, what does this mean? What does it mean, mazel saw? So often mazel refers to like astrological signs. In this context, I think what it means is as follows. Every person has a malach, right? Every person has like a ministering angel who advocates for them, so watch like a sign to me. So sometimes there are things that my malach sees, but I don't see. But yet again, there is like this synergistic connection between myself and my malach, and therefore the Gemara suggests over here that even if I don't see something and my malach sees something, so that has an impact on me. The Gemara says, Hayman de Mades Afagav de Ilu Chazi Mazle Chazi. This is fascinating. Sometimes in life, sometimes in life a person can be gripped by fear, and the fear doesn't even make sense, right? The fear itself could be illogical. But what does it mean sometimes when a person is gripped by fear, but they don't know why? Sometimes that could mean that my mazel saw something, my malach saw something, even though I didn't see it, my malach saw it, and that's having an impact on me. Incredible. So the Gemara says, my takante. So what's the takana for that? Let's say a person is gripped by fright, and they're not exactly sure, right, what the fright is, but I know that I want to get out of this emotion. Lin shoch miduchte arba gamidi. So what should you do? Jump away from your present spot, dalaramas. Jump away, dalaramas. Inami, likri kriyashma, or say shma, v'ikai b'mokom hamitunofes, and if ultimately, again, you're standing in a place where halacha l'maisa again it's dirty, so you can't say shema. What should you say? Leimahachi. Say the following: Iza de beitapcha shmeina minai. The goat of the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. Okay. So what exactly is the so perhaps the Gemara is teaching us, Rabbi is teaching us three profound ideas. There are times in life when a person is gripped by fear, and there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. Now I said, what's the chap of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is a very scary thing, because fear has the ability to literally paralyze me and keep me in place. What do you do in life when you are seized by fear? So there's three possibilities. Number one, jump dalaramas, which means move yourself forward. Number one is don't allow fear to paralyze you. Move yourself forward, even if it's only dalaramas. Whatever you do, don't remain in place. Because one thing is, because if you remain in place, what's going to happen? You remain in place, right? Nothing happens. So first thing when seized by fear is literally move yourself, even if it's only a little bit of amount, move yourself forward in life. Number two, say Shema. Say Shema. What is it? Anchor yourself in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shema is the ultimate, which I tell myself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The greatest antidote to fear is a relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. So you're seized by unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Say Shema, connect yourself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That will give you the clock to move forward. And I will say, lastly, what should you do? Say the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than you. What is that? Sometimes I will say fear is nonsensical. So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say, this isn't real. This is not real. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. It's just like a statement that's like kind of, how do you feel when you say that statement? What's the reaction when you say that statement? You giggle a little bit, right? There's like a smile. Like the idea over here is so many times in life we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not real. They're perceived. So sometimes what you need to do is you break the hold on here by saying something like a shtickle nonsensical. So say a little nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little bit and be able to move yourself forward. When it's gripped by paralyzing fear, move yourself forward, anchor yourself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and remind yourself that it's not real. If you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels. You'll be able to move yourself forward, even in the midst of the most immobilizing. Gemara says, Lamar Baham Shar Bahashalom in Gates, in general, a mem in the middle of a pasuk, right, is open, and only the mem at the end of a word is closed. Yet in this word, mem in the middle is closed. So I say this is incredible. So this pasuk is by Chizkiyo, the king of Yehuda. So Hakadosh Baruch Hu wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach, the Sancheriv Gog Umagog. Remember again, Sancheriv, who comes out to do battle with Chizkiyo. Hashem wanted to make him Gog Umagog. Remember again, there's this word of Gog Umagog, which is this ultimate showdown between good and evil, which precedes the Messianic era. So Hashem wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach and Sancheriv Gog Umagog. I want to meet this at the Hakadosh Baruch Hu Shalom. So the Midas Hadin, the attribute of strict justice, comes to the Rebbe Shalom. It's almost like there's like a system of checks and balances, like Lahavla Baruch Hu. Rebbe Shalom is ready to go to make Chizkiyo Melech. Midas Hadin says, what? David was greater than Chizkiyo, and you didn't make David Mashiach. So the Gemara says, right? So Chizkiyo she'asa kol nisim alalu v'lo amar shir lefanecha ta'aseh Mashiach. So again, Chizkiyo ultimately again he did so many miracles for, and yet unfortunately he didn't sing Shira. David sang so much Shira. Tefa Tilim. Chizkiyo did so many miracles for him. He didn't sing Shira. You're going to make him Mashiach. L'kach nistatim. Therefore the mem, right? The mem which represents Mashiach. The mem was closed. It was closed. Hashem wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach, and then the mem was closed because the Midas Hadin shut it down, preventing Chizkiyo from becoming Mashiach. I will say, what do you see from here? What prevented Chizkiyo from becoming Mashiach? His lack of Shira. You see from here the power of gratitude to the Ribono Shalom. And the ability, the greatness of David HaMelech was not only Shira, but it was Shira at all times. Shira in times of good, Shira in times of challenge, Shira in times of happiness, Shira in times of tragedy. That is the avoda of the Yidden. That is the quality of Mashiach. The ability to sing Shira to HaKadosh Baruch Hu no matter what's happening in life. The Gemara goes like, Miyad, Pascha Aretz V'Amel L'Fanav Ribono Shalom. Listen to this, this is such a beautiful Gemara. The earth, says Hashem, Ani Omer Stefanecha Shira Tachas Tzadik Zeh V'Aso Mashiach. Wow. V'Aso Mashiach. So the earth says, please, make Chizkiyo Mashiach. He didn't sing Shira, I'll sing Shira for Chizkiyo. I'll sing Shira on his behalf. The Gemara says, Pascha Amar Shira L'Fanav Shneimar Miknef Ha'aretz Zmiros Shaman Tzvila Tzadik. Amar Sarah Olam L'Fanav Ribono Shalom Sivyono Asa L'Tzadik Zeh. So ultimately, again, the Sarah Olam. Interestingly enough, Rashi says, Malach Shekola Olam Masar B'Yado. So whatever this means, apparently there's like a Malach, he's like, universe CEO. He's the HaKadosh Baruch Hu delegates to him. So the Sarah Olam said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shamanu Tzvila Tzadik. Sarah Olam Shamar Asa Tzivyono Shal Tzadik. So the Sarah Olam says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, again, it seems like the universe is acting on behalf of the Tzadik. Yatzavas Kova Amra Razi Li. So we'll say, so the Sarah Olam says, okay, so let's go. Make Chizkiyo Mashiach. Now the earth has said Shira on his behalf. Right? He didn't say Shira, earth says Shira on his behalf. The Baskel came out and said, Razi Li. The secrets of the world are for me. So Baruch says, I changed my mind, Kibiyachol, and Chizkiyo is not going to be Mashiach. Amar Navi, Oili, Ad Mosai. So the Navi says, woe to me, right? For how long? Now the Navi now is lamenting that Mashiach has not yet come. So they're saying, when will Mashiach come? Yazas Abbas Kova Amra, Bogdim, Bogdu, Ubagad, Bogdim, Ubagad, Bogdim, Bogdu. What does it mean? Amra Yitzchak Scott. Ad Da'asu, Bozeze, the Bozeze. Until again, literally, there are enemies and enemies of enemies. Meaning that unfortunately, Klal Yisrael has to suffer much until Mashiach comes. Masa Doma Elai Kori Misir, Shomer Man Milaila, Shomer Man Milel, Amr Biochanan, Osana Chamuna Ruchos, Duma Shmo. The Malach who's in charge of the winds, his name is Duma. So the Gemara says, Netzkaptu kol haruchos eitzav Duma. So all of the winds came to Duma. Amrulo, Shomer ma milayla, Shomer ma milel. So essentially, again, I want to say, if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Sar haruchos, shaneshamos nifkados etzlo, v'hainu masa duma kach amar duma elai. So interesting enough, Rashi understands that ruach over here is not wind, but instead ruach is neshamas. Neshamas. This is the malach who's in charge of all of the neshamas. So everyone comes to this malach and asks him, Shomer ma milel, ma davar, masai keitza geula milel zeh. When is Gula going to come? I want to say it's incredible, by the way, to see what the Gemara is highlighting over here is we often think that we are the only ones, we, being mankind, Klal Yisrael, are the only ones constantly and consistently pushing for Mashiach, which you begin to see is something absolutely amazing. The world wants Mashiach. The world wants Mashiach. Universe wants Mashiach. And everything is constantly pushing for Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer, Asa Boker Bekam Laila, Im Tibayun Bayun Shuv Asayu. So what does this mean? So the Shomer says, Asa Boker Bekam Laila, Tibayun Bayun. So ultimately, again, there's going to be, the Boker will come, the dawn will come, but at the end of the day, only after a great light. Rashi says, Asa Boker Betmiya. This from the Lakasa Bahu, Benachon Amar Sar, Kach Amar Shomer HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Asa Boker Gula Tavo, V'gam Laila, Avam Etchila Tia Golos Habib. Morning will come, but before morning, there will be a great night. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer, Asa Boker, V'gam Laila, Im Tibayun Bayu, Tushuva Asayu. So there's two things. So, right, morning will come. But when morning will come? Number one, Im Tibayun, if you yearn for it. You have to yearn for it. The Baruch was not going to give us anything if we don't yearn for it. And number two, Shuva Asayu. Ultimately, again, we have to do tshuva. So I'll say two elements. It's interesting. There's seems to be many elements to Geula, but here the Malach who's in charge of the neshama says, "What is Kadosh Baruch Hu waiting for? Number one, he needs us to want it. If we don't want it badly enough, he's not going to give it us. And number two, to become Bali Tshuva. If we can have these two elements, at the end of the day, Mashiach will come. Incredible. Rabbi Pappas. Ginai hu chizkiyahu b'siyah Amushira.
Jay, can you hear me?
Rabbi, why do you like sit in bed all day?
Why not, baby? I do it for world peace.
Do it for world peace?
Yeah, dog. I stream my life 24 hours a day.
But dude, like, isn't it kind of sad?
No, not at all. I mean, tons of people. I have 2,000 people in my Discord. How many do you have in yours?
3K.
That's really good, dude. How'd you get 3K?
Invited people to TikTok.
Oh, okay, well, that's really good, man. How'd you find out about me, Jay?
Someone told me that there's like this guy living on Discord, so I was like, oh, cool.
Absolutely. Okay, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If I may ask, Jay, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I've not seen that movie.
Okay, that's cool. It's basically a story of a person whose entire life is on camera, as is mine. If you didn't know, The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. So, Jay, that may make me a very influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already have it. And I want to make sure that you have the ability to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
So, you want to become president or something?
No, I don't want to be president. I actually try to stay apolitical.
So, how is this world peace working by you streaming all day?
Absolutely. So, firstly, it shows the world that we're all not that different. No matter what your race, gender, creed, we're all basically the same. 99.9% of all people have the same shared DNA. And we do basically the same things, and we enjoy the same things. We enjoy laughing. We enjoy making friends. We enjoy traveling, we enjoy learning, education. These are all things that human beings have that we have in common. Now, additionally, I talk about things to change the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. All of these ideas will change the world when people find out about them.
Dude, but so how is how this cannot end world hunger though? Like I don't think this is really. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, well, we've already built wells in developing nations, so that's something that we've done to actually help end world thirst.
What? Yeah, but what is the point of you streaming though? How is that ending? That's not ending world hunger though. I just do streaming.
Well, the types of technology that I just mentioned, most of them you probably haven't heard of, and most of them the world hasn't heard of. But there are opportunities for the world to be able to utilize technology to solve its own problems. I talk about other things that are very interesting to people, things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel faster than light, communication. All right, Jay, peace out, Girl Scout.
We'll say first wide lines at the end of the widest line. So it was embarrassing for Tzio that he did not say Shira until the earth came along and said Shira. Shne'emar miknaf haaretz miro shamanu tzila tzadik. Keltze whatever ata omer. Vayomer Yisro. So we'll say other examples of situations where Klal Yisrael did not say Shira until someone else reminded us to do it. Vayomer Yisro. Baruch Hashem asher hitzil eschem. Yisro says, "Blessed is God who saved you, Klal Yisrael." So the Gemara says, Rabbi Papis, K'naiku l'Moshe b'shishim rivo shelo amru Baruch ad sheba Yisro v'amar Baruch Hashem. It was embarrassing for Moshe and Klal Yisrael. And Moshe and Klal Yisrael didn't say Baruch Hashem until Yisro came along and said Baruch. Now again, remember, Moshe and Klal Yisrael said Shira as Yasher Moshe ben Yisrael, but no one used the formulation of Baruch Hashem until Yisro came along. And that was embarrassing that Yisro was the innovator of this, not Klal Yisrael. Vayichad Yisro. So we'll say, interestingly enough, Vayichad, what does that mean? Rav Amar, Shehevir Cherev Chada al Besaro. He circumcised himself. Yisro was so impressed with one of my Klal Yisrael. He wanted to join the race of Klal Yisrael. He gave himself bris milah. Shmuel says, Shenase Chadudim Kol Besari. He got goosebumps. Why? So the Gemara says, Amarav. So we'll say, it's interesting that the goosebumps are understood to mean that Yisro was overwhelmed by what happened to Mitzrayim. And again, as much as he was awed by what Hakadosh Baruch Hu did, he was a member of the Umos Olam. He was a member of the nations of the world, and he was very overwhelmed by what he saw happen to the Gentile nations of Egypt. So the Gemara says, Amarav, we see from Yohan Gami Inshi, Kiyura Adasara Darila Tivza Aramai Kamei. You see a very important episode that in front of a convert, do not disparage Gentiles for up to 10 generations. So we'll say this is just such a fascinating idea. And on one hand, when someone converts, what do we say? You're a new person. It's true that he's a new person. I would say, but it's fascinating. Just because I'm a new person doesn't mean I don't have a past. Which is, sounds a little bit contradictory, but only Jews can live in this world of contradictions. The Gemara says, be sensitive to the fact about what you say about Gentiles in front of converts. Because at the end of the day, a person came from that world. So if you're disparaging of that world, that person is going to feel like when you say Yisro. Remember again, Yisro left everything in order to come to Klal Yisrael. He's a Gerek. He circumcised all these things. But at the end of the day, that's the world he came from. And because of that, there was a sensitivity there. The Gemara says, be cognizant of that sensitivity. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, L'chein, Yishalach Adon Hashem Tzvagos Mishman of Razon, my Mishman of Razon, Amar Hakadosh Baruch Hu, Yav Chizkiyo, Sheyish Lo Shmona Shemos, Let Chizkiah say, remember, there's a lot of allusions. We're going to see more over here. This battle between Sancherib and Chizkiah. So let Chizkiah, who has 8 names, let him come and conquer, or I should say overcome, the Yifra, exact punishment from Sancherib, who has 8 names. So now the word just goes through the names. Chizkiah Tifsid, Ki Yalad Yulad Lanu, Ben Nitin Lanu, Vati Hamishra Al Shechmo, Vayikra Shmo, Peleyoetz, El Gibor, Aviad, Sar Shalom, Va'ika Chizkiah. Okay, but what about his actual name, Chizkiah? Trishmar says, interestingly enough, Chizkiah might not have been his real name, might have been a descriptive name, Shechasku Ka. Chizkiah really is just a descriptive name that Baruch gave him strength. Davar Akar, Chizkiah Shma, Chizkiah Shechizek Es Yisrael Abim Shvat Shemayim. So we'll say other possibilities. Once again, Chizkiah is not a real name, it's a descriptive name. Why is he called Chizkiah? Ultimately, because he strengthened the bond between Klal Yisrael and the Kodesh Baruch Hu. We'll see more about that in just a little bit. Sancherib, what is Sancherib? All Sancherib's names. Tzivbei, Tiglas, Pileser, Planeser, Shalmaneser, Pul, Sargon, Asanpar, Rava, Viakira. Okay, I agree. Ika Sancherib. What about Sancherib? Right? In other words, that you forgot about that name. Which the Gemara says, no. Also, that's descriptive. The Gemara says, Shesichaso Riv. He was very quarrelsome in the way that he spoke. Right? Sancherib, we're going to see spoken in quarrelsome fashion to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Davar Achar, Shesach v'nicher dvarim klape mala. That literally, again, he spoke and he was defiant with his words to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. All right, incredible. So, Rabbi Yochanan, also Rashal Ikroso, Asanpa Rava V'Yakira. So says, here's what's interesting. So Sancherib, if you look at some of these names, Sancherib was actually given some pretty significant titles. This Asanpar Rava V'Yakira. So leaving aside Asanpar for just a moment, Rava V'Yakira means great and precious. How was Sancherib given these names? This is wild. Because Sancherib, right now, remember Sancherib, who caused much destruction, but yet he never spoke disparagingly about Eretz Yisrael. Shneimar, Ad bo'i v'lakachti eschem el eretz ka'artzechem. So I'll say this is incredible. Sancherib, when he was exiling Jews, what did he say to the Jews? I'm going to take you to a land that is like your land. He doesn't say a land better than your land. Rather, he says a land like your land. He was careful about how he spoke about Eretz Yisrael. So Rabbi Shmuel both said, so Chadamar Melech Pikei Chaya, Chadamar Melech Tipei Shaya. One says that Sancherib was very wise, and one says that Sancherib was very foolish. How so? The Mandar Melech Pikei Chaya, according to the one who said that he was a smart king, Yihav Amina Lehu Adifa Me'araychu, Amru Kamashakris. So ultimately the one who says he was a smart king is because Sancherib knew if he would tell the Jews, I'm taking you to a better land, there's nothing better than Eretz Yisrael. And they would dismiss his words as just being foolish. Right? So therefore, he purposely said, I'll take you to a land like your land. The opinion that says that he was a foolish king. I'm sorry. The one who says that he was foolish is apparently Sancherib is trying to get the buy-in of the Jews for relocation. So if you're going to get their buy-in for relocation to tell them that they're being moved to a similar type of land, why would they buy into that? He should have told them it's better, and they would have more readily bought into it. Okay, because the Gemara says, Lahecha Adlilu, where did he supposed to say? So find out how incredible this is. Right? So Sancherib is held in higher esteem by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Why? Because he did not speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. He killed Jews, he exiled Jews, he tripped them, but he never spoke negatively about them. Such an incredible idea. So the Gemara is like, Lahecha Adlilu, by the way, where did Sancherib exile the Jews to? So the Gemara says, La Afriki. So Afriki, Lahari Sulug.
Yo, can you hear me?
Alright, slow down. Find different places where exile them.
How are you?
Yisrael Sipru.
What are you talking about? How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well. What's new?
What's what?
What's new? Jay, you're the same person who was in here earlier. Okay, cool, man.
Unfortunately, as much as Sancherib never spoke negatively about Eretz Yisrael, Klal Yisrael did speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. Kimatu says Kimatu Sos, when they came to this place called
So they
Sos,
gave you an opportunity.
Shavya Ki
That's on you.
they called it Sos. They named it Sos because they said, "Oh, this new land is just as nice
I
as
gave you
our
an
land."
opportunity.
Kimatu Almin,
left.
when they came to a
That's
place
on
called
you.
Almin, Anu Ki Almin. They said ultimately again, this is like our
be able
land
to
as
talk
well.
with me.
Kimatu Sos Trey, when they came to a place called Sos Trey, Amri Al Chad Trin. They said this is twice as good as Eretz Yisrael. So unfortunately, I will say this has unfortunately been sometimes the downfall of Klal Yisrael throughout the ages, where we find ourselves in new lands and we deceive ourselves into thinking that where we are is actually better than Eretz Yisrael. Not that it's okay, not that it's maybe just as nice, but to think that even Chas v'Shalom somehow it's even better than Eretz Yisrael. So again, something to be learned from everyone, even a Sancheriv. Sancheriv was always careful about how he spoke about the sanctity, or how he spoke just about the land itself. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. The Gemara says good. Good. V'sachas kivodo yikod ki yikod eish. Rabbi Yochanan. Tachas kivodo v'lo kivodo mamish. Rashi says over here, Tachas kufa mamish shaguf kain u'neshama nesrefas. So we'll say, this is talking about again when Sancheriv's army was defeated. So how was it defeated? So the Gemara says, Tachas kivodo v'lo kivodo mamish. Sancheriv's army, we're going to see, their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having their neshamas incinerated. So the Gemara says, Kihad Rabbi Yochanan, Karilei Lamani Nechuda Mach Bedusai. Like Rabbi Yochanan called his clothing those things that give me honor. So this is actually very reminiscent of the Gemara that we saw yesterday, that even in this time of Sakana, a person should make sure to keep himself intact, right? The Gemara says, like Nazario, even when they're thrown into the furnace, they made sure that they're wearing proper clothing. Your clothing is called the thing that gives you honor. How you dress says a lot about the person you are, and how you dress for certain things ultimately telegraphs a message about the importance that you ascribe to that particular event. So I'll say, so therefore your clothes, it's interesting, your clothing is what gives you honor. So the Rabbi Elazar, Amartakas Kvodo Mamish, Kisrefas B'nei Aaron. Mala Alon Srefas Neshama V'Guf Kayim, Avkan Srefas Neshama V'Guf Kayim. So we'll say, just like by the death of Aaron's sons, so remember again, the fire came in, incinerated their neshamas, but their bodies were intact. So too when Sancheriv's army was killed, their neshamas were incinerated, but their bodies remained intact. So Paro, Shechiref Ba'atzmo, Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu Mena B'Atzmo. This is incredible. Paro, who literally again blasphemed Hashem himself, right? Because Paro says, Mi Hashem Asher Eshma B'Kolo. So Paro himself, who blasphemed, his punishment comes directly from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sancherev, Shechiref, we'll say Amud Beis. Sancherev, Shechiref, Ayidei Shaliach. Now Sancherev ultimately again, who kind of blasphemed through a Shaliach. HaKadosh Baruch Hu nifra mimenu, nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu mimenu Ayidei Shaliach. So ultimately again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through a Shaliach. Okay, so what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, Paro B'Sidei, Mi Hashem Asher Eshma B'Kolo. So Paro says, who is Hashem? So Paro directly blasphemes. Who is Hashem that I should listen to him? Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu Mena B'Atzmo. HaKadosh Baruch Hu exacts punishment from him himself. B'Sid, Vayinar Hashem Es Mitzrayim B'Soch Hayam. By Yam Suf. Hashem himself stirred the waters of Yam Suf. B'Sid, Barachta B'Yam Susecha. Sancherev B'Sid, B'Yad Malachecha Charachta Hashem. So ultimately, again, B'yad Malachecha Cherpas Hashem. So ultimately, again, Sancherev, who says, in the hands of kings is the degradation of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu, again, Sancherev doesn't say straight out a statement of blasphemy, but rather, again, he says it kind of indirectly. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu Mimeno Ayidei Shaliach. The Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through Shaliach as well. B'Siv, Vayetze Malach Hashem, Vayach b'Machane Ashur Mea V'Shmonin V'Chamishim Elef. So it says, remember again, this was this was like the incredible story where Chizkiyahu essentially said, like, Baruch Hu, there was no way for Klal Yisrael to defeat the army of Sancherib. So this is the famous story where Chizkiyahu goes to sleep at night and says, Baruch Hu, I'm going to go to sleep, and you do you work your magic. And miraculously, that night, 185,000 soldiers died in their sleep. just died. So Baruch Hu brought about. So that, if you notice, the lashon over here is Vayetze Malach Hashem. It wasn't that Baruch Hu Kiviyachol did it himself, but ultimately again, like you see on Pesach, and even Malach, this was Malach Velo Ani. Baruch Hu sent the Malach. Why indirect? Why indirect? Sancheiriv blasphemed indirectly. Therefore, Baruch Hu exactly punished indirectly. Chanina Bar Papa Rami Ksiv Morom Kitzo Ksiv Morom Kitzo. Shabbos said this is very interesting. So the Gemara says Maron Kitzo, which literally means again the heavens. The heavens are his abode, and then it says Malon Kitzo. Malon literally means like a domicile, a dwelling. Right? Rashi says over here, Maron Kitzo b'Yishaya, Uksiv Malon Kitzo b'Malachim. Maron Kitzo mashma dira shamata. So one talks about the dwelling of HaKadosh Baruch Hu on high, and one on earth. Amar also Rasha. Betchila achre dira shamata, yachakach achre dira shamata. So you can see the unholy aspirations of Sancheiriv. And Sancheiriv says, first, I will destroy the house of God in this world. And then afterwards, again, I'll destroy the house of God in the celestial sphere. Hamidala de Hashem, Alisi Alamako Azeh, La Shliso, Hashem Amar Elai, Allah Ala Aras Azos Vishliso. So this is very interesting. So one of the fascinating ideas about Sancheiriv is Sancheiriv felt that he received divine instructions to go and destroy Eretz Yisrael. He thought that this was a divinely orchestrated message. So Rashi says over here. So again, before I get Rashi, so Rashi says, "Ata hamibaladei Hashem alisa l'makom hazeh." So Sancheiriv says, "Would I march against Yerushalayim without explicit instructions from God?" Hashem amar ilai alei ala aretz hazos v'shchisa. Hashem has said to me, come to this language, which is pretty wild. So Sancheiriv is essentially saying that he's acting by the word of God. So Mike says, what are you talking about? Where did Sancheiriv hear from HaKadosh Baruch Hu to destroy Israel? Where did we ever hear such a thing like this? So the Gemara says, "Deshon Navi Dikamar, Yan Kima Sa'amazeh, Esmi Ashilach Ha'olchem La'at La'at, U'Misos Es Ratzon U'Ben Rimal Yom." So what happened? So interestingly enough, so Sancheiriv overhears the Navi. And here's the Navi talking, the Navi Yeshaya talking, and the Navi says that essentially Klal Yisrael has forsaken HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Klal Yisrael Ma'as, they've degraded HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately again it's Mei Shilach Ha'olchem La'at, they have forsaken the Shiloach waters which flow gently, and instead they have gone ahead and taken to Ratzon ben Rimal Yo. So we'll see what all of this means in just a little bit. Alright, Yosef. The Molek Targum the Haikra Lo Habi Yedana Maikara. So Yosef says, were it not for the explanation of this pasuk, we would have no idea what it's talking about. Right. We have no idea what it's talking about. So what is this? So the Gemara says, my kamar. So the Gemara says, Chalaf, Dikatz Amahadem B'Malchusa de Beis David. So this nation has forsaken the Davidic kingdom. Right? This nation has forsaken Malchus Beis David. That are kind to them and speak to them softly, the way the Shiloach waters flow, right? The Shiloach comes as a spring-fed stream, and it flows gently. So this nation was governed by Malchus Beis David, who governed them and looked after them in such a kind and beautiful way, and they gave that all up, right? They have forsaken that. And instead, ultimately, again, they go ahead and they go to other things, right? They go ahead and they go essentially to Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Yochanan, Maras Hashem. So what's interesting over here is, so Sancheiriv hears the Navi taking Klal Yisrael to task, and he feels, okay, so Klal Yisrael is not doing the right thing. Obviously, again, it's time for them to lose that which they hold most dear. Beis Hamikdash, Eretz Yisrael. Rabbi Yochanan said, Ma'aras Hashem bebeis Rasha, V'navei Tzadik Yivorach. Ma'aras Hashem bebeis Rasha. What does it mean again? That ultimately the curse of Hashem is in the house of the Rasha. Zeh Pekach ben Ramayo. So we'll say, by the way, Pekach ben Ramayo was the king over Malchus Yisrael. And he was king of Malchus Yisrael. He was a Rasha. So how is he such a Rasha? He would eat literally again 40 pigeons for dessert. So apparently again, pigeon was a big dessert. Okay? Don't knock it till you try it, right? So the nice again, he would eat all of these pigeons and he still would not be full. I was saying, what is that?
Is that a website?
That highlights like
No one
a
knows.
gluttonous type of lifestyle. And I will say, what Avodah Zarah, but in general, whenever you see Avodah Zarah, what do you see alongside Avodah Zarah? Hedonistic behavior. Like Rosh Hashanah Hirsch brings down, what's the chilik between Avodah Zarah and Avodah Hashem? What's the chilik? Avodah Zarah is you make God in your image. Avodah Hashem is I make myself in God. What does everybody love about Avodah Zarah? We'll say, if you notice by saying very interesting very quickly about Avodah Zarah is even when Chayes worshiped Avodah Zarah, it's not like they stopped worshiping Hashem. Very often they were still worshiping Hashem with Avodah Zarah. So if you're worshiping Hashem, why are you bringing Avodah Zarah? Because Avodah Zarah is great. How does Avodah Zarah work? Here's how it works, right? But maybe you know if someone needs this information. If you want to start your own idolatry, right? Step one is write down all the stuff you want to do in life, right? All the stuff you really want to do. Okay, then make a new system of theology that allows for all of that, right? So all the stuff you want to do, suddenly again, not only is it mutter, but it's a mitzvah. A mitzvah, and then all the stuff that you really don't care about not doing, make that all the los assays, right? So all the stuff you really want to do, you want arayos, you want tarfus, you want tumult, like that becomes all of the mitzvahs, right? That's Avodah Zarah. That's Avodah Zarah. So wherever you see Avodah Zarah, you see a heightened form of hedonistic behavior, because that's what it's all about. It's actually not about the theology. It's really never about the theology. It's about that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has very high expectations of us. And therefore he tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? To hold us to a high standard. Avodah Zarah says, but I want to do that stuff. So I create a new system of theology in order to allow for all of that to occur. So Pekach ben Gamaliel is eating all of these pigeons, but he can't be satiated. Why? Because he's an Oved Avodah Zarah. Oved Avodah Zarah is a heathen. Okay, so now goes like this. It's incredible. What was Chizkiyahu's meal? Chizkiyahu would eat a little bit of vegetables and he would be full. I was saying he was a king. He could have had anything he wanted, but he didn't need a lot. He did not need a lot. Which I was saying also says that sometimes when we become a little bit too wrapped up in the material, that may be an indication that our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu might not be as it should. I will say, remember, all of us have a void. We have an emptiness in life, and we're always trying to fill it. The issue just is, if I have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then I'm filling it with the right things. If I don't have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then I'm filling it with all of the wrong things. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, "Hine Hashem mala aleh esmei hanar ha'atzum min ba'alam esmelach ashur." So again, because of Klal Yisrael's non-compliance, Hashem says, "I'm going to bring against you the king of Ashur, Ksiv, the Chavrav Biyud Hashetet va'avar Atzav Ya'ivya." Ella, my time, and it shows it's therefore again. So Sancheriv hears this. Sancheriv hears all this stuff, and here's the Navi literally says. Once I'm trying to point out, Sancheriv was the king of Ashur. The Navi literally says, because of your non-compliance, right? Because of your terrible behavior, I'm bringing against you the king of Ashur. So Sancheriv says, okay, God wants me to do this. So if God wants me to do this, the Gemara says, so if that's the case, Ella, my time, if Sancheriv actually did the will of God, why was he punished? The Gemara says, Navi Asher says, Shvatim is Navi.
Check
He
them
would
out,
go
and
that
then,
like very
they'll give you their number.
Sancheriv was the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes. He had no business in Yerushalayim. Sancheriv set his sights on Yerushalayim as well. So ultimately, again, so the Navi tells Sancheriv, you overstepped. Your avodah was to exact punishment from the 10 tribes. You set your sights on Yerushalayim so that you don't have any power on. Right? Ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead. The Am Ha'ayif, so the tired nation. They'll say, who's the tired nation? It's interesting. It's Klal Yisrael. We're the tired nation. But interestingly enough, not tired because of suffering. Tired because we toil in Torah. Tired because we're constantly building a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So ultimately, again, the nation that's tired cannot be handed over in the hands of an enemy. So where it says, "My case harishon hakel artzas v'un v'artzan naftali ba'achron yichbid derech hayam ever arden gadol hagayim lo karishonim shekilu ma'aleim al Torah." So ultimately, again, we are not like the early ones. This is reference to Malchus Yisrael, who threw off from them the yoke of Torah. Aval achron Malchus Yehuda shekilu aleim al Torah. So we'll say this is fascinating. So Sancheriv, you can have control over Malchus Yisrael. Why? Because Malchus Yisrael threw off the yoke of Torah. And when you throw off the yoke of Torah, you have a lack of divine protection, but you have no control ultimately again over Malchus Yehuda. Because of Malchus Yehuda, they took upon themselves the yoke of Torah, and they were deserving of miracles, like literally again, like the splitting of the Yam Suf and the splitting of the Yarden. So the Gemara says, "M'chozer b'mutav ve'imlav ani es so lo galil ba'golim." So Sancheriv, if you turn back, right, and you don't go to war against Malchus Yehuda, you'll be fine. If not, ultimately, again, I will turn you into a degradation amongst the nations. Right? Rashi says over here, "M'chozer b'Sancheriv mutav imlav es so galil ba'golim shemegal b'charpa." You'll become a source of degradation, right? The laughing stock amongst it. This is the Sancheriv. So we'll say, interestingly enough, Sancheriv did have a divine mission by the 10 tribes of Malchus Yisrael. But his mistake was going after Malchus Yehuda, was going after the Beis HaMikdash, going after Yerushalayim. So the Gemara goes weiter. So Achari Hadvarim, Va'emas Ha'ila Basancher Melech Ashur, Va'yavo Yehuda, Va'yichan Ala Arim HaBetzuros, Va'yomer L'Ka'am Elav. So ultimately, again, Sancheriv makes the mistake, and he goes ahead and he marches on Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, "Hai Rishna lahai Parandasha." Rashi says over here, "V'chim meviin daron kazeh la'adon kazeh, v'chim nesha emes v'chizkiyo b'Sancheriv." So we'll say, now the Gemara asks an interesting question. Why was Chizkiyo deserving of this? Right? After all, again, Chizkiyo was a big tzaddik. So why was Chizkiyo deserving of having Sancheriv march against him? In other words, we'll say, as much as Chizkiyo is successful over Sancheriv, there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of difficulty. So Chizkiyo was such a...
Can you hear me, big dog? How you living, Pimp? How'd you find out about me, Chewy? Yeah, I figured that. I think I remember you. But how did you find out about me? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, very well. All right, what's new with those servers? Okay, yeah. I'm in agreement with you on that. That FAG one, I met the owner of it, and he said I could stream in there all I wanted, which he was absolutely right. I could. But the people in there were so toxic that I didn't really want to interact with anyone. Right? Yeah, I did my best to be as nice to them as possible, and I did talk with them. All right, well, should we go pound sand, dog? That's just how it goes, baby.
Just sounded, why did he deserve to have this fear of Sancheriv marching against him?
I'm so pissed over this fucking Esther Gentry trade. Of course he gets fucking 33 points.
What happened?
Fuck this shit.
Who swore
Lamar Jackson
that Sancheriv was going to come on, was going to go ahead and march against Chizkiyo. What happened over there? Amar, Yamina Chizkiyo, my sinula Sancheriv, umesar galei biyada. So here's what happened. Cheshbon says like this: if I tell Chizkiyo that I'm bringing Sancheriv against you, but don't worry, because you're going to be successful. What is Chizkiyo going to say? Amar lo hava beina, v'lo b'susa beina. Cheshbon, do me a favor. I appreciate what you're trying to do. Remember again, by bringing Sancheriv against Chizkiyo, and then by delivering a stunning victory to Chizkiyo, Chizkiyo didn't do anything. Cheshbon wiped out the entire army of Sancheriv. It was a massive Kiddush Hashem. It was a massive, wave of emunah. But Chizkiyo would have said, you know what, God, it's okay. Let's call it even, right?
I honestly
don't bring Sancheriv and don't bring Yisrael, right? There's too much anxiety, too much fear that it's going to cause. Just leave it alone. Miyad kavetz Cheshbon v'nishba d'maisina lei. Cheshbon therefore swore. He said, no, I'm bringing Sancheriv. Shnei amar nishba Hashem tzavakos leimar emo kasher dimisi kein haisa v'kasher ya'atzti hi takum l'shpor ashur ba'artzi v'al har avusenu v'sar me'alem olu v'savalo me'al shet lo yasor. Shalom Kadosh Baruch Hu Hashem said, Yavo Sancheriv v'siyaito v'yasa avus l'chizkiyo v'siyaito. I'm going to bring Sancheriv, but Sancheriv and his chevra, they're going to become like a trough. They're like a trough for
Dude, I
Chizkiyahu
fucking love the
and
Harlem
his kingdom.
Globetrotters.
So I want to point out what a
Best
profound
shit
Gemara this
ever.
is, right?
Okay, real quick.
Sometimes, right, we'll say, we
This
have this
basketball that I got
the
there
Sefer
is
Siduro
like
Shel Shabbos.
legendary.
He brings this
I wanted
down
a
by
basketball.
Yaakov
I always
Avinu.
kick at
That after
basketball.
Yaakov found out, after
So
Yaakov
fucking
found out that
excited.
Yosef was
So
alive.
excited. They're doing the
So the Siddur Shel
thing.
Shabbos
You got
says,
Metal Arts Lemon there, who I thought was better than Michael Jordan, maybe. And
I'm so happy.
I'm like, oh, Dad, can I get a basketball? He's like,
Everything
no.
worked out well.
Why? Because we never, ever,
but I have a
really ever
counterproposal.
got shit.
Instead of everything
Why?
working
Because
out
it's
well,
expensive.
why don't you instead what?
And I'm like, fuck.
Leave it alone.
And these
Leave it alone.
motherfuckers are spinning the ball.
Leave it alone.
And,
And you could have spared me, ultimately
all
again,
these kids,
20
they got
20
basketball,
plus
they're
years of
bouncing
Guinness.
all
That's why the
around,
Pasuk says,
time.
Vayizbach, he offered up
Man.
Karbanos Le'elokei
And
Yitzchak.
I don't know. As the
Yaakov
game
offered
is
up
ending,
Karbanos to the God of his father. What was Yitzchak?
my dad
Yitzchak was
goes to the
Midas
bathroom or
Hadin,
something,
strict justice.
just
Sometimes
sitting there
strict
watching
justice
these motherfuckers
says
spin
we
the
don't understand why
basketballs,
Kadosh Baruch Hu does things.
and
So it's interesting because over here
he
Kadosh
sits
Baruch Hu
back
knew
down,
that had he divulged his plan to Chizkiyahu Melech Yehuda, Chizkiyahu would have said, God,
and I see him
sounds
reach
great,
under his
but don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's
chair
going to end happily ever after, just leave things
plants a
alone. And I will say
fucking
so many
basketball
times in life,
in my
we
chest.
have this fundamental
And
question.
I
Yeah,
use
things
this
work out.
basketball
I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situation. It turns out well.
for
And I have such hope. But there's like this
years.
piece of me that thinks, but why
I
did you
use
do
it
it?
so that all the
Very
rubber
nice, you brought the salvation, but the same God who brought the salvation is also what? Is also what? The same God who brought the crisis. So I have a counter rules of Hashbaruch. Don't bring the crisis, and you
so
won't need the
excited. I'm so
salvation.
happy to have this
So
basketball.
that's the Cheshbonos of Hashbaruch. That's where the emotion runs
Anyway,
the world.
shout
And
out to
somehow the crisis was necessary. It's not just the resolution that's necessary.
Look at this.
The crisis itself was necessary. Sometimes those are things that we just will never understand. It's called a little bit weiter. Says the Gemara, "Ayibayohu Yasser Siflo me'al Shechmecha va'olom me'alecha tzavrecha v'choveh ol mipnei shman." So Moshe Baruch Hu tells Chizkiyahu, don't worry, everything's going to be okay, and the yoke of Sancheriv will be lifted upon you mipnei shman. Shman. The word say shman literally means the oil. What's the oil? This is beautiful. Chovel ol shel Sancheriv mipnei shman shel Chizkiyahu. Literally, again, the yoke of Sancheriv was lifted upon from Klal Yisrael because of the oil of Chizkiyahu. What's the oil of Chizkiyahu? Of course, it's beautiful. There was constant oil, constant oil represents light. Constant light burning in the Bati Medrash, in the base Medrash, all over Malchus Yudah from the times Chizkiyahu. Ma'asa, what did Chizkiyahu do? Na'atz cherev apesach base Medrash. He put a sword at the entrance of the base Medrash, and he said, Va'amar, he says, whoever leaves the base medrash will be stabbed with this sword. He stabbed this sword. Now, what does this mean? Is literally going to kill people left base medrash? No, it's figurative. What Chizkiyahu was trying to tell Klal Yisrael was the following idea. Torah is not a recreational pursuit. Torah is life. Torah is life. And if you don't have it, then you won't have life. That's what he was saying. I was like, sometimes we look at Torah, and what's Torah? Oh, it's very nice. It's beautiful. And like Dr. Aaron Tversky has a beautiful idea. He says, he points out, which he says, it always intrigued him how he's what he's talking about, how people fall asleep during the drasha. He said people fall asleep during the drasha. He says, it's not a new phenomenon. It's minag Yisrael, minag avosenu b'yadenu, right? But it falls asleep during the drasha. He says, what's the pshat? He says, can you imagine? Right, you're lost in a bad neighborhood. We'll say these are the days. This is a dated marshal, like the 4 ways. You're in a bad neighborhood, and you pull into a gas station to go ahead and get directions. And the guy's giving you directions. And can you imagine, like in the middle of directions, you're like this, right? He says no one's nodding off in the middle. Why? Because that's going to save your life. He says if we realized that words of Torah literally are life-saving. That words of Torah are life-saving. Life-saving, hey, then we would never nod off. Sometimes the rabbi speaks too long. God, right? Or whatever. And it's not everybody is an orator. Okay, fair.
You get your legs thinner, and I was doing these Tai Chi things, these stretches. So I would go outside and they all read it. And I'd watch them. And, at one point there was 6 or 8 weeks out of them. I would have fucking knocked out of that there. Like to see that. The rest of them would stay like we had a barbecue back then. And it was a community barbecue. It was real clean and shit. It was 20 feet.
Look at this, entonces.
Where they were living. And that's as far as they were straight without supervision. You go on the fucking roof. You get on the roof of the building. You get on the roof of the building. He was always like way ahead of the other 3 fucking kids. And there was a boy. And he was crazy. But not as crazy as fucking Superman. So he got to the point where I would go upstairs and worry about the 3 kids. Bring no Superman ain't gonna be there in the morning. Because he's so fucking crazy. He's gonna fight with a possum. He's gonna fight with a raccoon. Or a skunk that was raccoons back there. I would hear them back there at night. I'd fucking run down with a fucking stick to the show. It was that type of stuff towards the end. Something happened one day. I got home. And my wife was telling me that the cats were sick outside. That they weren't the same as they were in church, especially that fucking super bed. I know for a fact something's wrong with it. Because that motherfucker has a woman to dance. So she hunted those cats down and tried to save their lives and give them vitamins and stuff. It was surreal. The only cat she had saved back there was her and the Japanese lady. They were back there every day feeding the cats with milk from the bottle. It was just surreal. It was like everything that had died down. We had those last 4. And then we brought up the 2 boys and the 1 boy died. And I kept super bad. And then we gave the sisters away. Sisters were gone for 3 weeks. Gone. And the girl calls because I can't take them. They're going to kill my cat. They were kittens, but that blood was in it. The cat was giving them shit. These 2 girls were going really. When they started serving them, the cat had shit up in the bathroom. Evie's not kosher. Evie moves as fast as a fucking snake. She'll take a chunk out of you. You gotta really watch Evie. That's why Evie don't come out. Evie knows that she's badass. So she does. I saw Demi fuck around with Superman one day, and she ran out of that hole and smacked Demi that 4 times. Demi didn't know what had happened. He just ran away, and she went right back to the hole like nothing fucking happened. The 2 girls blew with Evie. She's a little old and fat now, so she can't move like she used to. But those 2 girls, they go fucking beat by the Evie till this day. I don't put my face by Evie. Yeah, I don't put my face by Evie. The only way I'll put my face by Evie is if she's looking that way and I'm petting her from behind and kiss her in the head. If you get Evie riled up, don't move your hair real quick. That hand is history. She'll clock it twice and then bite to the fingertip. So you have to get her excited for her to turn, and once she's turning, you go back and she'll turn real quick and squat twice. It's like a crazy thing you have to know. You have to know this with Evie. You've never seen it. You've seen it maybe once. They play with you or even not. They don't want to be played with. They don't want to be fucked with. They don't want to be loved. I got my girl. She's my princess. Really? I was playing with her when I started bleeding from my nose. You got warm her up and she'll play with you. She's the cutest cat I've ever seen at that age. And her face is just, I've never seen a face like that in a cat. When you get her happy, she's meow, really. She's really cute. You play with her, you give her the string, and you play with her, like you can play with her for a long time. She's that type of cat, but Evie, you gotta be cute. Evie will leave on her own. Because she knows I'm getting pissed off already. Like she'll say it to herself, like I'm getting pissed off with this motherfucker. So I'm gonna leave. Like if Debbie's there, and I'm giving Debbie love, when she comes up, I gotta drop her. She doesn't want no games. She doesn't bother you a lot. She doesn't come out every night, but when she comes out, spread. And when I put him down as he's leaving, she'll swat at him. She'll look at him, what the fuck, just for being there, just for being principle. Jesus Christ. She'll come over and she'll let me pet her head, rub her dead, call her beautiful, and I pick her up a little bit. And on her own, she'll just take off. I think this is why cats like get a bad name, because this is like why I don't have a cat. Besides the allergies, this is my only experience with cats. Either they hate or they don't eat. So like your cats are like the first cats that are like actually enjoyable. Oh, they're very enjoyable to be around because that's the love I've given. Do you follow me? way that, like, okay, you're saying something that's actually factually inaccurate. Now, let's be real clear. I don't necessarily think they know what's going on yet. There's a lot of weird shit going on. First of all, there was that one guy who was the alright, so you got this guy who's an old who starts yelling out, did he take his pants down? This guy was at 9/11. He was at the Boston bombing. So he called in a fake bomb at another show. And then he did this at this thing. Right after the scenario of this guy, that's the state of mind at the moment someone gets shot. He yells out and says, I did it, takes his pants down, something like that. I don't know exactly what he did. Then, ready for this, he gets arrested for right away. So it was right after this all right away. So what jail he came to me, why he so I was October. Because when these things were coming in, all these different things. So I stayed ran it through I had GPT. One thing that was not beyond the odds. Let's say be able to see different events and be involved. And I didn't know what to do. This is I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what kind of argument was he's professional. In the backyard, I enjoyed my time. So I came, joined back, so I could this guy George, Gonzalez, they showed the great kid. The guy can't have talked to her. He was probably listen, there are people who look like that have the capability to when he came to me, it was New York season. My wife went back to the girls I went back there. 200 yards from pro position with a dead-on rifle. So I had that dead-on rifle. So you said this rifle, you said you're 0 to 200 yards. You know before you go shoot. There's not you should see the family now. You can do it tomorrow. If you're from you or if it's someone that's never shot, you can do it 100%. No, I think never shot. So I go snake back and you can get him and he can show you how to do it after and you can see it every time I lost the because it feels insane to me. It seems tough and it seems tough. We still haven't figured out whether or not the one that shot Trump had in the site. I think it was shooting at the site. I don't know if this guy was using irons like that was even an T-ray or should be shooting the outside sights all day. I can't do that. Outside sights you're lining up. So you have those two things in the middle at the same thing. When you evaluate how you're going to use away from regularly, and then get the big plays. At that place you attack your career, your life is the podcast market is growing. Companies are companies approaching us with shooting. Now, we're taking this podcast series on these so once you end up somewhere, you got to bring 3 yards of fucking time. What's your future? Very modern looking stuff. Walk into that fucking like just a battle. That's no shit. It's your shit from the outside. But if you shoot me back, and you said, hey, this is my cousin's rifle. Is this an looks like a standard black tomorrow. Somebody said, Joey, sophistication. So I take myself in the fucking spot. But I think the narrative is, this is his grandfather's rifle. I got no backyard. And doesn't have a serial code. I got a dog. It's a German Shepherd. Interesting. From starting day one. Pick him up when he's 8, get him sent over to the Nazi Germany. That's kind of crazy. Fuck it. Give him some rest. Watch him grow. Just watch him grow. My mom used to tell me what to feed him. Gunsmith, and he said, if you're like a nostalgia person, like trying to fuck, you can't control it. They brought away. It's crazy. So he had a good gunsmith. It's crazy how action is true. It really is. How they know. You can see from his shoe, they all have hundreds of years. Right, so some of those white children, when they serve them, white on the way out. Especially because all the stuff like the trigger and the action and all that different stuff is just that was also just like that's their mind. It's paid emotions. But by now, technology's out of trains now. And those fucking something the shot they can kill them and stuff like that. So there's a lot of take to do that if you really scale down to disassemble. I had a dumb so you can get in and back in 7th grade. I think you can get a fit. And then somehow it's been once he gets older, and part of me is like, I don't know. Like my mom, that's all she does. And then he's supposed to get in that stupid fucking back. I don't think he literally makes no sense. It's still a little weird. It's like, and this is just a narrative, right? Once you got to check feedback, and then it's seriously fun to trouble percentages. So if you have an eye, it's the audience that's yelling, I shot him, now shoot me, when they're shooting, and then one gets arrested for child abuse, like that, but it's good. And then you find this rifle, and they say, let's assemble it, you reassemble it, like, fuck, okay. You might let five years, and then you're like, this door is something that, they smartest thing makes sense. Like, you're telling me, this kid who's actually a creature, this guy first of all, that was the call like that. I think it was like there's this way from the sandwich where he's sitting, and those rooms are large. That's the second company. So many of us just he shoots and chunks from the roof. He jumps down from 14 feet. So there's some reason I broke down right there. So there's a video of him jumping. So this guy, whoever it is, jumps off the roof and lands on out. He's even the guy who shot him. Maybe he thought he was going to shoot him. Maybe he's a pregnancy. Maybe he got it. He's like, did you see the video? Did you see the investigating his mom? No matter how horrific it is. You see that, Jimmy? For some reason, take a long time. But very tripped out by it. It's like my wife and I were having a conversation. The fucking alley really misses me. My wife is just like I was talking about. She changed as soon as we got done. She got really sad because we brought Allie in. She was fucking kids. And she fucking said, "Oh, my kids." Sometimes the big cat takes the little cat though. She found to tell her faith. It's gonna solve anything. You had a bunch of shit. You're gonna kill me. You was like a bunch of blanky shit that doesn't make any sense. So hang it out there at the same time. Just believe you. I didn't know what you fucking man. Nothing to it. If you bunch of shit, you get some kid that's she's a furry. And you shoot him on Discord. You know, that is weird. That's more disrespectful. His boyfriend's definitely a guy. I can't work maybe 4 weeks ago. I think I do fair sex. Technically the same. Or furry games. Excuse me. She used to watch football with me for the last fucking 15 years. It's like a kid, but I'd rather except essentially yes, we're still as strong as they've ever been. The thing I love my animals. I fucking love them. I love my cats. It's really I love coming home at night. Coming home while some fucking asshole says something and explode. Just get your car, drive a ball gig and pissed off and you fucking make a right and stop at 7-Eleven and get some nicotine gum. I walk in the door and one of them there's a white wheezes. He's parking the car. For the rest of his career, this was the scam. Just went out a couple minutes and I'm out here for like 5 minutes and that's what I do. I go in, the jacket on, it makes the house, whatever. Mr. Seal, you go right back in the video. I put the TV down, it's a mix of a few things. I think disappeared. I think it's sometimes baseball nights, sometimes they have the fucking okay. You can see it's something that you cannot describe it, whether it's a cat or a parrot to a snake out, you can see me back. It's really difficult to make fun of it. Because sometimes I don't understand this, but I do understand the service page. The second thing is just I just don't understand when I'm going to start playing something with my world. But I do understand the concept that an animal gives it and vice versa. It's like I understand it. I've seen it. I believe it. And I it's just too easy when I'm in a rough day. And when I didn't know it. They jump on me and I'm on the phone and somebody wants me to yell. Because I don't get up and about to push the cat over the wall. This motherfucker sounds like a shooter today. Haven't they like stopped you from passing? They stopped me from passing out. They stopped me from cursing out a motherfucker. You know, they really do. They're common. There's tests. There's some research. And I didn't even have one people to think about it. There's research that's famous. I don't know what that's 3 years for dogs or 7 years for dogs. 3 years for dogs. And I get it. I get that connection. I get that feeling. Just why you can't do a fucking hanging post. You deserve this. When I come in, whatever. Sometimes you cook and make them overfucking you wrong. Anyways, that's getting punished. And they're like, you know what, when I'm leaving this room, don't get a piece. So you better fucking get your head together. And once you go there, you're like, okay, let's just give a fucking piece of shit from this is it. Don't let whatever the fuck I'm making. This is shit. You know, ice cream, whatever the fuck there is. One of those motherfuckers. And once a fucking action of what I got. The old man flowers, old videos, and we had some where you were giving ham. And I forgot what the first like Matt Flavors old we did. You had Finny, you like when you give me out, like you would talk to when you make a meal, like Finny, what are you doing? Man, I'm trying to run away. Oh my god, I get pissed. Fucking they come back 3 minutes later. It's yeah, my dog. That was the only time I've ever cried in front of her. To be honest, we were in the car, so I don't even know if she saw me. You know how many times the people on Saturdays go somewhere and just rent a horse? They own a horse. They have a fucking horse that don't run races. Why would I want a fucking horse? When I was 30, I figured out that people like me smoke a fucking dope, put that fucking hard hat on, those little horse boots, and they go for a fucking, they know how to ride a horse professionally, not professionally like doing shows or whatever. But they know exactly where to go and they take a fucking 3 or 4 hour horse ride. Can you imagine what that feels like? On your horse while you shit, he stops, he jumps up and does that fucking long range thing. Horse people take a lot of pride because they go in there and clean clothes. This is all it's a big thing. When you look at those guys on paper, that fucking woman brushing his horse, you should hire somebody. No, you don't hire nobody for that. You can't hire somebody for that. You use the fucking boudoir. If you hire somebody, it's when you brush them. You know how much I love brushing my cats. You do it like every day, don't you? Yeah, I have to. I brush every day. Blah, blah, blah. And have a system, so I don't get their mind as they get older. They stimulated. Yeah, they fucking. So there's a way you brush and then you pat them with your hand and then both. You know, they get love with their hand to control. Then I give them the brush and again with their hand and both. You know, it's really interesting. I didn't read this. I fucking learned it by doing. By seeing what it did, how it calmed them down. It made them feel more whatever. At ease. So these little things you just fucking learn by seeing. I'm a fucking cat bro just because I watch my wife. I watch that when I watch, you know, and for years growing up, I was a dog bro. I had dogs all along. All along. Till I met my mom fucking bro. I had a fucking dog. I started with Champion, and then I died with fucking Kristen. Who I would bring into Nina's house from time to time into the yard. And go in the dog house when Kristen left when my mother died. That was the saddest thing ever. I think about that fucking dog all the time and how bad I felt in the life that dog lived. That dog died like me. He went from fucking living in a house with an air conditioner, people giving you love to live in a fucking yard with Nina. And I couldn't take the dog. There was nothing I could do with the fucking dog. That's terrible. I was living in somebody's house. And you can't walk up with the dog. So no, I've had my horrible experiences with dogs and cat heartbreaks, and I've had to justify it. So this is why I have this, because it's a complete different universe. And sometimes you fuck up in that universe when you get a cat or a dog and make it right this time. And give that dog, and I can always give my animals tons of love. That's the, I've never microfic my dogs or cat animals. I always give them tons of fucking love. That's why those cats act the way they do. Always, always. cats that have the negative connotation, and sometimes among people, and that's I'm thinking about you and your special, just because I got to go to Oz, that was great, and I was like, because you have this reputation, but then you go and you want the podcast with a song by a gay black group, and then we're talking about how much you love your cats, and I feel like sometimes some people's first impression of you might not be that you love that stuff, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe you don't feel that, but that's the beauty of it, you know, a little deeper, you know, that's the beauty that we all have, we do that fuck up, that's why the best thing in this world is, listen, I can come on here and make a list of the things people want to talk about. I can come on here and I know the music to play for me. I don't jump up and down there. That's not what I want to do. They hear all the time. That's cool. That's not what they want to do. I do it from time to time. In the mornings, play that type of music to get people riled up. I can be a fucking yes man. You know what I like about cats? The reason people hate cats, they don't come to you when you call them. They have their own world. They will live, baby. They live the fucking life by their rules, okay? The dog you walk, you can call him over, he jumps on your lap. You know, the whole thing, he licks you in the face. The cat, when I'm ready. Some people can't deal with that disconnection. I can, because I'm the same motherfucker. Don't tell me to do something. Let me do it on my own. That's my specialty. You don't have to tell me. I don't want you to fucking tell me. I'll do it on my own. I don't ever want you to say, hey, you gotta be the rent on the Don't tell me that. I'll do it on my own. And that's what you love about cats. That's what I love about cats. That mental freedom, that attitude. Which is what people don't like or respect. They want to command their animal to calm them down. Whatever, cats are completely on their own fucking realm. You think I like dogs? I wasn't really a fan of the cat. I didn't hate the cat. I wouldn't light the cat on fire. I was gonna rock that motherfucker. Thank goodness. But I didn't own a cat. If I went into your house and you had a cat, I avoided that motherfucker. And I remember going along with some people whose cats would jump on and they do it so bad. And Harry do that. I would be scared to death. They would go, no, that means he likes you. What the fuck kind of animal likes you by putting his claws in your fucking leg? Fuck that fucking bat, that fucking legs. I hated cats, but it wasn't that. I would shoot him or run him over a fucking car. You know, since I was a kid, like, well, I don't wait for squirrels. You know, I don't want to fucking hit a squirrel. I still don't think I would pick up all your cats. I love all your cats. I don't think it would go. I'm still a little bit. Harry would let you pick him up, really? Debbie wouldn't. So bad, let you fuck with the ass. You don't give a fuck. You can for an hour and let you fuck with the ass. Allie won't let you pick him up. Loving girls let you pick him up. I wouldn't even know how to go about it.
I don't want to see this fucking Sharpie commercial ever again.
Harry's the one that feel like Harry is so bad at it. You can't have fear in your hands. You already have. That's what I have.
It's offensive
have
to
fear
me.
in your hands, and that's a complete other thing you have to learn over the years. I got bit so much by dogs that I got rid of that fear.
I hate this one.
Got rid of that fear. Don't get me wrong. When I was coming up here before the black fucking fight, I was outside with that bit one. It looks like a fucking one of those devil dogs that protects the devil. You ever see those dogs that protect Satan? That's what that dog looked like. That dog gets a hold of my fat little fucking thigh. That's all. It's like a Chinese buffet. You want to go to Austin, Texas. You'll get everything. You have fucking oyster balls. My thigh, you know, but you can't walk in front of them when you're scared. I went right up to the other side. No, man. The whole time walking over them shit in my pants. In just a little area of my body. Not old school. When I was 8, I'd shit my pants when I saw a dog, you know. Yeah, those kind of dogs get scared. Yeah, so you have to control your fear with those motherfuckers the same way I control my fear before I go on stage. It's what you do one time, you say to yourself, how the fuck do I do it? And then you go, okay, now I got trained when I was probably like 18. My friend, Stinky, had that motherfucking Coco dog, the German Shepherd. And every time you walked in there, the guy was like fucking Liberace. You know, he'd suck your dick, light your cigarettes. house. Well, when you're in the bandwagon, we think about me and Lady Jean. Jesus Christ, it really made your heart. You know, it was just to scare you, not get up. Did you ever have a dog when you were little? Did you have? No. I was not gonna be one of those guys who was gonna take a fucking dog down a bad street like that, you know. I didn't know Hercules. No, I know because he divorced. He had no Hercules. That was me. All the way till the free world. I left Hercules with Danny, my ex-wife called Danny and said, Joey, oh, you said, don't want to she went up and made the Hercules. I'm sorry, guys. It was all rolled up in one fucking thing. Fuck you. I can't fucking dissect it. But no, I like my pets. The next couple of days, I'm like, oh, I'll miss him so much. I can swear I just saw one. Oh, no, hotel room. Late night, like 12. Watching TV and relaxing. I got glasses on. I could feel one. I could see one. When I walk by, like, what the fuck? I know you never wanted to look at cats, but you had a cat that wasn't attached to running down the road. Because I don't want to move away. I think that's cool to have. I think they're working fucking play. They don't recover from that fucking brain trauma. You know, if I fly 2 hours with a cat, what I hear, that cat hears is 2 different noises. She's all fucking time. He hears the bottom of that mic zip and you don't know. Think of being in the edge of that plane, being in them. It's 3 hours of fucking rock. And in the meanwhile, they listen to the fucking animal meowing, crying and shit. You know, so I can't, for me, I know people do it. When I see dogs on the other side, when people there, the dogs fly out, they're on the fucking owner. And they go, it's great to see, and they'll never fucking do that to me again. Yeah, well, they're looking at some play, like, I know for like the service animals, like, they also know that there's funny dogs, and in the carriers, they have to play now or no. It's going to be service animals. So it's going to be like, boom, no, but, no, they're saying this, and they can't pull out that fucking bag. Young in 6.5 hours. What you gonna do? That dog wants to piss his shit. And about piss his shit. That dog shit's next to me. I gotta stand forward. He'll probably understand me. That shit's gonna stay. That's why they put those planes down. Because you never smell dog shit. Dog shit's on a plane. That's what it gets. It's like Big Macs. Big Macs smell great. Bring that motherfucker on a plane. That Big Mac, you want to be able to I worked at what is it? And I had to close it up. And everybody told me, I can't do it. I got on a plane with a dog, shit, and we got on a plane. Maybe 6 years ago, I had a plane like 30 minutes out. We walked to another plane. From the fucking so the trains go that way and that way. So the two of them bigger put it away with the dog and it's fucking brutal. You can't put in the dog and the fucking person who was there when you go to the fucking plane. Yeah, really, you have to break down to that cocksucker when you're outside. The guy on the phone jumping up and down, talking about the Yankees. Now you gotta fucking nerves break that. That's what pisses me off. You know, really, you know, think about it. Like everybody else, you know, give me a star and then you won't have any emotion. The only emotion you have is breathing as you pass out. You know, wake up in Philadelphia, where the fuck you going? Jesus Christ, you know, hanging drugs all the time. All these guys that have their feet, they don't take Xans, you know, they can pass out just go to sleep. I have the same thing. I can't go to sleep. My phone sleep on the plane from Boston. Dallas is a good city also. Dallas is a good, like I said the other day, there's a lot of great fucking cities in Texas that I went to home. I got my gun, they came to Texas, man, and they didn't give a fuck. They didn't boom me, they didn't know shit at me. You know, it's, I don't know, this back pain has been stress. You know, something that's been on my mind, that's been bothering me the last couple of weeks, which I've had a couple of things that have been eating away at me lately, but nothing serious, just, you know, different situations I have to get into. If the situation goes down where I really want it, that type of shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm really happy when we just sit there doing a podcast. But nowadays, all for you this, do I really want to fucking drive to Gallup Studios and puppets and all now? I don't think I can be done what they're doing in a way. I really can't. I did it for a long time, guys. I did those movies and those TV shows. And I gotta tell you something, I was never one to kiss ass and take pictures or whatever. I talked because you have to be sociable. So I talked to different people, and there's people I really like. And there's people I saw right through it when you're listening to me going, Joey, you fucking retarded. Guys, it's a completely different thing than selling a show and owning your own show and having your own show than doing somebody else's show or somebody else's fucking man. You know, man, we have the freedom of being a stand-up. You know, like I have the freedom of, I'd love to shoot a movie or a TV show for 3 weeks, you know, just to get me to love stand-up that much more. And I do stand-up for 6 months, and I'm like, fuck, I gotta write new material. Hey, you wanna do a movie for 6 weeks? Fuck, yeah, gives me a chance to write new fucking material. And not really give a fuck. That's the system I wanted. But with all the fucking union things and the insurance and all the differences, it's like, you know what, man? They gotta pay me to be unhappy. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, it sounds like a fucking whiny thing to say. But we've discussed this 1,000 times on this podcast. I'm being happy. That's the most important fucking thing that I'm scared to sign off for something, and after 4 days, I want to shoot myself in the mouth. That's what I'm getting, to be honest with you. Doesn't that happen to everyone when they start their job? I mean, I think that's what they're saying. I think what the difference is going to be when you started 20 years ago. You call me tomorrow and go, Joey, will you work on something one day? So we don't favor it personally. If I read what you wrote for me, like Mary did, then I can have a good time, get high, go down there, try to fuck yeah, I'm going to do that for my man, man, say it. But, you know, right, like, you know, obvious stuff for me. I gotta be Cheetos, I'm the boss. I can't read that no more. I can't read the fucking, I'm a butcher. I can't read none of that shit. That's what I'm trying to say there. For the last 3 fucking television experiences beside Mary I had, unbelievable. It's horrible. I gotta be honest with you, people are trying to fucking shit to me off. You would not want to be somewhere. That's horrible. Okay? When I first got here, I got booked on like a show on NBC that I didn't know what I was doing at all. God, you ever walk into something, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You ever walk into something, you really don't know. Like, you really don't fucking know, like, where to start. Like, I didn't know action. Basketball, I didn't know that. They made fun of me. Those guys just made fun of me. I didn't know nothing about action. I didn't know about cut. I didn't know
rabbits and be like, do it. Be like, what is that from? Do it. Oh, it's from fucking Cosby Show. Fuck Sharpie. I can't believe Ashton Gentry just. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, so what are we doing?
They were so nice. They thought I was just playing like a goof. I wasn't playing a goof. I really didn't know what the fuck was going on. And once I got nailed there, I went back to acting class, and I kind of fucking picked it up a little bit. And then you go along the way, and all those experiences were good along the way.
Tina Turner.
While I was shooting, but it didn't matter. It was something I wanted to do. It was something I thought would take me to the next level. The long and short, I was happy as shit.
What is it?
But the long and short, I pissed off a lot of people because I took matters into my own hands. I just went straight to having.
Tell the story.
I didn't fuck around with the rest of the mafia. I just went straight to the fucking Godfather.
There was this fucking.
Messenger. Why am I ever fucking all these messages?
Rabbi, tell us though. Alright, there was this fucking episode of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air where they were singing this slave song. Can we say slave? I think you could still say slave. Anyway. And this is a really like powerful episode. Let me see if I can find it even. It's really powerful. Because obviously I didn't have one and stuff like that. But if I would have thought that the night before, I would have showed up with a job the next day. But I wasn't that good at that time. My mind didn't think that way. I thought about it while I was there. I saw the locker. Yeah, here it is. I didn't see it. So the mom on the show, who is the superior mom of the show, no offense to that other lady, she's like teaching class, and she teaches. Listen, as a stand-up, I can't go up there and fuck around. What do they call these things? When I got serious about this, it was because I became dangerous. They were called back in my day Negro spirituals, but I guess like African American spirituals. But what I mean by dangerous is having no bounds. To be good. She talks about in this realm of what we do, you have to really have no bounds. You and I have discussed it like the thing about people. Well, one of them was Wade in the Water. And I'd never heard this song. But, and the show wasn't like a show about this kind of topic. But anyway, she teaches them this song. And apparently the song, I don't know, it's like basically the dogs that would try to find them would not be able to find them as well. When they were hiding in the water. So here we go. What is this bullshit? She's got a good voice. In the water, children, wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Yo, dog. Okay, so I was doing this. I fucking was an only child, and I play with my little toys, that which I had, and I was playing on the kitchen floor, and I had like in my mind that I created this whole world, and I made this. Was anybody watching this? Anyway, there's like this. So we had like it wasn't a tile floor, but it was the most impossible floor to ever keep clean. I don't know why my mother chose this floor, It was so difficult to keep clean. It was just the most difficult fucking kitchen floor to keep clean. No doubt. It was pure white. Oh, fuck. And they had like these little indentations in it that were. It was just the hardest floor to keep clean. But there were like these lines in the tile. It wasn't even like a tile. It was like, I don't know, some kind of like thing that you put down. But it was the hardest floor in the world to keep. Really small white grout. It was like, wasn't even grout. It was just like a vinyl. Worst floor ever. If you're gonna get it in the future, black and white tile. That's the way to go for your kitchen. But this one was the most difficult fucking tile in the world. I don't know why. Anyway, so a white fucking floor is so hard to keep clean. Anyway. So my thing was, I was sitting on the floor. What the fuck happened there? Wow, it crashed. Cool. And I remember, fuck, they like went out at the same time. I don't want to hear about fucking NFL. It sucks. They're like these tiles. They weren't even tiles, but like, I guess they were like laminate tiles or something. Anyway, most difficult fucking floor to ever keep clean. So I was pretending that my guys were like on a boat on a river. And and they were just like, I don't know. I was thinking they were like on like the Mississippi River, and they were just like very much like Huck Finn in it. I don't know, just like living their lives. And I would like have them like get off on the side and then jump back on the boat. And, like I would remember, like I was pretending like two of these tiles were the river, and then there was the riverbank. And I'm doing my thing. I don't know how old I am, but I'm just playing with my little army men and like wrestling guys and everything. And my mom is not even watching me. She's watching television. And and I say, what? How did it? It's like the phrasing, because I told a little bit of a lot. Maybe not because I'm perfect. But it was like, I don't. Maybe it came on TV, but I think it was Creedence Clearwater Revival, CCR's "Rolling Down the River" was playing on the TV or something. Something like that happened. And well, maybe I was singing it. And sometimes I would just make shit up, like just as a little kid because it was boring. And I say to my mother, "Did you know that that's a Negro spiritual?" My mother, "What?" And I said, "That's a Negro spiritual." And she's like, "No, it's not." It's clear on the revival. Sang that song in the 60s. And I was like, "Wade in the water?" And she's like, "Wait, what?" And I was like, "Wade in the water. It's a Negro spiritual." And she's like, "Oh, I thought you were saying rolling down the river." And I remember being like, "No, Wade in the water. I saw it on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. There was a Negro spiritual." My mom's like, "Oh, okay, maybe that is, but rolling down the river is from a band, Creedence Clearwater Revival." So I don't know, it had to do with water or rivers or something. And I just kind of was like, well, Tina Turner, when she sang it, she kind of sounded like She's just belting it. Anyway. I'm so pissed about this fucking fantasy football team. I like fell asleep on like even in bed. I'm like, fuck. Ashton Gentry had 33 fucking points. Are you fucking serious? Do you regret it? Fuck yeah, I regret it. What the fuck was I thinking? But then again, I'm like, well, I probably would have done it again. That motherfucker had 3 touchdowns and they still lost. Anyway, so then earlier on this stream, the back pages or whatever you want to call them, I did this thing. It was very funny. I remember being so tired. I would fucking drive all over LA, and I like fell asleep at the wheel one time. And fortunately, because of Honda's like auto driving system, though it wasn't a self driving car or anything like that, it did not kill me. But I fell asleep on camera, and while driving 60 miles an hour, 405 at least, and I could not keep my eyes open. I was so tired. Anyway, it was like around that time, way early. This is like more than 4 years ago. I can't believe I've been doing this streaming long. Anyway, I would always try to start the song. I would be like, Israel, the Rebbe, no, listen to me. If anybody asked you what it was like watching Rabbi's live stream, first you have to know it's a worst stream. But then you have to ask them, have you ever heard Tina Turner sing Proud Mary? Have you ever heard the beginning of that song? Because it's just like that. And if you don't understand that, there's the fucking door. Get out of here. Are you fucking serious? This is the worst shit ever. What is this bullshit? You know? Every now and then. Here's something for us. Nice. Easy. Nope. This isn't it. This isn't it. There's like a certain version that they would play on the radio that would be like, oh yeah, that's it. But that ain't it, baby. No. No, it's not this. That's not it. I can tell, like in her voice. What? No. That's not it either. That's not it. Dog, there is one fucking version of this song. No, that's the one that I fucking would say there's like. No. Every now and then, I think you might like to hear something from us. Nice and easy. But there's nothing. You see, we never ever do nothing nice and easy. Boys do it nice and rough. So we're gonna take the beginning of the song and do it easy. But then we're gonna finish rough. This is the way we do Proud Mary. Rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. This is the story. I left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and day. Never lost 1 minute of sleep. Then I was worrying about the way things might have been. The big wheels will keep on turning. Proud Mary keep on burning. And we're rolling, rolling, yeah, rolling on the river. We cleaned a lot of plates in Memphis, and I pumped a lot of tang down in New Orleans. But I never saw the good side of the city until I reached a ride on a riverboat queen. Big wheel keep on turning. Proud Mary keeps on burning. And we're rolling, rolling, yeah, rolling on the river. On the river, rolling, yeah, rolling on the river, rolling on the river. I left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and day. But I never lost 1 minute of sleep, never worried about the way the things might have been. Big wheel keep on turning, oh, better keep on burning. And we're rolling, rolling on the river. We're rolling, rolling on the river. Do 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 about the place in Memphis. Pumped a lot of tame down in New Orleans. But never thought it was good side of the city till I hit the ride on the riverboat queen. Big wheel keep on turning, round, baby keep on burning, burning and rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. We're rolling on the river. Do 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 ba 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 ba. If you come down to the river, I bet you're gonna find some people who live. You don't have to worry if you have no money. People on the river are happy to give. Big wheel keep on turning, round, maybe keep on burning. They rolling, yeah, rolling, yeah, we're rolling on the river. Yeah, rolling on the river. Rolling, yeah, rolling on the river. And rolling, rolling on the river. Rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. The new yeah, na, 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 na. That was live in Europe in 1988. Is that the version? I really think it's a little different. I mean, maybe. Every now and then, I'm gonna do something from us. Nice. Easy. Ding. See, never ever do nothing. Nice. Easy. We always do. Nice. Yeah. And then we get done this song and do it easy. But then we're gonna finish it. That's what we do. Proud Mary. We rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. We left a good job in River City, working for the man every night and day. Never lost a minute of sleep, and I was worrying about the way I think might have been. I know that it will keep on turning. Proud Mary, keep on burning. And we're rolling, 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 yeah. Rolling, rolling on the river, rolling on the river. Sing a lot of plates in Memphis, and I pumped a lot of tan down in New Orleans. Never saw the good side of the city until I hitched a ride on the riverboat Queen. Know that it will keep on turning. Proud Mary, keep on burning. And we're rolling, 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 yeah, rolling, rolling on the river, rolling on the river, we're rolling, 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 yeah, rolling, rolling on the river, rolling on the river. Anyway, how do you say Negro spiritual now? That's what it was known as when I was a kid. In not a bad way. It was just like spirituals, also known as Negro spirituals, African American spirituals, Black spirituals, or spiritual music. Okay, so it's known about as that. It's still known as that. It's not seen pejoratively. Anyway, in our house, Rover Proud Mary is a spiritual. Is it? Not traditional. Raiding the waters. So the waiting. Welcome. How are you, Mark? Mark, can you hear me? Mark, do you know English? Can you hear me, big dog? Mark, do you remember that time I asked you how you were doing? Mark, 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 do you know Marky Mark and the Flunky Bunch? Well, you should. Fuck you. No one gives a shit about you. You're the worst. No one likes your shit. Market. Oh, it's Market. What about Merkins? What is a Merkin? Oh, it's like a fucking toupee for your pubes. Anyway, it's like we're in the water, children. Way in the water. Got no trouble. Wade in the water. Hey, wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. Got no trouble. Water. It's got no trouble. Water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. Got no trouble. Water. No, it's water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. It's water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. No, it's water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. No, it's water. God's gonna trouble the water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. It's water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Now, why do you end it so awkwardly? Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Anyway, that's just, it was very much like the, what is that Disney cartoon, The Adventures or some shit? That lady with the pink hat that's a mouse. And 50 goes west, that's the thing. Mouse goes. God's gonna trouble the water. Alright, how many fucking impressions do you think this bitch got? 120. If I had more than 120, that'd be great. 148. Shit. According to the Times magazine. Alright. Worst stream ever. Waiting for waiting for God's gonna trouble the water. Wait in the water, children. Wait in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Anyway. Do you know that that's a Negro spiritual? That's a song by Creedence Clearwater Revival from the 1960s. No, I mean, Wade in the Water. Oh, well, that might be. Proud Mary was the 1960s. You know that big wheel keep on turning. Keep on rolling. And we rolling, 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 yeah, rolling down the river, and we're rolling, 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 yeah, rolling down the river, rolling down Let a good job in the city, working for the man every day. Never will not in the sleep, working on the way, think money, make no little meeting, keep on running. My baby, keep on running. And we're rolling, 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 What's it? What would be the theme? Back? Is it called back porch music? What's that one song? Let's see if we can get ChatGPT to fire this up. Um, if we'll find it. Yo, what's that song? It's from like the 1970s about there's a lyric in it where it's like a father telling the boyfriend of his daughter, like, don't catch me finding you around my back porch. It was very popular. Sundown, like Gordon Lightfoot. That's it. Sundown, you better take it. If I find you been creeping around my back. If they show me a fucking advertisement, I'm gonna be pissed. That porch music. I can see you lying back in your satin dress in a room where you do what you don't confess. Sundown, you better take care. If I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. Sundown, you better take care. If I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. She's been looking like a queen in a sailor's dream. and she don't always say what she really means. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I get feeling better when I'm feeling no pain. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I get feeling better when I'm feeling no pain. When picture of the move that a man could make, getting lost in her loving is your first mistake. Sundown, you better take care. If I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. Sometimes I think it's a sin when I feel like I'm winning when I'm losing again. I can see her looking fast in her faded jeans. She's a hard loving woman, got me feeling mean. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I get feeling better when I'm feeling no pain. Sundown, you better take care. If I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. Sundown, you better take care. If I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I feel like I'm dead and back, losing my pain. Nice, except the lyrics are incorrect at the end. Yeah, that's right, guys. Get that shit right. Fix it. Look at this athleticism. Mr. Crypto Whale followed you. That's a mistake. Look at that athleticism. Did you see anybody? Have you ever seen anybody sneeze like that? It's really unprecedented. I am so pissed at this fucking fantasy football team. I'm so pissed. I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to think about it. It's terrible. It's a real fucking shame. We got a Bridget Wilson ponytail. Why? Because she had shorter hair, not like real short, but like all her friends had long ponytails, and this girl had short ponytail. It was always like she's really good at soccer, though. Remember that? All right, so what do we do? You get your lazy ass up and press those fucking buttons. I'm so pissed at this fantasy football team. They can't even get 100 fucking points. How did Michael Pittman do? Sucks. Pittman did well. David Montgomery sucked. Debo. Dude, if I would have made two moves, kept Ashton Gentry and played David Montgomery last week, I'd be undefeated. Sucks. Dude. What if he gets injured, though? You would have won in fuck. Oh, look at this move. Hey, why can't they just build shit that doesn't crash? My fetish is Bimble MILFs and software that doesn't crash. Those are my fetishes. Anybody wants to know how to get to me, maybe through my stomach, but also that. And Khanis, that's my thing.
So brought to you by MeUndies. Go to MeUndies.com/Joe and check out all their men's and women's underwear and all
So pissed.
sweatpants, shirts, t-shirts, socks, all their amazing products. Go to MeUndies.com/Joey to get 20% off of your first order or save $8 a pair with the MeUndies subscription plan. And shipping is always free in the US and Canada. MeUndies.com/Joey. I'm slipping. That's the only. I'm taking it deeper in the murky waters. A free fucking white gay guys that sing the song. I love the fact. Here we go.
WUNC, WUNC.
Oh shit. You haven't heard this in years, have you? I've never heard it.
Duh. Look at this athleticism. Look at this footwork. Look at this move. Look at this move. Sundown, you better take care. If you find me, sometimes I think it's the same. Yeah, I get feeling better when I'm losing my deal.
We got a long weekend in New York City, so we'll get this podcast to keep you going for the second half of the night. Last night. Tonight's just a wild night. 13 good
Sometimes I think it's the same. When I get feeling better when I'm losing Yo, dog, you know you've been doing this for 4 fucking years, and you have 0 motherfuckers who watch you? Sometimes Look at this move. This athleticism. It's really impressive, damn it. Gotta take a whiz. The whiz kid. Look at this foot.
And once he reaches for me, I declaw the shirt and then hug him and play with him. And that's how it goes until he gets sick and tired of fucking being there. He's cool as fuck. You see how he was with his wife that day? He's cool as fuck. You can't get rid of him. He's like fucking her. You'll never get rid of that motherfucker. Yeah, love. I don't mind, but he starts on you and he climbs you. You have a nice shirt. I can't have him sit on you because you have 1,000 of them. I look at my shirts, nice fucking $8 fucking shirts, and I got holes in them because he's a nightmare when he jumps on you. He always and he doesn't mean it. He loves you. He really fucking is a loving cat. You know, Harry, you never hurt him on your legs. What your legs? Harry always fucking jumps and holds on to your legs and pulls himself up with the fucking like I'm not Olympus. You know, and next thing you know, I have 3 little Bruce Lee scars on my fucking leg. And I don't mind. Listen, that's a cost I have for fucking cats. So, yeah, he starts on the left side, then he moves over, and then he fucking climbs to the couch, and then he eagerly creeps up on your shoulder, and he puts his nose on your neck, which again, I can't get mad at him. He's like a dog. Superman's a fucking dog. You know, Superman went from one extreme to the other, isn't it? Superman went from had no contact and running outside with a girl and sitting there with young kids. So you can't get rid of him. It was just, he's like a kid in the night. You know, he wanted a nice kid, he came up with that too. He's doing heroin. That's Superman. And not in a bad way. He went from being completely antisocial, just being Superman. Just being fucking Superman. Like, that's why I gave that name, because I wasn't with him when he lived outside. When they were fucking kids, when he was buck wild, they had one. Their mom was on one side of the fence, and they were tiny babies on the other. And they went, they would go out and spread out. First, they would stay 3 feet from the mom, then they would go 6 feet from the mom, then 9 feet from the mom. And as they got older, they'd leave at 6 in the morning, and they'd be sleeping with the moms. Like coming up, it was cold out in LA, it was that time of the year, they'd be coming up with the mom. They had that. I worried about that. That was the only building back there I got to see from A to Z. For a while there, it was just cats building and dying. This was like after a long stretch of no kidding. This was her last letter. And she had those 4 cats. After she had had like 56 living and the females that were growing up, they were having kids back there. The whole building was giving away fucking kittens, and people coming to get the kittens. And every morning you wake up, that kid when they were young, he would kill them before. He was able to samurai would kill them, so he could fucking get the mom again, give her a stabbing. So I would go outside and get off and I'd watch them. And, at one point, for 6, 8 weeks, I don't know, the fucking doctor loved it there. I could see that. The rest of them would stay going, but we had a barbecue that day. Okay? It was a community barbecue. It was real clean and shit.
What's that one song? J. Cole.
When they were living. And that's as far as they were straight. That's a little bit. He go on the fucking roof. He got on the roof of the building. He got on the roof of the building. He was always laughing for way ahead of the other 3 fucking kids. And there was a boy. And he was crazy. But not as crazy as fucking Super. So I would get to the point where I would go upstairs and worry about these 3 kittens. I go, Super, I ain't gonna be there anymore. Because he's so fucking crazy. He's gonna fight with a possum.
No role
He's gonna
models.
fight with a raccoon. A skunk that was raccoons back then.
I love this fucking. I love this song. It's like bird. Yo, what's up, baby? How you living? What up, Fink? Fink, can you hear me? Fink, you can go fuck yourself and nobody gives a shit about you. Worst person ever. First things first, rest in peace, Uncle Phil. For real. You're the only one I ever knew. Look at this move. Bitcoin cold. Sick. How many people followed? Let's see. 175,000. Oh, no. 175. Account suspended. 179. First things first, rest in peace, Uncle Phil. For real. You're the only one I ever knew. I have 4 followers. Cheesehead Club. Rest in peace, Uncle Phil. For real. You're the only one I ever knew. Shout out. Damn girl with the
My wife was telling me that the cats were sick outside, that they weren't the same as they were. She was especially that fucking super bad. I know for a fact something's wrong with them because that motherfucker hasn't opened in 2 days. So she hunted those cats down and tried to save their lives, give them vitamins and stuff. It was surreal. The cat she had saved back there was her, and a Japanese lady. They were back there every day feeding them the cats from a bottle. It was just surreal. And then it died down, and we had those last 4 and smacked Dimmy then 4 times. Dimmy didn't know what had happened. He just ran away and she went right back to her home like nothing fucking happened. The 2 girls pulled away. No, was a little old, fat now, so she can't move like she used to. And those 2 girls could throw fucking beat my Evie. To this day, I don't put my face by Evie. Yeah, I don't put my face by Evie. The only way I'll put my face by Evie is if she's looking that way and I'm petting her from behind and I kiss her on the head. If you get Evie riled up, I'll move your hair real quick. That hand is history. She'll clock you twice and then wipe your fingertip. So you have to get her excited for her to turn, and once she's turning, you go back and she'll turn real quick and just walk twice. That's the crazy thing you have to do. You have to know this with Evie doesn't, you've never seen it. You've seen it maybe once or twice. They don't want to be played with. They don't want to be fucked with. They don't want to be loved. Oh, I got it. She's my girl. She's my princess. Really? I was playing with her when I started bleeding my nose. Oh, you gotta warm her up and then she'll play with you. She's the cutest cat I've ever seen at that age. Her face is just, I've never seen a face like that in a cat when you get her happy. She's meow, really. She's really cute. And you play with her, you give her the string and you play with her like you can play with her for a long time. She's that type of cat, but Evie, you gotta keep Evie on leave her alone. Because she knows I'm pissed off. Like she'll say to her son, I'm getting pissed off with this motherfucker. So I gotta leave. Like if Demi's there and I'm giving Demi love, when she comes up, I'm gonna drop her. She doesn't want no games. She doesn't bother you a lot. She doesn't come out every night. She comes out, Saran. And when I put him down as he's leaving, she'll swat at him and shit. And I'm looking like, what the fuck? Just for being there. Just for being there. Just for fucking principle. Jesus Christ. And she'll come over and she'll let me pet her head and rub her dead and call her beautiful. And I pick her up a little bit. And on her own, she'll just take off. And that's it. I think this is why cats like get a bad name. Because this is like what I love the cat. Besides the allergies, this is my only experience with cats. Either they hate or they're mean. So like your cats are like the first cats that are like actually enjoyable to be around. Oh, they're very enjoyable to be around because that's the love I've given them. You follow me, you get what you give in with anything. With anything. And I don't know. At the point when I met Terry, that cat was what I needed. It's the dumbest fucking thing to talk about. But it really is. It was like I needed something to take care of, fill that void. I don't know. Because we hit it off right away. And it got to the point where it slowed me down a little bit. I would come home or afternoon instead of staying up till dinner just to play with him, just to brush him, chip his teeth, the whole fucking thing. I liked him. But I would still do the same with a dog. When I had Hercules, I gave that dog all the love in the world I had. I went to Colorado in '85, and one day I'm sitting in my fucking house, and the door knocks, and it's George Berkeley. Can I come up with him? And we had all lived together for a while. He had this dog, Sarge. He was an Austrian Shepherd. Sarge was fucking the goods. Sarge was the goods. He was just one of those dogs they lived in Colorado. So George said, to take this job, take Sarge. Can you take them for me? I said, absolutely. So from maybe October of '85 to maybe January. No, it was long. I had him about a year and a half. So it was a long time. I'm off all the time. So what the money gave to me when I came back from San Francisco. So it was October of '96, and I took him to Aspen with me. So the whole time I stayed in Aspen, I had him. And one day there was a knock on the door. George Berkeley. Never called who he was. I need the dog back. And I didn't know what to do. I really didn't know what to do. I didn't know whether I had to argue with her or I was going to keep the dog. My girlfriend at the time was heartbroken. And I was kind of heartbroken because I had this nice apartment. I was living with her. You know, we had a backyard. I enjoyed my time with fucking Sarge. So I gave George back Sarge for a week. This guy, George Katsakis, this Greek, gave me this dog. Hercules. He was a German Shepherd. He was a devastated. Fucking puppy. I used to make vanilla milkshakes. I used to play Pink Floyd with him one day, and then when it would snow, he would shovel snow with me. It was just like this 4 or 5 week bonding. Then my girlfriend came back, and we took the dog. We had the dog. The dog was ours when we fucking, whatever, 87 to, I lost him in a divorce in 94. Paula really likes dogs. She really, and I love dogs, but that's honestly one thing I'm worried about is I take it really seriously. We've talked about it before, about the pee pads here. People just leave their dogs in crates all day. I don't think I could do that. You know, at this age that you have right now, you're a couple of years away from making a move and getting a bigger place. And at that place, you attack your career and your life will be a lot clearer. You know, the podcast market is growing. Companies are popping up. Companies are approaching us. Receiving approaches. We're getting out. Finally, people taking podcast series. So, you never know where you might end up. Once you end up somewhere, you got a crate, you got a yard, and a fucking thing. But you know what? What's your future? You never know what you never want to do.
What the fuck? Here's that song again.
Go to meundies.com/Joey and check out all their men's and women's underwear.
It's gonna get stuck in your head.
Busy with the elevator company. And he goes, "What's up?" I go, "I'm having a hard time with Carmine's that you come over and do breakfast." And for some reason, I broke down right there. I didn't complain to him. I just cried on my own. I hung up and I cried more. And I felt a lot better than I came up with that. We all, that's, you know, no matter how horrific it is, for some people it takes longer than others. But listen, Fidel died, and my wife and I had a conversation again. Fidel, that fucking alley really misses Fidel. She goes, my wife is like, I know for a fact. She changed as soon as Fidel died. She got really sad because we brought Allie in and she was a fucking kid. And she took to Fidel like sometimes a big cat takes to a little cat. No, she followed Fidel everywhere. In fact, we took to the vet one time. And the vet was like, what's going on, Allie? Like, he was like a foreigner trying to be cute. And my wife goes, she's got a crush on Fidel. No, Fidel is too big for you. Fidel was a fucking camel at the time. He was 20 fucking pounds. She's like a 9-month kid. But she would follow Fidel everywhere. So she, when Fidel died, she's, you know, death is weird. Death with animals is weird. And some people, my friend called Keith Gandhi, maybe 4 weeks ago, he told me how my my cat died. I haven't been the same for 2 months. She used to watch football with me for the last fucking 15 years, you know. It's like a kid, but I'd rather have love than no. The thing, I love my animals. I fucking love them. I love my cats. I love coming home at night, the feeling of coming home and bombing. Or some fucking asshole says something to you at the store and just get in your car and you drive a blow, can't get pissed off and you fucking
204 already? This shit's blowing up, baby.
There's always one of those motherfuckers away waiting for me. He hears me parking the car. I smoke a little bit and I go right back in the living room video. And I put the TV on how you kiss it. And they disappear. Sometimes they hang all night, sometimes they hang for fucking 10 minutes. But it's fucking something that you cannot describe. Whether it's a cat, a parrot, a snake, however you look at your pet. You know, I make fun of it. Because sometimes I don't understand it, but I do understand the service pet industry. I just don't understand regular motherfucker playing the fucking up my world. But I do understand the comfort that an animal gives a human being. I vice versa. I really understand it. I've seen it. I believe in it. I know there's times with me when I'm with them all day, and without even knowing, they jump on me, and I'm on the phone, and somebody wants me to email them. And as I go to get up, I'm about to push the cat. I'm like, whoa, look at this motherfucker. This motherfucker knows what I'm going through today.
Haven't they like stopped you from passing out before?
They stopped me from passing out. They've stopped me from cursing out a motherfucker. You know, they really do. They're calming. And there's tests. There's some research. And I don't want people to think that there's research that states if you own a pet, you live a couple of years longer.
I can see it.
I don't know what the 3 years for dogs or 7 years for dogs and 3 years longer for cats. People who have pets throughout their lives. But I get it. I get that little connection. I get that the feeling of buying your cat a $200 fucking hanging post and going, you deserve this. When I come in, whatever. Sometimes you cook and they come home and fuck with your world. And you're like, you're not getting none of this, but they're like, you know what? We're not leaving until we get a piece. So you better fucking get your head together. And once you know that, you're like, okay, let me just give them a fucking piece of cheese. They'll disappear. And I'll stop bothering. Whatever the fuck I'm making with cream, rice, whatever the fuck. There's always one of those motherfuckers that wants a fucking action of what I got.
I was going through the old Man Flavors World videos, and we had some where you were giving Finny ham. And I forgot what the first like Man Flavors World we did. You had Finny, he was making a meow, like you would talk to when you make a meow, like, Finny, what are you doing? A meow, and then you run away. Oh my gosh.
I get pissed. They fucking run out of that room, and they come back 3 minutes later.
It's, yeah, I had my dog, and I think that was the only time I've ever cried in front of her, to be honest. And we were in a car, so I don't even know if she saw me.
You know how many times people on Saturdays go somewhere and just ride a horse? They own a horse. You like a fucking horse that don't run races. Why would I want a fucking horse? When I was 30, I figured out that people like me smoke a fucking dude, put that fucking hard hat on and those little horse boots, and they go for a fucking, really know how to ride a horse professionally, not professionally, like doing shows or whatever. But they know exactly where to go and they take a fucking 3 or 4 hour horse ride. Can you imagine what that feels like? On your horse, while he's shit, he stops, he jumps up and does that fucking low range thing.
Horse people take a lot of pride in it because they go and feel like they clean their hooves.
This is all
It's a big thing.
When you look at those guys on baby, like that fucking moron brushing his horse, you should hire somebody, but no, you don't hire nobody for that. You can't hire somebody for that. You lose the fucking boudoir. If you hire somebody, it's when you brush them. You know how much I love brushing my cats.
You do it though every day now.
Yeah, I have to. But I brush every day. Bah, 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 and have a system so they don't lose their mind because they get overstimulated. Yeah, they fucking. So there's a way you brush and then you paddle with your hand and then both. To give them love with the hand to control. Then I give them the brush, do it again with the hand and both. It's really interesting. I didn't read this. I fucking learned it by doing. By seeing what it did, how it made them feel more, whatever.
At ease, yeah.
At ease. So these little things you just fucking learn by seeing. I'm a fucking cat bro just because I watch my wife. Yeah, I watch that. I watch, and for years growing up, I was a dog bro. I had dogs all along. To the minute my mom fucking grew up, I had a fucking dog. I started with Champion, and then I died with fucking Crystal. Who I would break into Nina's house from time to time into the yard, go in the dog house with Crystal after my mother died. That was the saddest thing ever. I think about that fucking dog all the time and how bad I felt through the life that dog lived. That dog died like me. He went from fucking living in a house with an air conditioner, people giving you love to live in a fucking yard with Nina. And I couldn't take the dog. There was nothing I could do with the fucking dog. That's terrible. I was living in somebody's house.
And you can't walk up with the dog.
So no, I've had my horrible experiences with dogs and cat heartbreaks, and I've had to justify it. So this is why I have this, because it's a complete different universe. And sometimes you fuck up in that universe, let me get a cat or a dog and make it right this time. And give that dog, and I've always given my animals tons of love. I've never like evict my dogs or I don't know. No, because I was thinking like cats have the negative connotation, and sometimes among people, and so I'm thinking about you and your special just because I got to go to Austin, it was great, and I was like, because you have this reputation, and but then you go and you wonder, like, you what this the podcast with songs like gay black girl, and then we're talking about how you love your cats, and I feel like sometimes some people's first impressions of you might not be that you love that stuff, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe you don't feel that, but no, but that's the beauty of it. They all look a little deeper. You know, that's the beauty that we all that fuck up. That's why the Mad Flames world. Listen, I can come on here and make a list of the things people want to talk about. I can come on here and I know the music that play for people that don't jump up and down to. That's not what I want to do. But they hear all the time. That's cool. That's not what they want to do. I go from time to time in the mornings play that type of music to get people riled up. I can be a fucking yes man. You know what I like about cats? The reason people hate cats, they don't come to you when you call them. They have their own world. They live the fucking life by their rules. A cat.
What's this bullshit?
He jumps on your lap. You know the whole thing. He likes you in the face. A cat.
Each professor followed me. Sick.
So people can't deal with that disconnection. I can't because I'm
Yo, baby, I don't follow back though. It's just not. It's not my style.
That's my specialty. You don't have to tell me. I don't want you to fucking tell me. I'll do it on my own. I don't ever want you to say, hey, you gotta pay the rent on these. Don't tell me that. I'll do it on my own. And that's what you love about cats. That's what I love about cats. That mental freedom, that attitude. Which some people don't like or respect. They want to command their animal to come and whatever. Cats are completely on their own fucking realm. You think I wasn't really, well, I like dogs. I wasn't really a fan of the cat. I didn't hate the cat. I wouldn't light the cat on fire, so rocket that motherfucker. Thank goodness. But I didn't own a cat. If I went into your house and you had a cat, I avoided that motherfucker. And I remember going to homes and people's cats would jump on and they'd do it super bad. And Harry do now, and I would be scared to death. And they would go, no, that means he likes you. And I would go, what the fuck kind of animal likes you by putting his claws in your fucking leg? Fuck that fucking bat with fucking legs. I hated cats, but it wasn't that. I would shoot him or run him over with a fucking car. You know, since I was a kid, I go out and away for squirrels. You know, I don't want to fucking hit a squirrel. I still don't think I would pick up one of your cats. I love all your cats. I don't think it would go. I'm still a little bit. Harry would let you pick him up. Really? Timmy wouldn't. Superman will let you fuck him in the ass. You don't give a fuck. You can pet him for an hour and let you fuck him in the ass. Allie won't let you pick her up. None of the girls let you pick him up. I wouldn't even know how to go about it. Just sneak up behind Harry. Harry will drop. Just rub him by the stomach. And Harry's the one that'll do it the most. He'll let you get the most. Harry and Superman will let you the most. But you can't have fear in your hands. Right, yeah, that's what I have. You cannot have fear in your hands. And that's a complete other thing you have to learn over the years. I got bit so much by dogs that I got rid of that fear. I Did you ever have a dog when you were homeless? Did you have? No. I was not gonna be one of those guys who was gonna take a fucking dog down a bad street like that, you know? I didn't know if Hercules. No, I know because he divorced. Right. Yeah, no, Hercules lived with me all the way till before I went to New York City. I left Hercules with Danny, and my ex-wife called Danny and said that Joey called you and said for me to come home and pick up the dog. I never told my wife that. And she went home and picked up Hercules, and I never saw Hercules again. Didn't bother me. It was all rolled up in one fucking big ball of fuck you know? Right, yeah, so you can't really dissect. I really can't fucking dissect it. But no, I like my pets. The next couple of days when I go home, I'll miss them. I'll miss them so much that I can swear I just saw them. Oh, in the hotel room? In the hotel room, late night, like 12, watching TV, I'm relaxing, I'm writing, I got glasses on. I can feel one, like I can see one when I walk by, like, what the fuck am I thinking? I'm not home. I know you never wanted this with your cats, but if you had a cat that wasn't like attached to the group, would you bring a cat on the road if they let you? No. Because I don't want them on a plane. I think that's cruelty to animals what they do under the fucking plane. They don't recover from that fucking brain trauma. Oh, yeah. You know, if I fly 2 hours with a cat, what I hear and what that cat hears is two different noises. He thinks he's going to fucking die. He hears the bottom of that plane. Is that plane they going over? Yeah. Think of being in the engine of that plane and being an animal. It's 3 hours of fucking horror. And in the meanwhile, they're listening to other fucking animals meowing and the elephant and fucking crying and shit. You know, so I hope I can't. For me, I know people do it. And I see dogs on the other side when people are there and the dogs fly out there up the fucking owner. And they go, it's great to see you. Don't ever fucking do that to me again. Yeah, well, they're letting some on plane, like, I know for like the service agents, but they also don't think there's like dogs, like in the carriers, plane hour, no, it has to be a service animal. It's going to be a service animal or in a bag. It's going to come pull this dog, no, buck, no, in a blue bag, and they can't walk out of that fucking bag. So Paul wants to go to New York in 6.5 hours. What you gonna do? That dog wants to piss and shit. Yeah, it's bound to piss and shit. That dog shit's next to me. I gotta stab Paul in a little while. You understand me? And you do. Oh, yeah. So, because that dog, that shit's gonna stink. That's why they put those planes down. Because you've never smelled dog shit. Dog shit on dog shit's on a plane. That's what it gets. It's like Big Macs. Big Macs smell great when you walk by. Bring that motherfucker on a plane. Open up that Big Mac. You want to puke. You want to barf. I tried to bring, what is it called? Trail mix on the plane. And I had to close it. I felt bad. And I opened it and smelled gas. So I can't imagine what. Have you been on a plane that had dog shit? Yeah. I gotta take it down. I got on a plane one time with a dog shit as we got on the plane. Maybe 6 years ago, and they had a plane like we had to go 30 minutes out. We had to walk to another plane. But the whole time was stuck. From the fucking, when you come in, you know, you can go in and ticket. Right. You smelled it right there. And they're like, what's that smell? People are like, oh my God. And then people started walking down. And the dog had gone in, and right when you turn to get on the plane, he goes right fucking there. So the plane smelled that way and that way. Oh, no. So they were talking about picking it up and putting it away, but it was dog. It was brutal. It was fucking brutal. You can't blame the dog. It doesn't know what's going on. Who are you gonna blame? The fucking person who brought that fucking dog on a fucking plane. Yeah, really? You're gonna have a nervous breakdown today, cocksucker? When you were outside, you were talking on the phone, jumping up and down, talking about the Yankees. Now you're gonna have a fucking nervous breakdown. That's what pisses me off. You know, really, you gotta pick the fucking thing about it. Like everybody else, I'll give you a star at that. You won't know nothing. You won't have any emotion. The only emotion you have is your heart breathing as you pass out. You're gonna wake up in Philadelphia. Where the fuck you going? You're gonna go, Jesus Christ, Joey. I need those all the time. Well, all these guys that have that fear, they don't take Xanax. You know, they pass out, just go to sleep. I have the same fear, but I can't go to sleep. I fell asleep on a plane from Austin the other day. Really? Oh, you didn't sleep? I'm happy you went to Austin. Oh, so much fun. We got to see Obispo. You got to meet some people, some new fucking people who you were. Oh, yeah, Obispo was excited person I've ever seen. Her mom was there, her son was there. Her whole family was great. Character I fucking love. We Texas. I've been thinking a lot about Texas since we came home. That's I need to start going to Texas more often, man. I'm definitely going to Houston. I booked Dallas time. We go to fucking Dallas and go to Chuck and Jive and eat some fucking gumbo and some jambalaya and shit. Fuck yeah, there used to be a record store there too. And you go in there and any record you needed was right there, man. They also had a fucking ice cream place. They got a Japanese steakhouse. It's a fun fucking 3 days. We might have to take him to the Kennedy Suite. The suite where he slept the night before he got shot and shit. My dad did radio on Dallas. Yeah, he was in his 20s, yeah. Way before you. Oh, yeah, way before me. He has top. It was named after him at the place, and it had like monster balls. It was like a joke top. But he was like on the radio, so they like named it top. Dallas is a good city, also. Dallas is a good, like I said the other day, there's a lot of great fucking cities in Texas that I went to. I cut my comedy teeth in Texas, man, and they didn't give a fuck. They didn't shit happened. You know, it's, I don't know, it's back pain, it's been stress. That's been on my mind. That's been bothering me the last couple of weeks, which I've had a couple of things that have been eating away at me lately. Nothing serious, just, you know, different situations I have to get into. The situation goes down, but that type of shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm really happy we just said that in the podcast. But now, the involvement is we're fucking right to Dallas Studios. I don't think I can tell what to do with it. I did it for almost 9 guys and then those movies and those TV shows. And I gotta tell you, some of them never want to kiss ass and take pictures or whatever. I talk to because you have to be sociable, so I talk to different people, and there's people I really like, and there's people I saw right through, but you listen to me going, Joey, are you fucking retarded? Exactly, but here's the thing. Guys, it's a complete different thing than selling a show and owning your own show and having your own show than doing somebody else's show or somebody else's fucking movie. And, you know, man, when you have the freedom of being a stand-up, you know, like I have the freedom of, I'd love to shoot a movie or a TV show for 3 weeks, you know, just to get me to love stand-up that much more. And I do stand-up for 6 months, and I'm like, fuck, I gotta write the material. Hey, you wanna do a movie for 6 weeks? Fuck yeah, it gives me a chance to write the fucking material. And not really give a fuck. That's the system I wanted. Love with all the fucking union things and the insurance and all the differences. It's like, you know what, man? They're gonna pay me to be unhappy. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, it sounds like a fucking whiny thing to say, but we've discussed this 1,000 times on this podcast. I'm being happy that's the most important fucking thing that I'm scared to sign on for somebody, and after 4 days, I want to shoot myself in the mouth. I think that's what I'm fucking scared of, to be honest with you. Doesn't that happen to everyone when they start a new job? I mean, I think that's, and I think what the difference is going to be is when you started 20 years ago. You wouldn't want to be tomorrow with good joy when you work on something for 1 day. If I leave at 12, like now and then, I can have a good time, get high, go down, but I will spend 2 days or something like that. He's reaching in his own country. It's like just stating it. I control the United States and I control the country. And I can't read that no more. I can't read the fucking. I dare them to say that's not true as it is true. I can't read so American anything else to say. Even if I did the flash did, I didn't pick up even if I could use it. I'm American. You can't treat. It's too humiliating. I can't handle it. And I shouldn't have to put up with it. Sick of treating people. I was telling my neighbors, my nation of 350 million people, to be forced into doing things that are bad for me and my children because of some country like that is a violation of the most basic rights we have with our leaders who just represent us because most of the time they're not. And there's an ongoing humiliation which we have designed to make us crazy, designed to turn us into haters. But never accept this. We have to accept it. We have nothing to be ashamed of. This is wrong. And if it's not, I'm telling you how it's going to be. You stop attacking me and They was telling me to get the back march. I didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. That's the line where you stand for the camera. Like I'm not here to line nobody. I know nothing. And those people. Facing an unexpected financial emergency? You need EthicsMoney.com. EthicsMoney.com could help you get up to $5,000 fast. EthicsMoney.com is free to use, available 24/7, and has an A rating from the Better Business Bureau. Go to the name you trust, EthicsMoney.com. If you need emergency cash up to $5,000 for bills or anything else, type EthicsMoney.com directly in your browser. That's EthicsMoney.com. EthicsMoney.com.
What the fuck? Folks, look at this athleticism. Look at this footwork. Look at this man. So Cash Monday. It's always Cash Monday. Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. A boo. A boot. Who's that guy? What's his name? Positive. Brody. Positive.
What's up, Lisa? Yeah, where the fuck you been? What's the question? You been in the gym? The little Mexican chick kidnapped you. Fuck the mollies. They're good, aren't they? Those chili cheese ones are delicious. I didn't know it was a Christmas thing for Mexican people. So our friend brought you some too. So, yeah, Rodrigo brought you some too. They use well, they make 80 of them. Probably like 100. Yeah, oh yeah. How many did you get? Like 5, I think. That's it. I went there. It was Christmas Eve. We had those for dinner, and I had like a couple the next day. And I have 4 at my house. Yeah, nice time. Yeah, different cultures. They fucking really work. Have you ever seen End of Watch? It's the cop movie with Jake Gyllenhaal and the Mexican dude. And they're talking about how it's just like for Jewish people, it's important, but it's like the holidays. Not at least from my family, I wasn't with them at all times. There's always someone in the house. It's always a cousin or something. And it's if you like them, it's great. Like I have some cousins who I'm not huge fans of, but then it's not that fun. But when it's people who you like and enjoy spending time with, it's traditional Jewish. Yeah. Brisket, monkeys, and Passover. You know, it's great. I love my family. Fuck yeah, in the freezer. In the freezer, Mom made a bunch. Yeah. You still got monkeys in the freezer? Yeah, fuck yeah. What's happening, Brody Stevens? Great to be Steven Brody Stevens. Got it. 818 representing this.
Till I die. Hey, Rabbi, have you ever had an 818 number? Fuck yeah, baby. Look at this athleticism. It's really unprecedented, folks.
Where'd you model that Raymond? I've done some in Serbia. I had a photo shoot with ISIS on Friday. They're in town. Sending portfolios. That's kind of fucked up because a lot of people go into ISIS like maybe British people. There's a lot of money to get that fucking headshot. Don't come crying to me. Don't want to see a fucking pathetic marriage crying. You know he was weird. You always liked Thomas. That's what you get. I mean, why would you go over there? I mean, I understand that there's health workers and aid workers, but it's just always the guys are getting the head chopped off. They're very, open-minded, which is great, but it's kind of what maybe got them into trouble. Yeah. They've been stupid and mind their fucking business. They still would have had a head. Now they're walking around with no fucking head. The parents are lying because they gotta be fucking, they're not walking. No, well, maybe they are. Maybe they're extras. Walking like that zombie stuff. Yeah, like zombie stuff. They're still living. People are desensitized. I think to get. I saw Walking Dead, and it's over the top. I guess, right? Is that the fun about it? It's over the version of the story. I don't watch that shit. That shit scares the fuck out of me. Yeah, me too. Oh, it's serious. The fuck. I don't want to see that craziness. When I was a kid, first of all, when I was about 13, I think I had a window pane ass. I had a window pane like a lot of ass. What's code word for gorilla or something? It's all these people. Oh, okay. I don't know what kind of podcast this is. My friend and I, the usual jet that I got samples. Went to the Starbucks where they talked about, my doctor. The interview was such a great one. My friend. Was it a good film? Did you go? No. It was pretty bad. It wasn't as bad as it. Oh, you saw it? Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Chris. So, these were people, even you saw it. Like that was on the company. The chops his head off. He's still alive. You kick off for an hour. That's it. Nightmares for a week. I forget the guy's name that used to do those. Dads. That's kind of weird. I like them. But I don't know. Sure, fucking weekends are all walking around. People shooting stuff. I don't. That stuff is it's just so much content on TV. You have to keep up. You have to binge watch it. You have to talk about it. But there's just so much content. I don't know. I started getting stressed 10 years ago when you go to the video store and there's DVDs everywhere in your face. Now it's just, it's too much almost. And I pulled away. I've become a hermit. You have Netflix. Yeah, I have Netflix. It's great. It is. Let's be honest. You can get locked in, but I've been bad recently not watching films, not reading books, and trying to actually appreciate things. It's like I go on the internet, but it's like Yahoo, Drudge, UK Mail, Yahoo, UK Mail, even barely. I'm just like wasting time, and I feel like I need to take action before then I see a movie. I saw Nightcrawler. How was that? Which is I loved it. It looks great. But the thing is, say what you want about the interview, it'll be interesting to see how much money it makes. It made a ton of money. They get the public get they got Cosby. They got Cosby. That's what it's called. Get Cosby. You get Lullaby. You put it to sleep with them. Whether it's the iPhone standing in line or whether it's something, you get swirly. And now they get more obvious. I mean, we got a donation that Bodega or some of the line existed was dead. That they shot him in the room from the ship. Didn't they? Listen, these American people, we fucking show people our fish. We go fishing and we catch a fish. We show people our fish. We come from society. And when we kill a bear, we take pictures of that bear and send them home. They do. So you're not going to send a picture of an Arab if you go to the World Trade Center. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think they wanted to cause a problem. No. Let's just do it and get it out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I never saw that guy. I never saw that guy walking around in never saw him in the States. Like, Fidel, I saw it in the documentary. This guy never saw this fucking guy. This guy could have been made up. As far as we know, this guy could have been made the fuck up. This could have been a whole made up fucking thing with some picture of some little Arab guy walking around. He's still alive. And now people come up to him, you know, Osama bin Laden. He's like, no, that wasn't me. It depicts that fucking guy. You know, we shoot a goldfish. We take a picture. We go hunting. We shoot a lion. We take a picture. This guy was the world's biggest lion. Yeah, take a picture of him. Really? Come on, save that for someday. Save that for them. So, you think he's around? So I don't think he's around. I just think that I don't even know if he ever. What? I don't even know if he had. He was a hologram? No, we don't know. Think about it. I mean, they have videos of him from a while ago, but videos. Yeah. Maybe he's been dead for a while. He didn't have kidney problems. Yeah, I think he's an Uber driver out what they are. Maybe. Waiting to get that video from him. Yeah, you saw me trying to fight him. I mean, it's just, you know, I don't believe it when I see it. I'm from Missouri. I'm from the motherfucking shopping state. You are? I thought you were from Jersey. I'm from Missouri. I'm an American. So I mean, so am I. We're all from every state here in America. So how did you from Missouri? No, because it's to show me motherfucking state. Got it. They can't just show me. I'm an American. Show me. Me too. Show me a picture of Osama bin Laden with his eyeball and all that. Let me ask you, this was Mexicans were killing fucking people when they put their heads off on YouTube. Yeah. Listen, we should listen to this. I don't think they did because they didn't want to inflame any, you know, they didn't want to inflame the Muslim community or the terrorists. Let's inflame Americans and show these fucking. Let me slip on one of the motherfuckers. I don't think pulling our heads back and slicing our heads back. What hurts an American more? Seeing these guys in wearing suits on television get humiliated with their parents begging for their lives. This Americans are. Show the American getting his head cut off. Show a picture of Osama bin Laden fucking dying. Well, that would fire people up. They would get excited. You know what? When you think about it, they showed a video. Whatever his name. Who's the old guy in Iraq? What's his name? Saddam Hussein. Yeah, they showed Hussein, and then they showed that Gaddafi guy being stabbed in the asshole. But that was viral on YouTube. Yeah, it's still one viral. All right, so he could be around. Cosby. We're getting Cosby by everything. We're getting Cosby by. What does that mean exactly? Up to sleep and fucked in the ass. Whoa! We're getting a lullaby. Up to sleep and fucked in the ass. By society. I agree. No, okay. So, you know, so now you put body armor on the cops. You put cameras on the cops. You put cameras on the cops. Didn't we see the film of the black guy putting his hand up saying, I can't breathe? Yeah. What do we need a camera for? We already got the proof that they choked him and they killed him. Right. And he still got let loose. Yeah. What do you mean he got let loose? They got innocent. They were innocent. That's right. They didn't even get to that part. They said they were charged. They weren't going to charge. The cops should have turned their back on the mayor. I don't know what the boss did. I don't do. I do. All I do is read the news. So why I'm talking about like how I'm not going to movies or reading books. I'm addicted to the news. You pay attention to news and comedy. News and comedy. When you pay attention to comedy, what's important. When I wake up in the morning at 6 and they're talking about a family got shot to death in London. That's kind of I feel bad for the families. That's not what I want to wake up to at 6 o'clock. I want to wake up to the first three stories. Car accident with 6 kids in the car. 3 kids got drunk and a mom and grandfather got shot. 2 Mexicans got shot at Guantanamo. Somewhere could be black people. I don't want to hear it. I do something like all those great stories. So what we're trying to do is you want to get news that works for you. I want to hear so I put CNN and they tell me all this shit. Again, I don't want to hear it. So all the news outlets are telling me I want to hear 10% of the news, 100% bullshit. Well, you gotta go on the internet for that. You're gonna get the real deal. I mean, less not as uncensored, but you know what I'm saying. Like the regular news, it's kind of. I'm not saying it's down the middle. It's not down the middle. No, you have Fox, and then I guess you have everybody else. But you go on the internet and you get to read the comments. Well, the beautiful thing about the internet is, for years, how there's a good media control. I used to think about that. guy who got shot by the black suspect when I was home. I'm clicking. So it's like now you don't hear about school shootings. No more school shootings. This time last year, 2 years ago, school shootings were huge. Batman, the fucking idiot, got shot by Batman. Yeah. It's so weird what they want to hear. So you're saying that kind of stuff is still going on? Those kind of shootings? Like a mass? I don't know. I don't think it's like we don't hear about them fast enough. It's like some news is 1960, some news is 2015. They determine what comes up to the top first. You know, you go to, it's good because you have that at your fingertips, but the issue is you don't really know what to believe a lot of times because there are right-leaning, there's left-leaning, and there's a lot of websites that have been fake news stories. Are you serious? Like, not even just the Onion. No, they have maybe doing things. They have the Onion, which was hysterical. They said they were going to wear a patch for all the purposes of films. Pittsburgh quarterback who lived in South Carolina. But they have these websites that are posing as real news, and when a story that's so close to being true, it could be true, but it's like it gets all like all our people messed up. And like today, they have one like there's gonna be another new season of Breaking Bad, and it's harder to know what's real and not. I don't look at all that shit. Those things have more things, right? Those things, so you can tell those things are just fake. I go to honestly, I go to Drudge, ESPN, UK Mail, Yahoo is like cheese bowling. Some of their news stories are very good, and I do look at comments. So you go straight to comments and see who's committed. I'm not going to say it's a racist country. I guess it is, but on those news stories that are involving, like cultures, flag, or it's always blame Obama, and then it's, race. It's just a bunch of them. And I love reading it. You got it, thumbs up, yes, anonymous. Getting. Yeah, I'm good. It's like I think working's important for me. And you would say that even actors, they go up and down, they always talk about it's good. But I also think being a comedian, kind of make up for those downtimes, and also podcasting. Things have changed. How you always listen to it as a comic. I get my busy 24 hours a day and stuff. I just write. Some days you get something, some days you write all day.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Correction.
If I lived in Michigan, my day is a comic.
Yeah, but I will say more about
like Judy Carr, shit like that. Last time you called it, Judy Carr. When was the last time you saw Judy Carr? You had it. That's my fucking point, okay? So all these people that give you books are written by people that you don't even see do fucking comedy.
Well, Judy is very busy right now.
Doing what? Show. Open up. Now, leave her alone. What fucking club Judy's at this fucking weekend?
Leave Judy alone. She doesn't deserve this.
Judy hasn't worked for 90 fucking years, so things change. Every year, if you're a comic, things change.
Yes, I agree.
What I got here is a comic. If you did a co-star on a TV show, when you occurred, people went to see you on the weekend. Say, okay, people signed you, the agent signed you, manager signed you. They went to the comedy store, and jumping up and down, people on the subject ticket. Or is it now like that?
It's the internet now.
And it changes every year. When we got
That was a big thing.
we got it, when
Well, it became cable, and then it became.
you and I got it in 98, 91 stage.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, 1,000 shows you were on there. Tons. That's how serious he is. Yeah, I mean, like Kobe Bryant. I mean, there's so many different aspects that go into being a good comic or a great comic or mediocre. I know when I was a beginner, and now I'm a little better. I know I'm learn so much. It's like MMA training. You just don't box. You get to 2 days a week and the conditioning.
This is like
Karate 2 days a week. You gotta fucking box 2 days a week. You gotta put it all together and get wrestling and get your dicks up. Radio.
what happened to Jojo Siwa?
It's just not getting laundry. It's just not getting.
I hate that. I know who that person is. It's so hate it.
When I first started, I'm still not great at it, and I've gotten better. But now that I work a full-time job from the time I was 16 to now, and I went to school, so I always had something to do during the day. And when I first started doing this full-time, part of it was I was being kind of lazy. I would just watch TV. But now, even when I'm working a lot, I'll feel like I'm being lazy because I'm at my house, and it's hard to fill as much time as you think you should. But also, the schedule is a lot different. So even though I'm not doing stuff before, I'll be out until 10 or 11 o'clock at night. So it's a hard transition.
For years I just wrote jokes. It's funny how we never write jokes with things. Jersey, no calls, so I have a conversation. I got my own work, the rest of the houses. Shocking. But it's so weird how I work. I get up at 5. I do it on Facebook for now. Right for now. Damn, baby. If my wife takes a shower, she comes out and I do something for the baby. I do something for an hour. She comes back, I have the baby, And there's writing involved, there's email involved, there's front pages involved. There's just so much in your day. And I was just very simple, very open-minded. It's just crazy in terms of, the internet was a game. For me, it was like cable was a game changer, and then like internet satellite TV it turned into TV. It was like turned into 60 channels to 200 channels, and then the internet came on, and that blew everything out of the box. So you have that, and then look at what's going on. But I also think that we only still have 24 hours in the day, and now you get that 2 hours. That was when we were in Seattle. That 2 hours of social media wasn't there.
It wasn't there, but a lot of people listen like, social media doesn't work. It's fine. It's Twitter, it's Facebook. Both of you guys are amazing at social media, and I say that from seeing comments and not comments of work, how much it hurts their career. Because in reality, Twitter shouldn't be that hard to do. But to stick to it and be good at it, which both of you I think are amazing at, it's a skill at this point. You guys can be social media coaches.
You got to be in the game for the most part. I mean, it's fun to do. I like doing it. I just sometimes don't like the hate tweets because I think Twitter's great because podcasting, that was another game changer. I don't think there's any negative in podcasting. It's probably better for a comedian. I mean, what comedian doesn't like talking shit, right? I work on this every week. I sit down, I go this week, I get really when else comes up, without making it look down. I never learned something of this until 6 years from now. When it's just talking about today, I talk about their lives, this affects them, that's why they want to be talking. write yourself off. But over the last 2 days, I've been claiming this little fee. Because it's really deep. I just didn't want to deal with all the fucking bullshit. My agent called me. They said, no, they were going to see me on the time. But a week later, they go, all right, look, what about pay? What the fuck? What the fuck? You know, so it's like, deal with these things. This is the shit that affects me today. I train with this big guy. It's a badass jiu-jitsu. I train with all that.
Is this any Bravo?
No, it's a guy named Rabbi. When I first started going there, he told me about jiu-jitsu races. That I had gone to other places and I didn't come up with shit that it's very easy to see that this was the bridge. So today we're doing something like, oh yeah, we're not practicing these roles. Let me see. And I started doing this jiu-jitsu. It was like Joe. You did it 4 times in a row. This isn't luck. You're doing this. I asked him why he was doing this. I saw you. Why you couldn't do that? Something wrong. That was just your hand on your elbow. You know, and it was I learned watching you break me down. You and I have had discussions about comments on Twitter that they've spoken in conversations with us. You said, I said to you, if they just watch what I do, this would be easy. I don't do it all day. I refuse to do it. I got better shit to do on Twitter. I'll give you those 2 hours no more. I'll give you those for free. I'll do that all day, but I can't do it. Every time I go to a restaurant, I don't stop and take a picture. That's why I'm on Instagram. I can't. I just can't. My day is my day. I live my fucking life. I can't be on there all day doing cheeseburgers and fucking grilled cheese sandwiches and pictures of black people with handcuffs on. I can't do that shit. Whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying? I'm not making fun of. I'm just saying it. I don't have time for that. What's on my mind in the morning? What eliminates my fear in the morning? What I'm thinking when I'm waking up in the morning? You know. I think social media is very important. But then again, I always ask myself, Richard Pryor going to the store and doing
Probably not.
it's 2015. You understand me? You have to.
You think so?
You have to. We got a guest on the show. A friend of mine. He's become a friend of a big friend of mine. He's a big friend of Ring Bell. The sci-fi. Just kids. And he kept on the sci-fi saying, guys, TV has changed. I'm watching my kids. They watch shit on demand when they want on Netflix and all this shit. People missing the boat. And I kept saying, hey, people, let's face it. Friends of mine, 5 years ago, on the same boat, we didn't have much going on. Well, we were all waiting for the next movie. The Hangover was successful. I want to ask you something. I'm not going to ask you one thing. Nobody being in the next movie. No, these things can podcast. You leave here, you go south, 3 blocks, what we do. I had a definitely cell calls. To the family 5 years ago, maybe 6 months after we got that decision. The decision was I found him. Currently in town. All my friends were when I was done with him, I fucking checked my Facebook. I said, these ideas, I'm an old man. If I stayed that old man, I would be selling cars. If I didn't take his advice, then he kept bugging me after I did the Felicia podcast. Do the Felicia podcast. But you gotta do something in the morning. You do it, then you got these fucking people on there listening to music and saying to suck my dick. God's gonna help me tell you what the fuck. So we did the podcast. You know, so I started thinking like a young man. I had to. That's the only way you understand this game. When you got to the school, we was a bunch of working guys. What? Because they didn't want to. They didn't. They followed. Communism fucking house. Judy Rose County was on my Judy Carter. With the fucking tap. That's how long I have. That's that one to Judy Carter. 5 or 6 times. I've got that book. Gene Perot. Yep, variety. That's got it. Gene Perot must have had 16 fucking workbooks. I think I did 3 of them. I would get pissed off at Gene Perot. If I was doing those workbooks today, I would hit Gene Perot on Facebook. That's a bad thing. Commissary, because I couldn't do those exercises. I couldn't figure out. I used to write for Volvo. Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, Gene Perot workshops.
Well, it's just back then. Books were the way people found out. So you bought books. Now, there's probably a guy doing a comedy podcast. How to do comedy podcast. Or how to do comedy YouTube. It's just the way it is.
It is that way. But you get these guys, you know, stand up is about doing it. Now, I don't want to compete against these YouTubers, but I feel like comedy's the real deal. YouTube saved me. YouTube, listen, Comedy Central's never going to give me a 1 hour. HBO's never going to give me 1 hour. Right. So I got a couple options now. No, even Netflix gives me a 1 hour. I got to shoot my 1 hour. Apple, Amazon, or me and Lee shoot 10 minutes a month. Post it every 2 weeks. And I got my own special on YouTube, which will get more hits than you get on Comedy Central because Comedy's only going to play your special on Friday nights. And that's it. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that's it. And they go off in DVDs and sales. So if I don't DVR it or whatever, your thing is fucking gone forever. I can publicize 10 minutes every day. And it's your Brody Stevens YouTube page. You edit it. You edit Brody Stevens YouTube page. And every 60 days, there's a new 10 minutes by Brody Stevens premiere. Look, I don't have any problem disagreeing with that. But also the other problem is warm up. It's energy. You're putting out that crazy energy. And then you also have to go, you know what? I'm on a little roll right now because if you ask me, I like the internet, but I'm also old school. I get a kick out of getting to be on MLB Network or the NFL Network or Fox Sports and eat those shows. I'm old school. I like that. I know that Funnier Guy and like I said, those internets, they're more, but there's just something about TV that makes it, I feel like it's more official.
Describe this during the week of having it on leave.
I'm high too. I can Spider-Man too. Shot. Somebody once told me something. Sometimes you don't think you can get out. For me, I need 3 more weeks of that. Well, that's what I was getting at. Sometimes to one sense of it. But you get as big as the movie was selling $200 million. Looking at some right decisions.
Okay, I had some decent ones early on, and once in a while I get it, but it's part of my act. It does feel good with a little bit of validation or just kind of
Absolutely.
It's a cool little crush. I don't even crush, but something that
We saw you in Spider-Man. It was fucking cool. One month, even I felt cool. I can't lie to you. I do shit all the time. I don't feel cool as a Spider-Man. I felt fucking cool. It was cool. You come to me, I'll tell you 10 times the same thing. It was cool. My question. Shut the heck up. Back in the time, comes out and your friends come up and you want to stop you. Reasons for it. But then you really push it to you. I did the wrong thing. That's not right. I already had a plan to succeed. I didn't have a plan to fail.
for me, it was just all
bonus. It was all like house money because I never ever thought I would be in a movie. I just didn't think so. And even when I shot it, I felt like, okay, I've been in a couple little things. I could tell it was a big movie, and I did it. I stayed professional, but I didn't think it was going to change my career. Now, I just wasn't. I come from a baseball background, college, and very structured, so I just kind of play things close to the vest. Even when I did my TV show that I had on Comedy Central, which is kind of hard to say that, but I did. There's no denying. I felt like that would give me that would have given me a boost to help me push through, and I think it kind of has with the combination of these other things that kind of like push through to a new level. But I also feel like I'm at the opportunity right now to go even one more level, and then I can quote unquote chill. And I think some of it, honestly, is just getting out of war mode. Like, the thing is, I get mic time, I'm getting paid, I get to perform every day for Comedy Central executives and Funny or Die executives, audiences, the comedians appreciate it. When I did an Best Damn Sports Show, I never auditioned. I obviously auditioned for I did for the Hangover, but pretty much I gave up auditioning because I wanted to ingrain myself at Fox Sports, where I would know every executive, everybody involved. That was just the best job I could do. I ended up doing 1,000 shows, and guys were like, segment producers like Eric Shanks, he runs the whole network now. George Greenberg, executive producer, he runs it. I mean, all these guys are there. So it is relationships, and, I went for that. But I feel like now I gotta just gotta ride the wave. It's just warm-up takes a lot of, this particular one's every day for me, I do 4 shows a week. I'm on the clock for 2 hours straight. The minute I get out of my car and walk across the street, it's boom, I'm on. The audience is there, I hit them there, and I have to stay on and focus for 2 hours. There's no letdown. And this show is very joke heavy. Joke, energy in and out. It's high energy. Kind of like how Chelsea was. Chelsea, had her books coming out. It was one of these young girls from San Diego and Arizona, and a shot over by the beach. And she had just had a ton of favorites. And it was just basically it started out with a paid audience, but then she just blew up, and then it was just kind of keep the audience under control, warm up, keep them under control. And it was hard, but I wasn't like beat up after. I'd hang out. It's like I felt good. Whereas this show, I'm trying to do the same thing, but I'm not for different reasons. It's an adult show. It's hard to get adults there at 3:30. You can't get the college groups like I would get at Best Damn. There's just a lot of. So at the end of the day, it takes a lot out of it, and I appreciate it. I like doing it. It feels good. But I'm also saying that, I should be podcasting. Imagine if I podcast and took that chance. Podcasted is people, that's all they ask me to do. Podcast, build up my audience. I will go on. I will do that. And I don't hate warm up. I'll do it. But it's, I think I'm good at the moment. I'm good at it. Really good at it. I don't not like you've never seen me wrong. My girlfriend and I went and saw you in Irvine at the Audience. And I've been very lucky that I've worked in TV, and I've been able to go to a bunch of TV tables. And they're fun. But everyone in this room knows how bad being laughter on TV shows sound. There's really bad moments, and if the warm-up's bad, they're not going to laugh. They're not going to be a good audience for the show, which is super important. And I've seen you there. I've seen other comedy store last time doing a warm-up there. But it's kind of like how the internet kind of gets looked down upon to enjoy doing live TV better. I think we think warm-up gets looked down upon, but it really shouldn't. No, it's definitely a skill. I see him on stage. Yeah, it's amazing. But here's the deal. It's kind of like, maybe I think I talked about this before. Yeah, you do the warm-up, you're in front of 115 people, you can be like Key and Peele, the guys from Reno 911 or whatever, Chris Hardwick, you get all that, but only that 2 seasons. You do a podcast, thousands for hearing, hopefully. So I'm not saying it's wasted in there, but I feel right now like I'm at the point where maybe I could put that energy and go for it. But I also know that I'm good at it. I don't not like warm up. I just can't be beat up and just feel getting beat up. Yeah. Danny Vermont, did you know what there? Was it Danny? Oh my god. Long hair. Yeah, no, I know what Danny is. It was either Danny or what's his name? Robert Longblade or old guy or KB. Chunky B. No, he would have done it. No, some guy that I see now, time to time. Oh, because he looked like a big right guy. I mean, that is one thing where he was really bad. I'm fucking howling because they're looking at him like, what are you doing? And he's just going off. He's not even looking. He's got a football jersey and a whistle around his neck. He's talking about football. This is the girl and the makeup on the mic, whatever. We just look at each other like that. It's fucking amazing. And I can see that I have been to 1,000 tables. They don't even let you go out in that type of market. They don't even let you go out and be indoors. Oh, they let it. Not saying fucking clean. No, keep it clean. Just very clean. But just talking about something that has nothing. They were so like give me the 3 actors from The Godfather. Like they were doing quizzes and shit. No, it's the biggest thing in this industry is there's very few practices job. You get jobs and you got a bunch of jobs So you've done a bunch of shows because people ask. So that's the best kind of job. People are asking you to do jobs. Yeah. What was your first one? Was it best sports show? Yeah. You had second. I did. Yeah, I did Zach Zach's show. I got fired. The guy thought that I worked like half the shows. I thought I scared the audience, and it was like Fred Graver show. But he said I scared the audience. It wasn't the whole audience. It was the same audience from Best Damn Sports Show. You know what I mean? It was like them sitting there. So what upset me was I didn't get the note. It just got fired. It's like I'm working with the same guys. I know the audience. How can I scare an audience that knows me? So you could have just given me a note. So then Zach got into this long ago. Zach, it was a long time ago. Zach did, they're trying to get me back, and I did come back. And then I worked some of the shows. The show got canceled. Sorry. Best Damn Sports Show. I got in trouble a couple times. For the most part, I stayed with it. 1,000 shows. Chelsea, 400 shows. They left me alone. 7-year run. Ridiculousness leaves me. It was like, leave me alone. Wanda Sykes. They got rid of me. They got rid of her. So, the Wanda Sykes show. Yeah, I did like 10 shows. Here's the deal. I take care of comedians. It's like I'm focused on taking like what at Chelsea on and take care of these comedians. And at the end of the day, what does it do for you? It's like, but I know that Kevin Hart knows me. I know that Jeff Dunham from Best Damn Sports Show knows me. I know that if I really need something, I took care of these guys. And I wouldn't become me. This is before they had everything. So I didn't do it for that, but that's what drives me. And that's why I feel like I like having the respected the comedians, but I just fume when the crowd isn't good. It just boils my blood, and it's like not healthy sometimes. And I'm like a coach, like let's go. I just, it's not easy. But you have to I'm good at it. But to get you can just, I have to prepare my day. I don't audition. Everything I have to lead. It's like preparation. Get up, do the same stuff. That's how hard the warm up is. And then I'm done. And I'm just wiped out after. Not wiped out, I'm kind of grinded out for this particular show. I'm that good. I'm created something. So I'm not hating on warm up, don't get me wrong, but I definitely need to be podcasting more. And I know that would be a big difference, and I think I should have a YouTube channel. And that's it. But here's the other thing. Back in my mind, I'm doing other stuff. I did do MLB Network. I was on a Fox Sports, fantasy football show all year. So it's not like those things weren't happening. So I kind of put my energy into that warm up in TV. I went from doing a warm up in the road. I did everything about my show, and then warm up came, and then warm up, and then do the road for my show. And once the road stopped, still doing warm up, then I focused on the Fox Sports and doing the NFL stuff, and then getting the cartoon, put my energy into that. But I think for 2015, I just need to be. I'd like to figure some things out. There's just I don't want to get too right behind the scenes, but I'm just not. I know I can be because I've done the show. I was on a TV show, so I know what it's like to feel good, to work half of the time, to put in half of the stress, and make twice as much, and be seen by thousands. That's what I'm saying. Warm up, 115 people see me. It's a steady paycheck. But I've been on the other side where it's wow, they're taking a dressing room and, they're doing makeup for me. I feel accepted. It's I can do this. And so I put my energy into that. And my mind is, doing so many different things. But have you ever got these are good problems? I'm not complaining. Have you ever got somebody at a show saying, I saw you warm up for the show? Have you seen them around the country? You mean audience members who saw you warm up from Minnesota when you saw you when you were in Minnesota? It happened. Yeah, not so much though. Here in LA, I get kids who come up to me that remember me from high school. Their high school, basically every high school came into Best Name Sports Show, every community college. So living here in LA, kids will come up to me and go, hey, Best Name Sports Show is nice. I do. That's the best thing. So it's so good. I think that my talk, the show that day, so my talk. You were great on the show, by the way. The show, I remember. Yeah, they were great. My first was kind of on. That was my first TV. It was 115 episodes. You did a lot, maybe even more, but you knocked it out. Joey would come in. This is a live to taping. It's live, basically. Joey, every time. I'm not just saying it, but you knocked it out. This guy's good. Rich Williams wrote. It's still fun. I still see him around. He was a writer for I was the sports analyst. I was the non-committal sports analyst. You were great at that. Lonnie Love was the other one. She was all you two, and then the Farland ones. That was about it. It was those are the guys doing something. And when you're doing warm up, that's another thing. And I think it comes from my baseball background, or just kind of being a team support guy. I'm sorry, I just talking about these pushing guys. What does that mean? I'm so discombobulated. It could be because I took a beta blocker. That's the thing. I'm taking my meds, but the minute you want to don't a Klonopin, which is an anti-anxiety, you take as needed. It's if I don't take just a little bit after a day, my body will
Absolutely. And plus, I smoke pot. You got it.
I've had addictions. I get up among people. I'm a fucking Robin from this. I don't know about this.
It's called Judaism. Being a Jewish guy, that's what happened. For me,
I'm still a man.
I'll give it to you in a nutshell. Like, I grew up in the Valley, typical divorced, Jewish, 80s, single mother, all right? And a Jewish kid. So my story wasn't really all that different than other kids that had the same exact situations. And I know what I'm saying it wasn't that uncommon. So I did that, but I was still like, I was playing sports, whereas maybe I should have been playing drums, or I should have been maybe doing comedy. I don't know. I did sports because I had a good arm and it was an outlet for me. But looking back on it, maybe I should have learned. So you're doing sports, it's a job world. There's a reason why a lot of Jews don't play sports. That's it. So you're in that job world. Big nose, hairy, goofy, gay. And it's like, got to me. Now here's the thing, I'm not blaming, parents being divorced. And my dad was around, he was an active member in my life. But there is something about having that strong male presence in your life. So again, my mind is wandering, but my life wasn't all that different. But I would fight with my sister. I had a Jewish mother. So all the symptoms that make comedians great comedians, they come from effed up backgrounds. Mine was, typical, but a little more. My sister, me playing sports. And then I went to college, same thing, getting picked on. And then I went to Seattle and started doing comedy. And I was just like, I just needed something to relax. I didn't like always, I just wanted to slow my mind down and not be so sensitive. And I took the med, antidepressant up there. And it just kind of it gave me confidence. It gave me like a little buffer to be I felt like to be myself more, like to be myself and not be so when things hurt me. And then I also felt like it's comedy. It's good to be hurt. That's when I started reading the Judy Carter books and all that. So I felt like and then early on, the guys up there, the comedians were whatever, they would, encourage you and say, hey, you're just funny. Keep doing it. It's very supportive words that came from that job. And I went to comedy. It's just so refreshing. And then, you get on that merry-go-round with medication. So I took it there. And at first, there were like side effects, but it felt like it gave me a little bit of a buffer. I don't know. And then I went to New York, and I really wasn't on anything. And then I felt like maybe I need, it's like I'm constantly having my mom, the Jewish stuff. Well, Stephen, I want you to be happy. You should be talking to a psychologist. You should do this. It's like, leave me alone. That's the Jewishness. Like, give me a pill. So I took Ritalin to help me focus, but nothing illegal. But after 3 years in New York, I just kind of wanted to get out. And then I came back to LA, and that's when Facebook started coming. So I was feeling pretty good. And then now you're getting inundated with Facebook. You're in LA. I gotta make it. That's why I said I gotta get back on like an antidepressant. So, and it took the edge off. And then at that point, I just kind of went for it. And that's when my comedy started taking off again. And it's just hard to get off the meds. It's not like I would like to be clean, or whatever you want to call it. But it's just hard to get off it. So people want to get off it. I don't want to feel like the meds made me who I am. I'm still who I am. They don't make me high. But I'm not on a lot of stuff. I take like 10 milligrams of Lexapro, and I take the big pill because they tell me to as a backup. And that's it. And I take Klonopin just in case. It seems like sometimes I'll get like a little, you can feel me racing a little bit. And that's probably just the addiction. It's not like I'm nervous about something. It's like, I'm doing
don't you always not get nervous or it's like my body physically wanted it. So that's not, it's like I was telling you earlier, it's like I don't want to be relying on that because the situations are making me nervous. But sometimes they are. There is a reason why I am taking it. It's like getting those opportunities. I feel like when I'm on TV, if I'm going to be on, like I was doing Chelsea, I was taking my meds and I felt like I was more relaxed and I was a stressful show. But I don't need it for more. Sometimes I would take it on the Fox Sports show. But I think there's certain times I take it, I guess they do work beta blocker, but I always just, and there's no shame in it. There's no shame.
I'd rather you make a problem last year.
Yeah.
You just stop taking it.
Well, kind of, yeah. It was like I was out of warm up, and I was working at Chelsea, and I left kind of on bad terms. I left on bad terms because everything was so great for a while, and I was just shocked when this moment happened. Like shocked where I left, but I also know in the back of my mind that I had an opportunity with HBO. That's me leaving wasn't not like I knew I had to, but it wasn't like this is going to make me a million. But I knew I had to give it my all. So anyway, when I left, it just it hurt. And I went from like being in to being out right away. So that hurt. Stayed on my meds, and then I started doing the HBO stuff, and it felt like I just wanted. It's like I felt like I couldn't drink, I couldn't like enjoy myself. I felt like some bro. You drink a beer, you get nauseous. I get up in the middle of the night and go eat. I didn't want to do that anymore, and I go feeling good. So then I went to London, Scotland, and I know I've got the HBO show. I've been doing TMZ. I'm over there. I come back. I crash in my meds a little bit, and I'm feeling fine. Drinking, feeling good. I felt like open. And it just kind of spiraled. And then when I went straight to Montreal, and I got super sick, and they gave me an antibiotic, and I stopped taking my meds. I just couldn't even swallow, but I got the antibiotic. 24 hours, I felt better, and my mind was clear and super open. I was happy, and I remember, people tell me, Brody, celebrate, take a victory lap. You're on you got the show. They got picked up. Aren't you excited? You're getting to host TMZ. You're on the Laugh Factory thing. They love it. So I was hearing all that, take a victory, and I was feeling good. I wasn't feeling bad. I was feeling good. And then I came back, and it was just I just kept spiraling up. I was not taking my meds. But I came back full of confidence because I did Montreal well. I did well over in Scotland. I'd never been to Ireland, never been there. So those are two big things. Hosting TMZ coming up. And I'd already been on like every week for the last month. And they asked me to post. Had that, had the HBO stuff happening, telling, you're great, take a victory lap. So I came back and I was like all excited. And I think like Zach or my friends were just not, I was out of character. And I agree, it was out of character. And I was irritable. And I was, but I was also happy. I was having a typical manic episode. All the markings there. Check. Delusional, check. Not sleeping, check. Person, check. I had it. So I was just, I went on Twitter. That's the whole social media thing. And I was just going on it. And I was just doing that. I was out of character, and I was also on an antibiotic. Throw that in the mix. It was a perfect storm. And so then I said some silly stuff on Twitter, basically within a 5-day period. There's this world, and I knew it wasn't like I could fly. Well, anybody who was like a jerk to me, in the past, would have like not him, but I did a show and his freaking fans, it's 7 pages of comments ripping me. So F you call yourself a stand-up now. So you're in the ball game. F you. Yeah, forget it. It was like not being able to do one time or whatever. No, that's just a nice sense. He wasn't not cool, but maybe I took it the wrong way. So always been funny. We've known each other for a while, so I kind of lashed out at him. Lashed at Jeff Ross. I was just on a roll, like Charlie Sheen, and the people liked it. I was like saying funny stuff. Again, I wasn't like, I was like wide open. It was like I was on cocaine. And again, it felt good, but I knew I was on a bender. I knew that I needed some kind of intervention or vacation. I was just on a roll. Things were happening, but it was too much. And so I got, threw me, took me away. I laugh now. It's like when I got taken away, it was like, once I was in the hospital, like recuperating, it like became like funny to me, kind of that it's rock and roll. That's what happens. I goofed up. It wasn't like this is something that happens all the time if you're here again or had a drug. I did have a drug, I stopped. But I had something that it's just rock. It's almost kind of funny, but not funny. I did not expect it. Nobody ever made jokes that, oh, Brody, you're going to flip out once in a while. Shoot someone. I'm like, not you. You hear about those guys, but I'm out. I'm good. You pissed me off. You kept telling me to steal this car. You can't tell me that I can't do something in 2 hours. Oh, I can make it here from San Diego an hour 20 minutes. I'm slow to go. I can leave San Diego very scared. And I can get here at 1 night. We won a gig car with the contest. And he kept telling me I couldn't get the gig car for a certain amount of time. So I said, get in the back. Station wagon. Chicken teriyaki. 1995. Yeah, number 1 teriyaki next door. Oh, she would cut it with scissors. Oh, yeah. It was great. Chicken teriyaki, number 1. It's called number 1. Teriyaki next to the Comedy Underground Swanish. Oh, get it to go and then we'll style. Go down and do the comedy again. Oh, she couldn't. That's all you thought about. Like, you were really playing at 6. No, someone go there at 8. Yeah. And Josh, sometimes we call Josh and stuff. I'm like, wait, I call him. He got downstairs and called him. They were good. It was so awesome. The sauce was everything. I tried the sauce. Nothing here. Nothing. The one that we go to, the expensive one is okay, but it's just chicken teriyaki. The chicken up there was chicken teriyaki. And it was the fucking salad. No fruit. Oh, yeah, the salad. Fucking salad. Thank you. Oh, my God. Salad. Crispy. Oh, I can taste it now. No, it's gone. I can taste it now. It had it's like a blue cheese ranch. Oh, my God. Oh. It was great. Yeah. Clean. White rice. Clean, Bobby. Bobby Kennedy. It was good. And she would cut it with scissors. And in fact, like actual scissors for all this neat. And I put sriracha on that motherfucker. The rice and the chicken. Mix that motherfucker with that salad. And it was no frills. It was just no chew. It was just table and chair. It was filthy in there. Filthy. The chaps were filthy. Some of the best Chinese food I've had is in a B-ring. Yeah, I'll play. The best I was at B-ring. And the guy's picking his nose. Playing with a mouse on the mouse trap. The food wasn't all that bad at the Comedy Underground. They had good burgers, nachos were their thing. Lionel was the cook. Rita O. Stop it. Rita O. Al Fox. Jazz Abel. Al Fox is a handicapped. He got mad at me me, but he also got mad at you. I have it on the video. You went to war with me. Talk to me, then I'll give you the number. He went to war with the Alpha. It's like God's days ago. I'm sweating like Alpha at a disco. Because he couldn't walk. I have it on video where you're like yelling at him. He came up to the stage. My face. This one was in the back. We have it in the the median set in the back there. That's where it happened. How many Underground was that's where I got my start doing stand up. That was the spot where I just learned everything about the fundamentals of a 3-man comedy show. Saddle, joke, stage time, right down. Not right down the middle, but good comedians came out. It was just smart. It's a good spot to me, don't you think? No, you're point no here. I cut my teeth. Yeah, no. Get out, man. That's the first place I finished. My standards. We're doing it right now. Yes, it's on the way. Education. I don't have a lot. The funniest thing that I see, I was thinking. That Friday night, I really stopped down. That's why I love you. Guess what? With the spear of his face, the spider of his face, one minute, guess what? Guess what? I saw Doug Stanley grip an audience. Just do things that night that I never saw him make mistakes. And I was camping. I was supposed to see the Landis set. The next night on the other side, the gorge. And I said, I ain't paying $65 for what I was going to say. I paid $15 for being for no more. And the street went camping. I should have been bed. I just cried. So I'm like, that's not fun. I'm not going to be as good as Doug Stanley. I got it like that. That's what I have to do. I should have known. I'm knowing up to now. It's dark tonight. Monday, when I go back to the home, how big was Mondays and Tuesdays in our lives? It was it. Monday and Tuesday was Madison Square Garden to us. That's all. It was your open mic. And Fred was his name. What was the name of the guy? Carl. That's one of the best night you ever been in. I did more for me. He taught me how to put there instead of this. Take that fucking world in here. Watch what happens to that joke. I got once he made me a believer. I like that. Every Monday I'll look my car, watch me. Look at what I'm doing. And I took it like a man. He was very pro love comedy. Loved it like you. He loved it. And he knew it. He didn't do it, but he knew it. And on one night he called me. He was walking going. He came down on Monday night. But you know, solicitor something. Guess what? That's the first time. If I would have known who Rick was, they would have gotten into my head and I would have won. I can't follow Rick. That doesn't. I just did a fucking ritual before this time. I can't follow Rick. I'm let him follow Rick. But I did so well after Rick, I became friends with Rick. So Rick was my mentor. I came to LA. Rick was the one who got me to meet him. Tom Hanks and the whole show. Rick called me and said, hey, Tom Hanks. That's how my friend was from Harlem. And he's gone. No, he had a stroke. He's alive as far as next time. Him and Ron Reed were in it, But that open mic, that's what you did. That's on you. We're there. And then Wednesdays, it was 65% of the door. All of us together. All of the show. Get the check. All one of those deals. 70% of the doors, 15 people. And then Wednesdays would be Tacoma and Crossroads. It'll be a contest. And if you did, you won it, you come back and you like Thursday or next Monday, something like that. Ken ran it. I didn't get it. Forget her name, Susan. Susan, she's a big girl. Big girl. She's my friend on Facebook. And like, Seattle was great. For me, Seattle was great for me. Just coming first of all, coming from Phoenix to Seattle, those are two opposite cities. You're coming from golf, conservative, to Seattle, rain, open-minded. It was just, I was in heaven as somebody. Like, I wanted to jump into that culture. It was great. I had fantastic, vivid memories of doing shows, hanging out, being in the rain, and the fresh air, and I really enjoyed it. The minute I moved to New York, I never looked back. When I went to New York, it was like, that's it. I never thought about Seattle again. Maybe I'll go back to Seattle when I can relax. I do. Just like it's too crowded now. But you told me, Joey's the one guy who told me, said, Brody, you got to go to New York. He told me he was going to New York. I said, take it for free. Life is it. You're young. You're comfortable. You were already doing the show with Dana. Yeah. You had experience. You went to New York. I remember LA. Tennis.
Mrs. Smith makes one to you.
You want to go? There's no man like you. What would you want? There's 1,000 children. They got to fight fucking Jews. They're looking for Jews. Listen, you want to go there? There's 1,000 Jews. You want to go where there's no Jews? Then you stick out. So, you stick out. Even though you're Jewish, you're probably was going to stick out. Because there was nobody as crazy. Everyone trying to do something that one way in the story. They're talking about 7818 forever. I just kept at it, and you have these breakthroughs, and it's also, I always felt like, can I be funny back east? Okay, and I went to Seattle, and so okay, I'm funny in Seattle, and then I was a tour guide at Radio City, and at every school from the Eastern Seaboard High School. I was good with that, and then I worked at the Comedy Cellar, and I was good, so that's what New York, it's tough. These guys, it's a tough town. And I know it's changed now. It's not the same. But I had to go there, and I had to do Lower East Side comedy that went till 2:30 in the morning. Seattle, you're done at 11. New York, it's just something raw was there that, opened me up. And if it's like, if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. I did 3 years, and I felt like, and that was my plan. I did like 3 years in New York, come back to LA when I'm in the year 2000. I walked into you in 97. The coach was Chucky Blonde. Yeah, and you're on the street. Yeah. I remember. No, who else was there? Carol, me, you, Chucky Blonde, chick. It was hot, chick. I don't think I had sex. We left you with us. She probably left. I'm going to ask you something. I'm tall, young girl. 25 years old. You have to talk about this right now. You got to see it on the wall. Talking to you makes me feel guilty when I'm talking to you on the podcast. Makes me feel like I'm doing the right thing because it's an experience. At 25 years old, we are on 4 years. That's a fucking strike. That's it. He said to get a ranger school. Hey, you go to ranger school. What are you talking about? You can learn to shoot motherfuckers in the head 50 yards away with a gun and then learn how to open up cans of tuna fish with no fucking can opener. Learn shit. This is the thing with comedy. You just learn. You just adapt. Did I get It's something from those 6 tours I used to do for myself on a Greyhound bus. Strippers and all the Toronto we discussed last week. Sure, I got some. I built character. I built a certain confidence that you can't take away. People keep talking about these YouTubers. I feel the times are not maybe you do these other guys. I got things to back it. I got a spine to back it. A comedy story to back it. You can't take nothing away from me on stage. You can take away my MVP page. You can take that away. I can take away your HBO show. I can zap it. That it would never even exist. But I can't take away your stand-up. I can't take away the effort. That's always going to be there. The story I told, I asked what's his name, right? The singer from Guns N' Roses go crazy. Sometimes people can't digest the success. And probably they can't absorb the success. Whatever comes my way, I got to absorb it because I did the work. And I'll tell you what, like I tell comedians, this YouTube thing, is go away. You would say, like, leave LA for 6 months and come back and they'll see that growth. You're gonna grow by doing the road wherever you go. And then come back. If you're there too much, you're at the Comedy Store too much, they don't see the growth. They don't see it. Probably isn't much. And if you're hanging around, they don't see it. Your nose wide open. You can't do that. You have to come out of it. They want to do business with you. They have to know where the land is. You have to make them say they want to do business with you. This is it. Everything goes back. This is the major one. That's what I said. I thought Joey says all the time. This is it. What's the I heard an expression like that. It's a baseball term. This baseball term is home run. Strikeout. Everything is real in the field. Oh, I haven't heard that. Oh my God! When I was a kid, that's all. Everything's real in the field. Everything is real in the field. That's it. That's a baseball expression. Everything's real in the field. You know what I mean? And it's like, this is it.
What you can't have now, leave in the world.
This is the
Don't not
major league.
everything's real in the field, but don't knock me for trying to face something real visionary. Nobody's real, but I want to be heard. I'm a hot 9-7 every day, that's my word. Women and women with their own kind of nigga, I'm 5 foot 5. We got millennium, it's all about the Benjamins. What?
Have come to this town that have come to you and said, I'm a regular. My factory, well, I look at the positives. I mean, this is what I say. I tell these comedians. It's like you see a couple guys like living in the 80s. They come to the comedy store. Nobody knows them. They hang out. They may have done like a couple shows in North Carolina or in Houston, whatever. And then they come to LA. They hang out at the comedy store, and it's like, I understand like going here and checking it out, but don't come to the comedy store until you're invited. I think is a good thing until you're like asked to come there, and then you gotta do the road. You gotta go to Chicago, go to New York. Don't come straight here. I don't think. Not that there isn't exceptions and things have changed.
You guys glad you didn't start here?
I'm glad that I left. You can't grow in LA. You can't grow in LA. And you will listen. As soon as you walk through here, as soon as you walk through that factory, the comedy store, compared to your hometown, you're going to grow. You're going to grow. You're going to grow. You said, you said the comedy store is 2 different sections. Yeah. I mean, the comedy store original room is a tough room. It's the toughest room in the world. It's hard. It's the easiest room when you're flowing. It's a great room. But now, those sliders are killers, bro. Now, anyone has to follow it. He's got to follow the problem. It's not like with holes in it. Years ago, it was one thing. Yeah. They throw like a pro on at 10-15. Those days are done. There's not a weekend. August is the weakest thing on the fucking chain. And it's not like the 9-15. Once once the 9:15 comes, so I could be out. Because, no, you're right. You're in that line. You know, you got Ian Evans, you got Tony Hitchcock, you got Gerard Conway. I've seen Ron Schneider. I've seen Sarah Silver and Louis C.K. Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle. These fucking lineups have one weigh-in, brother. Dead, bro. Thank God. Welcome to Go Show with the hats with the Asian chicks. Listen, bro, it's 8:30. You said you want to rush. If you want to stay, you're almost family. I want to be around, brother. It's on me. What the fuck? Let's do a few more minutes. A few more minutes to do this shit. Because, you know, when I say you can grow here in LA, I got warm. I mean, I got warm up. You know, I'm different. I'm an anomaly. Pick up the pieces.
Somebody breaks your heart.
Is this Steve Martin? This is
Tony Bennett, cocksucker.
Is this a duet with Lady Gaga? Solo. He's him. Yeah, I was a little absent-minded early on, and then I got comfortable. And I'm happy with the podcast. It feels good. This is family.
Oh, word.
This is not even a podcast. You fuck with Junior Q. Having a conversation. But when I say you can grow, I feel like here in LA, the crowds are pretty good. You know, they might be a little cheesebally in some places, but for the most part, they're supportive. They're, you know, like they go to New York, yeah, they are tough. You know, you're going to be cranking out jokes, stand-up tight in New York. But you can also out here, you can grow. It's like a spirit. It's a care. I know it sounds corny, but there is something like the energy here, wherever it is, the mountains, the sea, that allows for like, you know, those kind of freedoms that I take on stage and do these little energy things. There is something to it. Like people talk about networking and yoga. There is something to that. And then you tie in a little bit of like a baseball sports regimented, you know, spring training, take 500 swings, and everything's just over and over, like Kobe Bryant, over and over and over, like John Wood preparation. So you combine the two, you can work on stuff. Like I'm working on a lot of stuff, but that's the thing that I look at 2015, doing a lot of different things, and maybe I can tighten up and be smarter. But you know what? I got a great reputation. I'm happy. It's fun to go out, and I don't mind having about 7 nights. 4 to 5. 4 to 5. You know what I've been doing? I have been taking it easy and trying to get my naps in. When I do have off time, and I haven't much, because I've done the road quite a bit in the last year. I'll go down to my mom and I'll help her, and it's like, I guess that's off time, but it's not really. So, no, it's not. It's not. And, you know, when I unplug, I really try to unplug, just nap and get super lazy and just let my battery drain. And that was this is music grow. And you're right. Sometimes you got to take that's true. You know, you got to kick out. Well, you get inspired. Just like a take. Just watching somebody else. You know, I was telling this day, I was having a hard time with jiu-jitsu. I was making the growth. I was getting the state of jiu-jitsu. I don't know if it's a jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu is more myself. That's the joke. I see Lee over the child, Lee, the Mexican, the cat, after 3 minutes, another business. I see you, how you feel, you know, I love you, everything, all right? We can run business this time, so it's not this shit. Well, that's what baseball does for me. It's like playing catch and throwing bullpens and shagging, you know, basically. That's why I like baseball. I'm like, oh, it's boring. And this, you know, maybe it is. But if you have some skill or you know you can be a pitcher, you get a great workout. Throwing batting practice is a great workout. that more. I just need to be proactive. And part of it is like, I am on a roll right now, and I kind of, but maybe there are excuses. I don't know. Maybe I'm like, well, I'm just not into that either. It's okay if I'm not driven to do it, but there is something to getting it going and getting those endorphins. And I feel like that's another thing. Like, since I had my quote unquote breakdown, I've been careful not to take too much caffeine and be edgy, especially like a workout pill. You get like road rage at times. I do. No, I can do a coffee or two a day. But anytime when you take a workout pill, it helps you work out. Get the caffeine, the guarana. It's like 20 minutes later, look at your kettlebells, get all that in. You don't take that. You gotta really push yourself. So, not really. I'm just like slowly getting back into Red Bull, or I get the 5-hour energy shot. It does clear my head. People have shot those things. But if I'm working out, I can do it. I can pitch angry. I can lift weights angry. I can't do comedy angry. So sometimes, there's residual effect. And I just I just don't want to be edgy. I can use my job screaming at our audience, losing it. But, it's just hard, it's like I stretch. Stretching doesn't take energy. I've been able to my muscles. I mean, honestly, it does feel good every day. So, I do enjoy going out and going to Starbucks. And do you fart all the time? No, because he does. Everyone, can you do the mic pick it up? Oh, yeah. How can I do it? You're going to replace that chair for this? You don't smell it. Yes, you do. No, you don't smell it. I haven't smoked. No. It's an air fire. I've been in the car with you. The windows up. It smells. Just you take fiber, psyllium muscle, every day. Yeah. You work out a lot, bro. This workout making out shakes. Ever since I've been working out, I don't have to. I have to stay practice.
What's going on here? Oh, they got me.
I don't think the word. I think taking fiber helps me, keeps me regular. And I feel like I never have to do that. The shape. What? The shape of the what? You gave me a huge edible. I gave it 35 milligrams of cheap and cheese. Are those popcorn? Yeah. My friend is a I can't talk about it. What's his name? He just shows up and shows I haven't done edibles for a while. Should I do them? Do some people do edibles every day? Like wake up and do a little bit? Every day. I do a harmonica. This fucking goes. I let the guys around and that's fucking in. Did you get paranoid at all? Sometimes. That's part of the fucking whole program. That's part of it. That's the whole thing. He gave it to me on Christmas Eve when I had to go to my in-laws' house. So they're chilling with him talking about video games. Yeah, I've only had one experience. I've done edibles and only one time I felt like it did something for me. It was a brownie. I don't know what it was.
This bitch is still going, baby.
I'm afraid to take it. Do I take it on a day off? Do I take it? Take it on a week off. Take it when life is around. People at this fucking moments. I've been trying to tell you, eat more, you go live your life. Let's go. Get on the fucking exercise bike and shit. You don't do it. Do you ever go out and smoke pot and then let's say you take a hit or whatever, and you go out to get coffee or whatever. Okay. And you take a hit and then bad things happen. Do you know what I mean? Just like a car cutting you off, or I always feel like sometimes when I'm high, it's like a yin yang. It's like, okay, you get to be high, but the drawback is you're going to pull some negative energy. I feel like sometimes No, I don't think that. Well, but that's what happens. I'll smoke pot and I go, some negative. I'm not saying because of the pot, but it pulls in some negativity. I don't disagree with that. It looks like negative energy where you got that's what you're gonna have to put it right a joke, write it out, you go, that was Yeah. No, but you know, like in bad, well, this guy's got me off. Why am I being like this? They messed up. I did. Man, you have to play, but you're like looking for the negative. It's like a negative energy. Joey, I gotta run over the hill. Okay. Thank you guys. Positive push. Any dates coming up? No, I've been single for a while. No, fuck comedy dates. You see that deal? I will. I'm in town in LA. Usually do the comedy store, do the improv tonight as well. You can see me at midnight doing audience warm up during the week, and then I'll be in Chicago for the Tux convention in January. I'm also doing La Jolla in February. And so who knows what's going to pop up. But I got to tell you something. The last couple of years, you've become one of my favorites. Thank you for what you've been. Ask me to ask you for the Jewish. Thank you very much. I'll see you at the store. Okay, this weekend. Thanks for you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for each other. Let me give some shout outs to some beautiful fucking people. The main man, Bobby Sharon, and his girlfriend, the official Chinaman from the fucking church.
The official Chinaman. With athleticism. Anybody say anything to me? No, because everybody hates me. Hey, ass. I just want somebody like, hey, ass. Like, what up, girl? Worst stream ever. West Side.
What's up there, Lisa? How you feeling? One time I made that Brody Stevens. Parents died. Turn to what's happening now. It's fucking New Year's week, cocksuckers. Make your resolutions, set your goals for the new year, and what you want to do is how you do it. A man without a plan is not a fucking man. It all starts this week right now. You should be looking at that number. All the fucking CBS plans on one subject notebook. Going back and bring your goals out for the year, what you want, how you're going to get there. That's all we got.
I don't like playing much online. But I
use PlayStation. Your ass.
she got me Grand Theft Auto. I bought the singing. Her brother got me a couple Modern Warfare games. Oh shit. Yeah. I've only played the Grand Theft Auto. I played for like a week, and then I kind of like bored a little bit. Yeah, I gotta work out. Not much. I don't know. Another one of these Wednesday. Podcast Tuesday. I don't know. I'm really interested to see talking about the interview. And I'm cutting cameras like in the next 2 weeks because the last playoff game is today. And it's just interesting to see all me out for one of the first times I hired my house. He went to take a shower, he chased me around the coffee table because he was just looking at me. I was like,
He's really pretty. Really pretty. So that happened one day. I said to him, "Come stop it." He came home and John last night tells me how he loves to fucking be out here. So I went over there and I watched TV and I was looking at his eyes there on me. Wednesday morning, which was Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve.
no, so I guess you said,
Whatever the fuck it was. Fuck off. New Year's Eve was Wednesday. It was still Christmas. Christmas Eve, Wednesday morning. So I got out of there with the door for down by the gate. Yeah. Then I go fucking sit down. Because he's gonna fight me. Yeah, I'm loud with a baby. So I ran out.
What's that motherfucker's name? Rody.
This show is sponsored by NatureBox. NatureBox ships great tasting, healthy snacks right to your door. Forget the vending. This show is brought to you by Blue Apron. Go to blueapron.com and check out the week's menus and get your first 2 meals for free with free shipping. That's right, your first 2 meals are free and you get free shipping when you go to blueapron.com/Joey. You'll love how it feels and tastes to create incredible home-cooked meals with Blue Apron, so don't wait. That's blueapron.com/Joey, blueapron.com/Joey. Show is also brought to you by Club W. Right now, Club W is offering our listeners $20 off of your first order when you go to clubw.com/Joey and buy all of their great wines. And it gets even better. I know you hate paying for shipping, so Club W will actually pay for your shipping on orders of 4 bottles or more. So go to clubw.com/Joey right now to get $20 off of your first order with free shipping if you buy 4 bottles or more. And go to Onnit.com and use code CHURCH to save 10% on all of their optimization products like Alpha Brain, New Mood, SureTech Immune, and SureTech Sport.
Oh shit. Lee's about to see the devil. It's Wednesday, June 8th. It's a beautiful motherfucking day to be alive. Lisa and Brody Stevens.
And the West Side Pimp, Uncle Joey.
President Trump has said to meet with congressional leaders today in an effort to keep things going. Doctors are saying not to underestimate the risks from flu season. Now they're hearing some says the CDC is urging almost everyone to get a shot. Flu season starts toward the end of October, peaking in December and months into spring. LA Park is pushed back from upcoming shows in Las Vegas.
Church of what's happened now, bitches. Death weapon for you from 80 People were smoking bazookas to this fucking store right here. I was one of them. Yeah, old school leper. I still remember waking up and the drummer got the car accident, lost his arm. I still remember waking up to MTV. That was the story on MTV, the breaking story on MTV. They lost his arm, yeah. Lost his arm. I think it was January 1st, 1984. 85. In a car wreck. In Europe or somewhere. But he came back. Sure, he came back. He's still out there, isn't he? One-armed drummer. What's happening, Brother Stevens?
Yeah, Joey, great to be here, Joey. I'm excited. I'm thankful. It's in the neighborhood. It's nice. Summer's coming up. I'm exercising. I'm happy. I'm very happy.
I'm happy. You're fucking happy. I saw you a few weeks ago. I could see the happiness going on.
What was Chase?
You say what's going on with you?
I'm feeling great. Having a good day. Did some kettlebells this morning. I did 200 swings this morning. I couldn't believe it. It was crazy. We did 20 swings. We did 10 swings for 20 minutes. And that was on the minute with 24 kilograms. It doesn't super heavy, but 24 kilograms. About 15. It's a little bit more. Oh my God.
Wow, that's a lot. It's form matters, correct? But it's not about weight.
Well, that's what they say. They always say, like the guy said, like, I don't know, I get competitive with myself. So not every class, but I try to go up in weight. But he's the guy I go with. He's really big on. He wants it to be perfect form because if you're doing 3,000 with shitty form, it doesn't matter.
So you try to get a number of swings. It's a numbers game.
Well, I went to class, so he tells us, like, we don't always do swings. But so like for today we did 5 presses on each side and 5 squats, and we did that 4 times. And then from there, we went to swing, so every class is different. So sometimes it's swing for 30 seconds, and just see what you get. Usually it's every minute off for like 10 or 15 swings.
Yeah, these kettlebell workouts you do to get your heart rate up. This high intensity training. And I've been grinding them today also, but I just don't want to get carried away and start feeling good and you overdo it. That's been my problem, but that's why I keep my weights down, just the 25s.
Kettlebells for a few years now. You've been on the kettlebell.
Well, they were fun. They were fun to do. It was good for once I get that. You get a great cardio workout and flexibility. So it was all for in lining up, kettlebells. Once you do them, you like them. I played baseball. So I was in college, I played baseball, we worked out, but I was also playing baseball. Then I went to Seattle, and I really wasn't doing much exercise. I don't know that you when you exercise? Oh yeah, of course. Those endorphins, sweat, confidence, getting a good stretch in. So I mean, it definitely affects me. But sometimes I'm taking too much caffeine. That's my problem too. It's like 2 or 3 cups a day. But I'll take a 5-hour energy. I need a kick sometimes to get me going, to get a workout. But I'm not saying I have an addictive personality, but that can be my problem. But I do like working out. I like kettlebells because I feel like it's just something outside the sun. I back in the day, I went to my old apartment, I'd go out in the alley and
I'll stretch, some swings, cleans, some sit-ups, not clapping too much, walk around.
Exactly.
You fucking get sore the next day, Jack. You're like, damn, I didn't do nothing.
It's an underrated park, by the way. There's a little bit of an edge to it. I like it. I'll go there. I'll take a lap there. And the kettlebells, you just drag them, throw them around. My thing is I'm playing baseball also. I like throwing the baseball, so I sometimes can't overdo it. I'm playing baseball because my arm can be tender, my elbow. That's why form is so important on the kettlebells. But because I've been building up slowly and my pitching mechanics are better, I've been able to avoid injury. I'm wiser, and I'm able to avoid injury. And I'm actually doing rehab exercises to strengthen the tendons around my elbows. I've been sleeping great. I do urinate 5 nights a time. 5 nights a time.
5 times a night. All right, here's the click.
Yeah.
Ready?
Sure.
Dr. Baldwin said that's what's killing me, because that's what's killing me. What kills me is you got a fucking feet. The older you get, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. So for about a year, my big thing was to stop at the comedy store and beat the clock and get a Starbucks venti. A fucking flat white at midnight. I do a fucking venti at midnight.
Okay, yeah.
For the 30 years of blowing from that fucking ain't no caffeine, don't work out pop.
Gotcha.
I can drink a whole thing of Starbucks and be at midnight.
I can do that, yeah.
So, what that does to you is, because coffee is a diuretic.
Diuretic.
So you drink coffee at night and you're off and running. You're having nightmares about people peeing on you.
Yeah.
That's how many times you got a fucking pee. Nightmares about people peeing on you.
Yeah.
Try to cut that out. Here's the secret. They say over a certain age, now they're really confused. They say they want you to take an aspirin at night before you go to bed with a glass of water. And I'm sitting there going, make sure a glass of water and then I'm squeezing the sleep apnea comes out the window. Because what happens with me, my sleep apnea is basically, let's say I go to bed at 11 o'clock, I'll sleep solid for fucking, that's 6 hours, that's 5 hours, right? 5 hours, okay? Like the 5 or 6 hour mark, I gotta pee. So as I'm walking to the bathroom, I'm praying to God that this isn't a long fucking pee. If it's longer than a minute and a half, I'm done. Just eating for a minute and a half. Whatever fuck. You're standing there, you have to sleep. I don't know if it's a minute, an hour, I don't know. I'm trying to get out of my fat man body. So when I walk back, what happens to me is if I have a thought, wait, that's what bothers me. went back to the bed before I put my sleep apnea mask on. It grows in my head like a fucking week. And I got hung up. So I got sick and tired of that challenge in my sleep. So I was told I was doing because what you do is when you're a comedian, you work on your legs. Because you do 5 spots in New York. You get home really late. Your legs have fluid. So when you go home at night, the first thing you do is go wash my hands. You shake all these fucking monkey's hands, right? Wash your hands, get water. Make a little bit like 8 ounces of this. Watch TV online and make notes around my Saturday. I return a call and I do some way. But the whole time my legs are elevated. And you see that in that half hour period that you cool down, you start pain. Because your legs are elevated. So all that, that's what happens. You go to bed at night, your legs are elevated. So now all that water that you have in your legs that you fluid that you retain, you got to bring it out.
I think some of it's also medication. You're on a certain I notice right now.
I got blood pressure medication.
Yeah, that's going to go
to your fuck out all too.
I'm just used to going to, I'm just conditioned now to getting up and going to pee 4 times a night, and I go right back to sleep. I mean,
I'm going to cut 3 of those peas. If I can cut 3 of those fucking peas out,
give me a jug. I used to pee in a jug.
done. What you're going to do is you're going to put your feet up all the fucking on the way home. Go to Target. Go to the middle of Target. Look up. They got those little feet posts.
Squatty potty.
$15.99. And you can take it off. And you don't look in there with your pen, your pot pipe, your lighter, your weed, and put the cover over and sit over it like a fucking zombie. So that's what I do. My shit thrown in there. I got a notebook to write jokes in the living room because I can't go in the bed with my wife to sleep. Right. So I put my feet up and I put a pillow up to elevate it over my fucking heart. And all that moisture in your fucking feet and your legs goes to your nutsack. And right before you go to bed, you drain your fucking vein.
They have beds for that, don't they? They're like the inclined bed.
Inclined bed, but that means you're going to have to get up in the middle of the fucking night, Brody Stevens. I'm trying to save you.
That's what I did the jug for. That's not healthy. I used to pee in a jug and started
Can't be in a fucking jug. That's disgusting. That's like reaching up the fucking window.
I used to do that.
Well, pee in a jug?
Not in jugs and like bottles or cans. If I didn't want to get up, hell yeah.
That's disgusting.
I was at a weekly hotel. I was sharing a hotel. Weekly hotel. Lahai was there, and it was in New York City. That's where I got in the habit of peeing into a jug. Because you had to share, you had to walk down the hallway to use the restroom to go, you know what, I'm going to avoid the middle. Give me that jug. Boom, started peeing it.
There you go.
I did that for the first time. Yeah, when I first moved to New York City, yeah, I stayed there for about, I don't know, a couple months while I was looking for an apartment, and I ended up finding a studio out in Brooklyn, out off the L train in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. So you told me to go to New York. You were the one who said, Brody, go to New York. You told me that in Seattle, go get you. Go to Surf Reality, go downtown, just be you. That alternative stuff or whatever.
But it's crazy how this gives you memory down in San Francisco. Every one of those hotels where people took the shower in the hallway. So I would rob them in the shower. And we felt to go in the shower. And I regard that people getting robbed in the shower. People were taking their phones in the shower. It was like a fucking luggage thing. They were taking it.
But I would lock it.
Apartment.
You got it.
Yeah, it didn't matter. I had a security key.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, what the fuck you think you're dealing with? Some novice? I'm like, going there. Oh, you open the door? That's a no-brainer. That's stupid.
You had a key?
I had keys.
Oh, man.
I know ways. What I would do, I would practice on my own door. Because all the doors were the same. So I would just practice on my own door. So when I lived in
How do you practice if you have a key?
because you practice, you make believe you're fucking locked out. You never do that. Make believe you're locked out.
No, I don't ever.
That's how you find out if your house is burglar-proof.
Oh, mine is. I've broken into my apartment here twice because I locked my keys inside. And I heard that window. I saw something at that door from the window. But I've broken into my apartment twice. And no one says anything on the second floor, third floor. And I climbed to the floor. Because there's a window onto the walkway. So I just pop it open and I let it slide through. But no, I don't do it just to see. I mean, I guess that would be
Okay, so let's say you live in a apartment complex. It's no business. Really, an apartment complex. Okay. And that complex is A to K. So it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, 11 fucking buildings. So all the doors were the same. I practice and I got a screwdriver. Pop it in, pop out that thing so I can sit my fucking. I used to get saws. Those saw blades. And I get fucking cold. What happened when your neighbors on the block line? You didn't know me walk by. I was shoveling snow. They thought I was down there shoveling snow.
Were you doing this for fun? Was this a hobby? Was this?
I was burglarizing. Yeah, I was throwing drug dealers. I would know who the drug dealers were. Even in snowlands, they would go sweet.
Right.
And as soon as they got on that hill, they can't take that time to go.
So you were going after the drug dealer.
Drug dealers in that day.
It's like a Pied Piper thing.
Like a pipe for my son. I give them no money.
So you were robbing from like regular people. These were bad guys.
When I lived in a hotel, they were kind of tourists. I would get travelers checks and bring them down to Japan and shit like that.
Right, yeah, more tourists, no problem. But
They get insurance on travelers checks.
yeah, don't leave home without them.
So I never felt guilty about travelers checks.
So yeah, drug deal, that's good. That's good. Break it in there. In a rush over there, right?
The other night I was watching a movie with Ed Norton and Robert De Niro about stealing the fucking blonde. It's one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Montreal, Angel Bassett,
Zoot, how you living, Pam?
what's his name, Jim?
Ed Norton.
Zoot. Zoot,
Yeah.
how did stand-up comedy go?
Bumper really hard.
Okay, that happens. What did you say?
No, I didn't bump hard. I actually did film it. What happened was half the crowd left, and like I wasn't getting a great reaction. Like I was doing okay. I was getting reaction from some bits, but like the crowd reaction wasn't great. So I kind of choked towards the end. Started off strong, but choked towards the end, and then I got scouted. Where this guy came up to me and said, like, if you perform well next time, I'll give you a pay gig role.
No fucking way, Zoot. Congratulations.
That happened on stage. And then I try and edit that out and make it funny before I then send anything.
Certainly. Okay, so, firstly, amazing. You had the courage to go up and do it again. Secondly, I was a little harsh on you previously when I was like, well, I don't find you funny. Because you said, I don't find what you find funny. So I get that. I was just throwing mud. You have said some very funny things over the course of our friendship and over the course of you being a stand-up comedian. And that's amazing that you got scouted for a paid gig. Dude, that's amazing. Good job, Zoot.
Not yet. He said if I perform well next time.
That's still, man. That's like really good. Okay, so what joke did you use?
Oh, I said. Said when I went to the gangbang, there were no Amish people there.
And how did people react?
So, I had a lot of people didn't realize that was a Trump reference, so I had to like bring it up again. That Trump said that there were no Amish people. He said that no Amish people had autism. Like people don't realize. Yeah, like, I made the mistake thinking everyone knows that the joke is Amish people have no autism. People know that joke. I made the mistake of thinking everyone already knew, so I had to I fucked up and stumbled there. So I had to be like, oh, Trump said that Amish people have no autism, so I had to be like, oh, by the way, there was no Amish people who gangbang.
Okay, that's actually pretty funny. If you said it correctly. like that could be really cute. I'm not even busting balls, man. That's funny. So if you said something like, I don't know if you all heard, but President Trump said that there are no cases of autism in the Amish community. Additionally, there weren't any Amish people at my most recent gangbang. That's very funny. That's very funny.
I said I said it. I watched the Bonnie Blue documentary and there was no Amish people in the documentary.
Okay.
There's
And
no-
did people laugh at that?
Not really. The crowd wasn't great.
All right. Well, you can't win them all. Okay. So you go up there, you film yourself, which amazing confidence to be able to do that. And you,
Yeah, I just assumed with the crowd that they would have been more aware of like what Trump was saying about autism recently, his recent comments, and turns out that not many people in the crowd, besides like a woman who was a mental health worker, really knew what was going on with that. So there was just like a cultural difference where people aren't paying attention to what's going on in the news.
yeah, I mean, you are on American social media basically like maybe 16 hours a day. Not everybody is. I'm telling you, I'm American and I wouldn't have gotten that connection. And I don't think many people would have. So I wouldn't necessarily blame the crowd. If you, like, I think you could do that joke again and get a really good pop out of it if you just said, but what it was. So I don't know if you all heard, but President Trump stated recently that there were no documented cases of autism in the Amish community. And then, give it applause. And then coincidentally, there weren't any Amish people at my most recent gangbang either. That's fucking funny. That's a funny fucking joke. that's that's a that's a very funny joke. Like that's something that TikTok would really like.
I've never seen an Amish person at a gangbang before.
No,
Like when I watched the Bonnie Blue film.
no. It's about economy of words. So that's too many words. Like there's a certain role to it. Just do like exactly the words that I said. Coincidentally, I didn't see any Amish people at my most recent gangbang. It's your joke. It's your joke. We're just punching it up a little bit. But okay, so that's a really funny joke. I understand it didn't land the way that you wanted, which is fine. And that's why I always say, dude, tell me your jokes, because had I heard that joke in advance, we would have caught that right away. But that's all right. Okay, so then you said there weren't any. Then there weren't any Amish people at the Bonnie Blue in the Bonnie Blue documentary.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Did people laugh at that?
I feel like a lot of people didn't know who Bonnie Blue was.
That's another thing. You're like hyper sensual, like hyper focused on porn stars, and like nobody knows who that is if you're not like always on the internet and like obsessed with pornography.
Then I said autism is an STI, and the last time I got it before the gangbang was when I fucked Stormy Daniels, and no one got that joke.
What is this joke? You say it again. Autism is an STI.
Autism is an STI, and I called it a gangbang. And then I said I cured it by fucking more people, and it went away, and then I called it again. The first time I got it was when I fucked Stormy Daniels.
Again,
no one got that.
Yeah, no, but not a lot of people are going to know who Stormy Daniels is. It's kind of a dated reference.
I feel like everyone should know who Stormy Daniels is, though. Everyone in the US knows who Stormy Daniels is.
She's like, that whole story came out like 10 years ago, though.
But like, she fucked the president and no one knows her name. Like, it didn't. The fuck?
Yeah, no, I get that. Okay, so.
But everyone knows who. How does more people know who Monica Lewinsky is, but they don't know who Stormy Daniels is?
Well, that was giant.
Like, who the fuck is...
That was giant because we only had 4 channels at the time. There was no social media. 24/7 cable really didn't even... It existed, but like Fox News didn't exist then. CNN was the only real one. So everybody was really focused on it. Additionally, the president was impeached because of that. Trump was, I guess, maybe related to that or whatever. It was really had to do, I thought, with his tax disclosures of it, which is related, certainly. But so Zoo,
I don't...
Zoo, you're really close. You just, with those kinds of things, you need to say what the person's profession is, so it helps. So you would say something like porn star, or former porn star, or former porn star Stormy Daniels, something like that, or porn star Stormy Daniels. Okay, well, what? Okay, all right. I mean, dude, you've got your finger on the pulse of pornography, obviously. Like, but you have to understand, some of us in the real world don't know all this shit. So you're gonna have to educate your audience a little bit. But that doesn't mean your first joke is very good. I know it didn't come off that well, but you could do that joke again, and you could do that joke for a long time. It's a very funny joke. But it's about the economy of words. So you have to use the right words, and there's a flow to it. And it's basically right there. I mean, it's a really good joke. I don't know if you all heard, but President Trump recently announced that there are no documented cases of autism within the Amish community. Coincidentally, there were no Amish people at my most recent gangbang either. Like, that's a fucking funny joke, man. But a key word in there is coincidentally, because it twists the joke into the punchline. Like, that's a big fucking word, but it's really good. If you use, so that's like your first joke. That is a really funny joke. Okay, your second joke with Bonnie Blue, we could make this really funny. So you said, okay, so that's your first joke. Then your next joke was basically like, there were no Amish people in the Bonnie Blue documentary. Is that the joke, basically?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's kind of tagged off the previous joke, but you could punch that up by saying something like, I was watching the most recent Bonnie Blue documentary. I don't know if you all know who Bonnie Blue is, but she's the porn star who had sex with over 1,000 men in 24 hours. Yeah, believe it or not, there weren't any Amish people in that documentary either. Shocking, I know. Not a bad joke, though. And we could definitely punch that up. But then you could have a killer joke at the end, which is like, so it led me on this journey to find out where I could find more instances of Amish people in popular culture. And I'm really stuck on whatever. And then you find something where that would be appropriate. But like, then you've got like a nice little set. You'd have setup, punchline, and then closing. I mean, that gives you a solid 2 minutes of material, or maybe 1 minute of material, but that's all you really need. Okay, so your third joke was, what was your third joke? Oh, Stormy Daniels. Okay, so and all you have to do is educate the audience a little bit. So you say something like, I don't know if you all know who Stormy Daniels is. She's the porn star who had a tryst with President Trump years ago. Well, believe it or not, I contracted autism from whatever. I mean, like, you can say whatever you want with that. I know you said like something like, I contracted autism as an STI recently, or something like that, and then I lost it, and then I got it back for my version of it is having sex with former Donald Trump lover, porn star, Stormy Daniels. Something along those lines. It's too many words, but you can work on it.
Let me ask you something.
Go ahead.
If autism was an STI, would you fucking autistic person?
Is there like, are there condoms?
Yeah, but they don't help.
No, I don't want fucking autism. That shit is ridiculous. Fuck no. I'd be like a monk.
You're gonna build the next. You got three options. You're gonna build the next AI, $1 billion AI startup. You're gonna or you're gonna be able to name every Pokemon that have no like use in the world, or you're gonna just be like headbutting your head against things constantly. Like those are your three options.
Okay.
Like, I don't know.
So I get what you're saying. The whole thing about being able to name all the Pokemon, frankly, that's a joke for like 9-year-olds. Like, adults don't really get that that's like a big accomplishment. You could say, I'm not saying that that's not an accomplishment or whatever, but it's a little specific. So you could say, like, now this is kind of a funny joke. Do you know what Russian roulette is, Zoot? Okay, so you say something along the lines of, imagine if autism were an SDI. It would be, your next sexual encounter would be like playing Russian roulette. You would either found the next great AI startup, be able to name all the Pokemon, and then whatever your next punchline is. Like, that's a pretty good joke. Or, what's the third part you were saying?
Hitting your head against the wall and just like self-harm and bleeding all the time.
Yeah, you see, there's a lot of words though, and it's also a gruesome scene. I like the second one that you have, which is like the Pokemon part. So then you could, but that could even be your punchline. So, or you could make it a joke about Elon Musk. If you wanted, people say that. I don't know if that's true or whatever, but you say something along the lines of, well, no, actually, you just switch the order, and it's really funny. So you could be the person. So okay, let's do the joke. Imagine if autism was discovered as the newest SDI. Well, then having sex with someone would be a very challenging game of Russian roulette. You either would found the next multi-billion-dollar AI startup. You would perhaps start a world-changing space company, or you would memorize every Pokemon known to man. I mean, whatever that is. That's kind of a funny joke. Zoo, I'm telling you, we're going to get you a really good minute, and we're going to be able to use your material, which is your autism material, and we're just going to work on the wording. So the first joke is really good. The second joke we're going to work on. The third joke we're going to work on. The fourth joke is really good, and that's all you need. So the fourth joke that you said is about autism being an SDI. So you say something like, it's a good thing that autism isn't discovered as an SDI or STI, because if it were, having sex would be like a game of Russian roulette. You'd either found the next big AI startup, you would be the CEO of a space company, or you would have memorized every type of Pokemon in the world. That's not a bad joke. We got to work on the Pokemon, or you'll have memorized every Pokemon, and yeah, okay, so that's something. Okay, so you could say you'd either start the world's next big AI startup, you would be CEO of a space company, or you'd be unemployed having memorized every Pokemon ever invented. Not a bad, not bad. Like the reason why I say the unemployed part is the first one is a good job, the second one's a good job, and then the third one's like, but you don't have to include that. Not a bad joke though. So, okay. First joke though, solid. I would memorize it nearly word for word, which is, um, okay. I don't know if you all saw recently in the headlines, but President Trump has stated that there are no documented cases of autism within the Amish community. Coincidentally, there weren't any Amish people at my most recent gangbang. That's a funny fucking joke. That is really fucking funny. Like, if you just bracket that, that's joke one. And the key word of that joke is coincidentally. That is the key. If you don't use that word, you're fucked.
Do you think that there's no autism whatsoever in the Amish community?
I don't know any Amish, so I can't really speak on that matter.
Because I feel like autism is more personality trait than anything. Like the neurotype is more of a personality trait.
I get that. I get that. Okay, back to your jokes. Joke two. We're working with your material. So it would be, I don't know if you all saw recently the documentary with famed porn star Bonnie Blue. For those of you who don't know who this person is, she's the woman who had sex with 1,000 men within 24 hours. It turns out she didn't have any Amish people in her documentary either. Okay, next joke, not that strong. We'll work on the words. Third joke is something along the lines of I learned recently that I potentially contracted autism as an STI. No need to worry though. I had sex with enough chicks to reverse it, and it turned out the cure was having sex with famed porn star Stormy Daniels. Not super funny, but I get it. Final joke. It's a good thing that autism is not a real STI because having sex would be like a game of Russian roulette. You either would found an AI startup, start the next big space company, or be unemployed having memorized all of the world's Pokemon. Not a bad joke. Not a bad joke. And then you've got four jokes. You've got a good, pretty solid minute. And you just have to memorize the words. I like it, Zoo. I like it.
I'm on Reddit right
You're on Reddit right now. Okay,
now.
well,
I'm on Reddit.
why are you going on Reddit right
It's
now?
very cool.
Okay, Zoo, you're obsessed. Like you are. You're beyond obsessed with this.
No, that's just possible.
Okay. That's fine. But okay, so you did the stand up, and a bunch of people walked out. Why did they walk out?
Oh no, they walked out before.
Oh, okay? So they walked out before you performed. How many people were there while you performed?
Probably about 25.
That's really good. Were most of them open mic comics as well, or were they people who had paid to view comedy?
I'd say maybe about 50-50.
Okay, that's good. So your first joke is really good if you use those words. The second and third jokes, not as strong. The fourth joke, stronger. So you work on the second and third joke. And it's about a little bit of education for your audience. So let's work on the second joke. The second joke is I don't know if you all saw recently, but Bonnie Blue had sex with 1,000 men in 24 hours. I watched a recent documentary, and it turns out not a single one of them is Amish. Who knew? Okay. And then the third joke. Um, Went to my doctor recently, and turned out I was diagnosed, or there was a potential of me being diagnosed and with autism. And he said that it could have been sexually contracted, but I was cured from it. It turns out you can have sex with dozens of people, but if the last person you had sex with also had sex with the president, you'll be cured from autism. And it turned out that Stormy Daniels.
I kind of think that, but what I was going for is if you want to cure your autism, you have to have sex with people that don't have autism.
Okay, I mean, what makes you think that? What makes you think that Stormy Daniels doesn't have autism?
There's no real.
It's like you just want to use certain words, and these words would be SDI, autism, Stormy Daniels, and like you have to make these work. But the joke, firstly, people don't know who that is. I know you do, but you also follow like United States politics far closer than most Australians do. And also, you follow porn far closer than most anyone does. So, like, those are two difficult things. Like, Zoo, who's the most famous porn star in the world right now? Okay. And people don't know who she is. And if they do, they don't always want to admit to it, even through a laugh. Like, imagine you're on a date with a chick, and they make a Bonnie Blue joke, and she looks over at you like, who is that? And then you'd be like, oh, well, it's this famous porn star. Like, you don't want to admit to that. Not saying you can't make that joke work. You just have to. You just have to explain who it is. You just have to explain who it is.
Bonnie Blue, like Bonnie Blue is like famous in like she was. If you watch the documentary in the British newspapers and the British media, it was like she was in she was like one of the top news headlines. She was being talked about all over radio.
Okay, but most people in Australia did not watch those documentaries. So all you have to do is put a qualifier in there and just explain who she is. So you say famed porn star Bonnie Blue. That's all you have to say. Then people understand it. But you're basically like saying like, you know how I say, hey, dude, do you know who Malcolm Jamal Warner is? And you're like, no, who's that? And I'm like, oh, he died recently. He was on the Cosby Show. Everybody watched the Cosby Show in 1988. Yeah, I mean, but it's like not relevant for today. So if I were to say famed actor from the Cosby Show, Malcolm Jamal Warner died, then people understand what the fuck I'm talking about. And that's all you have to do. You just say famed porn star or infamous porn star, Bonnie Blue, the woman who had sex recently with 1,000 different men.
So it's like talking about crypto that's not Bitcoin to someone who doesn't know what crypto is.
Exactly, Zoo. That's a perfect analogy. You just have to put a little qualifier in there, because if not, if you don't do that, the chances of people not getting it are too great and can cause the joke to bomb. But if you put in there what the person is or why they're famous, then there's a much higher accuracy rate. So it's just a few words. It's not like anything crazy. So let's make that second joke work. The first joke is solid. I've memorized it. We've got it on camera. That's great. We'll be able to have you work that one. Second one is I don't know if any of you happen to see the most recent Bonnie Blue documentary. For those of you who don't know, and like all of we are just explaining it. For those of you who don't know, Bonnie Blue is the infamous porn star who had sex with more than 1,000 men in 24 hours. It turns out, in that entire documentary, not one Amish person. Shocking, I know. Now, you're kind of like milking the same joke that you used previously. So it's not like people aren't expecting it, but it's okay. I mean, it's really just a separate joke that you could use. Okay, the third joke about Stormy Daniels doesn't make a lot of sense because Stormy Daniels isn't known for like making people not autistic. So you could, if you want to use that kind of a joke. Oh, here's a fucking funny joke. Wait, is this? Let's see. How would you say it? Okay. So, did you see recently in the United States, the president came out on Monday and said that uh, acetaminophen caused autism? Did you see this?
He said Tylenol.
That's acetaminophen. Okay, so Tylenol. Did you see this? Okay.
Yeah.
So.
We call it paracetamol.
Okay. Well, whatever you call it, paracetamol. Paracetamol.
Yeah, paracetamol. But it is what you're saying it was. It is that.
Okay, would people in Australia know what Tylenol is?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so then you can say, I don't know if anybody has seen in the news recently, but President Trump stated that Tylenol was the cause or the potential cause of autism. And then you can say, like, there's a joke there. I'm sure there are a lot of jokes there, but something along the lines of, so what could we say that's funny there? So in I mean, there's like a joke, like a Viagra joke. Like, so instead of, so, so the next time you have sex, ensure that you take Viagra instead of Tylenol to avoid any undesired results. Something like that. It's not perfect, but it's something. Okay, but that's not your joke. We want your joke. So your joke was Stormy Daniels, which is, again, a dated reference. And for people who don't follow American politics and don't follow porn stars, it's not that well known. Okay, so, but you were using a self-deprecating...
I feel like Stormy Daniels, yeah, that was a shit joke.
That's okay.
No one knows who the fuck Stormy Daniels is.
That's okay. That's okay. But, and it's just dated, too. People don't really... Even if they knew who she was, that's a 10-year-old joke.
I mean, if it was
You've got...
Before he got re-elected, like when it was all over the news, people would have got that.
Exactly. 10 years ago, people would have understood it, but now it's not so big. Okay, so you could use the Tylenol joke. So you say something along the lines of, this was in the news recently.
Let me ask you a question.
Go for it.
Do you think people know who won the vote? I feel like Like 75% of people online know who Bodyguard is.
That's online. That's not necessarily people. That's not necessarily people who are in your crowd.
I would say a lot of people that there was at least 3 or 4 people in the crowd that knew who Bodyguard was.
Okay, 3 or 4 out of 25. Those that sucks. So all you have to do is say famed porn actress Bonnie Blue, who had recent sex with 1,000 guys, and that's all you have to say. Then 25 people know. Why only allow 10% to know? Remember we talked about this. Why make 10% of the crowd laugh when you could make 100% of the crowd laugh? So you just have to explain who she is a little bit. It takes a few words. Like you're very secretive about it. You're like, well, everybody should know this. They don't. They don't. You're not talking about Queen Elizabeth II. You're talking about.
This is why I don't do sports jokes. I think people who do sports jokes are not really funny because they don't get
Exactly. So you have to see it like that. Your porn is other people's sports jokes. So just recognize that. That's a perfect example. Okay, so you can now. You also have to understand, Zoo. Now, I don't know how it is in Australia, but all your jokes are American based, and I get that. That's where a lot of your media comes from. But there are going to be some people who are just like not into American anything. But I get it. It's kind of a global. These are global news events.
By the way, there's this guy who has really predictable jokes, and the whole audience were able to predict what he was saying because he just steals jokes from Kill Tony episodes. So like people were just predicting what he was doing, and he just fucking got absolutely roasted tonight.
Well, there
and
you
it
go.
was actually more funny that he was getting roasted for his like how shit he was because he was stealing the jokes. That was the funny part.
There you go, Zoo. All right, so we have an acetaminophen joke or a Tylenol joke, and you need a third joke. So we're going to replace the Stormy Daniels joke with a. Okay, well, this could. Well, hold on. So it was recently announced, or President Trump recently announced that Tylenol potentially could be the cause of autism. I don't think this is kind of funny though. Hold on. This is kind of funny. I don't know if this will be a self-deprecating joke, but you could use it. You could say, so President Trump recently stated that Tylenol could be the cause of autism. I asked my mom about this subject, and like you could hold on. Let's think about this. You could say, so that caused me to ask my mom if she ever took Tylenol before I was born. And she responded, so let me ask, Zoo, do you know what Tic Tacs are?
Yep.
Okay, good. So this is a self-deprecating joke, but you could say, so President Trump recently announced that Tylenol could be the cause of autism in children, which caused me to ask my mother, Mom, did you ever take Tylenol before you got pregnant? And she told me that she ate those things like Tic Tacs, which explains a lot now that you see me. Not a bad joke. It's self-deprecating. But if you want to go up there and say you got...
She did.
Okay, I understand she did, but like it's just a joke. Like that doesn't whether she did or didn't. Okay, so if you don't want to use that type of self-deprecating joke, you could make a joke about uh, you could say something like, if you want, this isn't a bad joke. So President Trump recently announced that Tylenol could be the cause of autism, which led me to research exactly how many bottles of Tylenol did Elon Musk's mom eat before she gave birth. Crickets, but it's a funny joke. Because that's like a thing, like people talk about that. It's difficult because there aren't really any famous people with autism like that have talked about that. Um, okay, but if it has to be an autistic joke, um, you could say something like, um, I mean, look, Zoo, you don't even need that joke. You've got three good jokes if you just do what you have, which is President Trump recently. Hold on, what was the first joke? I remember it. Okay, it was President Trump recently announced that there were no documented cases of autism in Amish. Coincidentally, there were no Amish at my most recent gangbang. Second joke is I don't know if you all saw this recently. Bonnie Blue, for those of you who don't know, she's the infamous porn star who had sex with 1,000 men in 24 hours. Had a documentary. Turns out there were no Amish in that documentary. Third joke. I think it's an interesting premise to think that autism could be contracted like an STI, which means that in your next sexual encounter, the results could be that you start a giant tech startup, are the CEO of a space company, or end up memorizing every type of Pokemon ever created. Those are three. That's like a minute.
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, baby?
it's 12 a.m. 12 a.m. People are trying to sleep. I'll be back tomorrow.
All right, buddy. Well, good job. You've got some solid material.
I'll be back in about, yeah, I'll be back maybe 7 to 9 hours. Yeah, maybe a bit longer.
All right, big.
7 to 9 hours ish.
All right, big dog. Well, you've got some material, big man. What do you think of that material? It's too much on autism, which I don't think is very funny. But if you're gonna have to make it funny, you do it the way that I did it, because my shit's hilarious. Coincidentally, is a big fucking word. What is hilarious? Look at this athleticism. Phil Z, Maya, GM.
stealing,
Just anything.
trespassing. You ever try to sneak into places like events just to say, oh, let me see if I can try and sneak in, even though you can get a ticket or you have a ticket?
When I was a kid, I snuck into the garden for everything. Because what you do is you go to work. Game the season, so you go to a game, right? You pay $15 and you get the ticket stub.
Yeah.
So you take $20 and you put it in the stub. Next time you go to the garden, you stub your way in. So you stub your way in and basically you don't have a seat. So now you gotta go get a seat and then you're in.
Wait, so for $20?
Yeah, $10. You know, I would see 10 of them, they see these.
Yeah.
You see the sixes, you get the six on Christmas Day.
Gotcha. We used to sneak into the forum. Like,
Really?
yeah, we would go in there. You could go into the forum. We did it this way. So if we would go in, and if you left, okay, this is what we did. Basically, to make it a long story short, if you left to go smoke or whatever, they like put an X on your ticket. So we took the ticket and we slipped it through the door, and our friend had the ticket stub. So now he had the ticket. We were in just the door to inside the outside. He had the ticket stub. He wrote the X on it. Went to where we walked in. See what I'm saying? It was like real easy. So we snuck into like Clipper games, like Celtic games back in the day. No.
What'd you say?
This was like standing room only. All the guys were moving around. We had like I was in. I don't believe me. I want to see. I'm not one of those guys who's comfortable bouncing around like the floor.
I think it was as scary back then. Like,
Was it? When the Lakers played, I think they were one of the worst guys.
Minglewood was alright, but no, it was like known as what it is now. It was like a little edgy, but the forum I'm sure was safe for the park look. And I used to go to like 2 or 3 games a year to get with the Celtics would come to town. Saw the Nuggets, Trailblazers, but yeah, we would sneak in, and then also the LA King games. My friend worked there, so we would get in, and there's a lot of that stuff going on. But that was LA back in the day. That was a spot to be. The forums just.
I was scared. Like, I never tried to sneak into a movies, and I still.
That's even scary.
No, I at least bought one ticket. So I never really.
You buy one ticket, you go to 3 fucking movies. Yeah, they don't even give a fuck.
Oh, they don't?
They know you're doing it. You know, here's a fucking that double face classic motherfucker. That's 16.
I know that kid.
That wants to be a cop in fucking 8 years.
I've seen them.
He's the one that comes up to you and tries to scream in the yard and shit. How's that? But they even told him the other how I did not use physical. This guy's a fucking idiot.
What about getting a refill? I got busted one time for getting a refill on a Circle K in Tempe. The lady clamped down on me. She said you can't do that. I got this soda. It was like a 32-ounce thirst buster. It was Tempe. It's hot. I remember I'm drinking the soda. I'm like looking at the magazines, checking out the stuff. Now it's all halfway through. We go get some more. And she's like, "Hey, you can't do that." I remember. Did she want to go? No, but she came down on me for it. You remember these incidents in your life when people came down on you for stuff. I remember at the circus one time. You heard of Circus Vargas? You heard of Circus Vargas is like a local circus, and it was over in like Hollywood and Highland. This when I was a kid, and some ladies that I snuck into the big top. I remember she grabbed my collar. I remember it's whenever I think of Circus Vargas, it's still around. I see it. I have flashbacks of that lady grabbing me, sneaking in, and I wasn't sneaking in. I'm a good kid. I'm so upset now. No, but I remember I got busted for. Some lady thought I was shoplifting. Some people I've been accused of a lot of stuff that I didn't do. I don't know why.
I got busted for cheating.
Were you cheating?
Yeah.
Great. There you go.
And I had listen how stupid I was. I had the book under my shirt. My teacher knew it, and he said stand up, and the book got caught under the desk. So there was that. That was terrible. I got caught doing not shoplifting.
Masturbating?
Oh, no, I haven't. That would be terrible. You guys are gonna
Almost.
And then what I was gonna say,
I got caught by a ex-girl. She went to take a shower. She came out of the sniff of the bed of the bed and all that. Don't be able to solve that. I ate the water. It was not cold. It was not cold. I went to sniff the fucking bed. And he came out.
girl says, look, here's panties or here's a sock. What do you want to hold? Panties. I'd probably take a sock.
Weird.
I think so. Somebody's telling me there's a girl that gets money for sending you run the underwear. There's a lot of girls do that. Yeah, they send you socks to the floor. Oh, really? After they go to yoga. Sign me up. What do you like about feet, bro? Just the shape of the toe, the nail, the bones, like kind of like when they're lined up good. I like when they're a little bony. Clean. I like them clean. I can get dirty though. I I'm not a sex fiend with a foot. I like what I think is beautiful. I think I see a fat chick with fat feet, and she has sandals on the damn one. Tell her husband stop. You can advise him before you let the fucking house. He got some pair of balls. I would sit on the other one. But you can't wear those fucking sandals. It looks like a truck driver's feet. I see it all the fucking time, and the guy should tell me what I done this. I love feet. I love great coat. I love life things. But you can't wear those open toe fucking shoes every time you wear them. I have fucking all the time. That's a ticket. That's a black guy. Look at the size of your fucking feet. You're a Godzilla. But I love you to death. You're the mother of my children. With those feet gotta go. We gotta do something. They're oops. What do you expect? We're responsible. Thank you, honey. I didn't know. Women don't know. Sometimes people just don't know. I got fucked up feet. I got fucked up everything. I got fucked up feet. I got the fucking nail toe. You look at my foot. You just so I get embarrassed. I had eczema. How much work? I put a band-aid on my toe. That was like a fucking half a fag. So I might as well just go with the front guy toe sticking out. I don't give a fuck. I trim it. You know, I trimmed the front side. It's fungus. I've done everything I could. I went to Mash and told me to spray that thing. Well, it's not went up and got it blood torch. You know, that's necessarily you want to group on. You go to Sherman Oaks. Some Indian ladies. That's the only people that would do that. Blood torch your toes. They're trying to get back at somebody. You're going in the morning. They get a fucking hole, like a little hole, coldest air ever. They leave it on your toe, feel your toe, then they blow towards your fucking toe. Right. Like a torch. Yeah. See the smoke, you fucking burn. Oh. And you can smell it. I was gonna say, it's like for the Dumb and Dumber movie. And you go from one foot to the other, to the other, one foot to the other. My wife got for me for Christmas. We tried it. And I go home and I fucking pick the nail up and spray. Sebastian said he had to spray it on his toe for a year every day. So that's what I did for a year. Every day I spray it. Now the nail is half the box. Like I've cut half of them. I go to hotels. That's why I do my foot. I don't work on my feet in my house. I do footwork in hotels. I have a podiatrist on every corner. Joe, how are you doing this yourself? I'm a podiatrist. What doctor? I'm a foot doctor for you. You're going to say you're going to help me. No, help you. You got to trim your feet and I got to sand them. Oh, sander. I got a foot sander. You get them online. I got a foot sander. My feet crack and shit. I got fucked up skin. So what happens is I take my feet and I soak it. I wait till the toenail comes out. I cut the fungus out. I go deep. I take the brown stuff out. Oh! I definitely sniff it. You know me. You gotta sniff that shit. That's the worst. Oh my god. Do you like catalog? Do you have like a diary? You don't know what you do is you take the toenail and you get some toe jam and you mix it all together like a toe ball. And you sniff that fungi nail, Joe. I think I can help you. Let me ask a question. Do you take supplements? Do you take MSM? Do you know what MSM is? I take it. Do you take Biosol? I take supplements that specifically focus on skin, connectivity, those tissues, those I used to have skin ailments. I used to have bad nails, bad skin, jock itch, anal lesions. So I got a jock itch, and I got a strong one. But growing up in Jersey, it's scratching like I have a red scar. Not on my dick, but way on my thigh. Growing up in that heat doesn't even kill. But these are for collagen. These are for nails. I take it. My nails get stronger. My eyebrows get thicker. I don't have, again, the jock area, the eczema, that's also mental, but I used to have those problems, I'm telling you. And I think if you tried some MSM, I thought you would, do you know what MSM is? MSM. It's basic stuff, MSM. It's in chondroitin, it's in joint stuff, but if you take it, it's strong. I'm being serious. I'm talking about skin, hair, and nails. Look at my nails. I'll scratch somebody. That's how strong they are. I would say, when I heard that story about you having that toenail thing, I say give it a shot. Biocell. I got GNC to move. I'm going to go on a routine. No, don't do GNC. I think you want to stop, Joey. I think you like it. What the toenail? Oh, like just the process of digging it out. Like, is that why you do it on the road?
There she is.
Pieces of that, take some of the jam from underneath.
Girl, I had the kiss of death yesterday with my fantasy football team. I should have shut my fucking mouth. They played like dog shit. And that's all I'm going to say about that. How are you? Oh, it was terrible. I awoke. I looked at my team. I wanted to throw my phone. I was sick about it. And then one of the players that I traded away had like the best week. Yeah, you should have. Oh, it was terrible. All right. So what's good in your world? Okay, excellent. Okay, well, those are some. That's kind of a lot of stuff.
I do think.
No, I get that. I didn't think that you didn't. In fact, I think you do things. You do more things than most people with less opportunity. So you do a lot. All right. You want to hear how my bots are doing? Of course. This is deep knowledge. All right. So I basically I like to do testing of them, but it's hard to get feedback on how the bots are doing. So like the bot that got you in here basically was just like sending a picture of my driver's license in like a huge paragraph, which is fine. Um, but what I was doing is I changed the picture, and then I would post something on that account, and then I can tell how many interactions it would get. So what I would do is like I would send out a bunch of messages and then check how many interactions my post got, and it would be like I would check it once and I'd get one interaction, and then I'd wait like an hour and check it again, and it'd have two interactions, and then I check it again, and it'd have three interactions. It was like, well, I'm the only person who's interacting with this thing. So then I had this other strategy like last week, and it worked really well. It worked like immediately when I started doing it. Like all these people came in here. Well, when I said all these people, like two, but that was still really great. But then it wasn't working as well. But I figured out a way for it to work well again. So basically, what this bot does is um, it looks up a keyword and then reposts everybody who has recently posted anything about that keyword. Now, previously, what I would do is use the words like Jew, Jewish. And when I do that, there are people who don't like Jews and there are people who do like Jews. So the people who don't like Jews would see that I reposted them, and then they would report my account, and then they would take the account down. So I thought, okay, I need something more neutral than that. So I started doing crypto, NFT, and Bitcoin. And the reason why I did those is because it's like, if it's reposting your post, everybody wants more interaction with their posts. So nobody's going to get pissed off if you reposted them. Like, generally, like that, you get what I'm saying. So I did that about, I don't know, 5 hours ago or something. And I'm happy to say, like thrilled to say, to some extent, that right now I am eclipsing let's see here. Well, I got 13 followers, which is a fuck ton of followers when you're someone like me who, who basically just spam people. And it's got 507 interactions and 5 likes, which is like, I didn't even want those. Like, basically, 507 interactions is a huge amount for me. So More than anything, like, you got 13 followers and 507 interactions. How many do I have total? Well, I just created it. Yeah, I just created it like 6 hours ago. So it's like a brand new account. But I'm not even trying for people to follow the account. I just want interactions. And what that means is I repost their stuff. And that means that they sometimes look at what I did and then they look at my account and then I get an interaction out of it, which is, like, in its own way, like, really good for me because, like I said previously, when I was doing the thing where I send the private messages or whatever, I would get like 25 over the course of like 24 hours. I mean, it wasn't a lot. And I think I was most of those. So this is a good strategy. Now, the key is not getting the account banned. It's fine if the account gets banned, but it's just, it takes me a long time to create the accounts because I have to go through CAPTCHAs or the ARCOS, and it's just a pain. But I'm really happy with that. And, um, it's one of these things where you don't know what necessarily works until you try it. And um, this seemingly works okay. I mean, like, every few minutes, I'll get a new notification, and like I just got another person who followed me. So now I have 14 followers, which is great. And um,
Well, you said that post that you saw was looked at 500 times and you have 13 followers.
yeah, but um, that's probably pretty average. In fact, that's probably better than average, especially because I have a new account. Like, if it were,
What is it? Mission rate that you're supposed to go for is unless percent of your audience wants you, and you can actually watch it.
yeah, but that's like a real account. My account is just some throwaway account that literally starts with 0 followers. And
I'm saying that obviously, I mean, you're hitting the goal in a different way. Do you see what I'm saying?
yeah, no, I do, and it's unexpected. Like, if I wanted the maximum amount of people to follow me, I would just follow people, and then you get. I think those statistics are probably similar. If you get 100 people, if you follow 100 people, 25% of them or 25 people will follow you back. And so, like 2 years ago, around this time, I created one of my first bots, which was just a follow bot, and this was back in the day when, um, like, Twitter was still, like, wasn't owned by Elon Musk yet, and what these bots would do, I created over 2,000 of them manually, and it took me like 6 months. But what they would do is just follow. All they would do is just follow people, and you can still find like archived posts that I have, or not that I have, but like people have written about me that are just like, who is this fucking asshole who keeps following me? Every single day, I get followed by 45 of this person's accounts. Like, what is their problem? And it was really funny to me that the people who are on the right side of, or like conservative people, thought I was liberal, and the people who were liberal thought I was conservative. When in reality, I think both sides are corrupt. And then they would like make these giant posts about me, and they would at Elon Musk and at Twitter support and all these other people. So I did this bot like 2 years ago, and I did it for 6 months, and then Twitter changed its settings. So before you could follow 400 people a day. Now they changed it. You can still do that, but like if you follow more than like 10 an hour or something like that, they'll ban your account. So it wasn't worth it for me to do that on Twitter anymore. So I kind of have to find the loopholes in the system. And one of the loopholes that I found is the repost loophole. Like, if I just, instead of reposting people, I liked them, Twitter limits the amount of likes that you can do. But they don't, as of right over the course of the past like month, they don't limit the amount of reposts you do. So I just go through and repost everybody's shit, and then that causes them. I In an ideal world, Audie, they would get a notification, and then they would see that I reposted them. It doesn't work that well because Twitter has something in their algorithm that basically knows that I'm a bot, and so it does what it calls silences notifications automatically. But the key is that when you look at the post, it shows that somebody has reposted it, and then you can click on that and look at post interactions. You have to do some swiping, but then you see my shit, and it's like, if that's what I have to do, then that's what I'll do. But for me to like, my goal is for one account to get 1,000 views on this post that I have. If I get 1,000 views, then great. I'll just eventually just throw that account will get banned eventually. But then I just create another one and do the same thing, and that's really great. Now, does that equate to people coming in here and interacting with me? Well, I haven't had anybody do that yet today, but I did this like earlier last week, and I had people come in right away. And actually, one guy really nice. He's from the UK, and he's really into electric bicycles, and we talk about that all the time. And he's like he's just such a sweet person. I really like him. He came in yesterday morning, and it was right about kickoff time for all these games, and I was like, dog, I'd love to talk to you, but I'm really focused on these games. And he's like, no, I understand. I was just coming in to say hi. So we caught up a little bit. Anyway, so I've got another notification. Let's see what this is saying. Another person followed me, so that means I've got 16 followers or so. So that's good. I mean, again, I don't do this for followers. Um, I do this for people to interact with my posts. So let's check out that. And what I love about this bot is that there's feedback. Like, I know how well it's working because I can see this number grow. So I'm at 522 interactions, which is phenomenal. I'm really happy with that. And then what ends up happening sometimes is um, people will create a post about me. And they'll be like, is anybody else getting these reposts from this Rabbi Rothschild? Who are they? What's their deal? And then, that happens. There's this other thing that I do well, let me ask you, Audie, do you know what SEO is? Search engine optimization?
Like, I know what those words mean together, but I don't know.
I get you. Okay, so say you have a pizza place, like a pizza joint, and you want it when somebody types pizza near me, wherever you are, you want your website to rank highly. What you'll do is you might put something on your website, like a paragraph about pizza in your area, and all the good things that you offer. And then what happens is twice a day, Google crawls the internet for content, and basically, if it likes what you've written, it will rank you higher. That's how people get ranked in, like, highly in the search engine. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I didn't know that was how Google determined it.
It is interesting. And it's a multi-billion, if not trillion-dollar business. It's basically people who game the system to get their website to populate over their competitors' websites. Anyway, so I've never heard anybody refer to this, but there's like a new world of that in large language models. When I say large language models, that's just fancy words for ChatGPT and Google Gemini and all these AI things. So something that I did a long time ago, I basically populated the internet with like all my stuff, like my biography and what I talk about, all this stuff. And over the course of time, large language models have figured out who I am, and they'll write my biography basically like word for word when you ask them about me. Now there are other Rabbi Rothschilds, so sometimes it can get confused. But if you ask any like ChatGPT or Google Gemini or Claude or any of the other ones, uh, Grok, welcome. How are you? Yay. Yay, you gotta be 18 to be in here, buddy. Yeah, so that's another strategy I've been using. I don't know how beneficial it is. But basically, what I've done is anybody who sends me a message, I'm sending them an invitation to this server. Um, and so, like, if you send me a message, I mean, not you because I know who you are, but like, if see, the thing is, and I'm sure you get these too, you get rando people on Discord who send you a message. And a lot of times it's like, hey, join my Discord or whatever. Well, if you send me a message, I'm just like, normally I would just ignore them. But instead, I'm like, you know what? I'll send you an invite to my server. The reason why I do it that way is if you are the responder on Discord to a message, you don't get like in trouble for responding. If you just go out and send a bunch of messages to random people, Discord will get mad at you and ban your account. And I don't want that to happen. But if you receive a bunch of messages and you respond to them with your Discord link, you don't get in trouble. So, like yesterday when I awoke, I had 70 new messages from Discord. And I went through, which is like a ton of messages. Like within, I don't know, like 8 hours, it's a ton of messages. Um, and the reason why I get so many is I'm in this one giant Discord that has 5 million people in it. And I don't even really know what it is. It's called Steal a Brain Rot. I don't know what that is. I've been in it. It's got almost 6 million people in it. I think it has to do with Roblox. But I don't know. I don't do Roblox. I've never played Roblox. But I know people do trading in Roblox and stuff, and that's big on Discord. So a lot of people ask me to trade on there, and I just send them my Discord link. Well, anyway, I get random people in here. A lot of times, like I'll get people who are like 21, which is cool, but then I'll get people who are like 8, and so it's like okay, so I have to be super diligent. How old are you? And they'll be like, I'm 11. I'll be like, all right, well, have a good day, and then I'll just ban them. But it has caused this server to grow to some extent. But over the course of the past like 2 or 3 weeks, I've gotten like 75 new people in here, and that's fine. I mean, it's like neither super good or it's better than I normally get. So, go ahead. Yeah, I mean, it's something. Um, the big thing that I want to happen is people who see me repost their shit on X to come in here. When that happens, like when you came in here, I still think about this all the time. When you came in here and I'm like, hey, how'd you find out about me? You're like, Twitter. I'm like, no fucking way. And I describe our interaction like a message in a bottle. I remember telling you that. It was like I was just on a deserted island and I put a message in a bottle and I threw it in the ocean and you somehow got it on some other beach and read it. And it's really hard to do that though. Like basically you're an exception. Not many people are going to be like you and be like, I'm going to hunt this person down and see what's going on with their Discord and join it and all these other things. Um, but I do get some people who do that. And I think with the strategy that I have currently, it's there's a good chance that it could happen. Um, and when it does, it just makes my fucking day. I mean, I get so happy when someone comes in here and they learn about me from Twitter or whatever I'm botting because it tells me that what I'm doing is working. So that's great. So with that being said, um, I have to just continue these bots and like like I can even check right now. So like last I spoke, it was 522 interactions on my post, and now it's 532. So within the last like I'm maybe getting like one a minute or two a minute or so. So that's really great. That's I'm not doing anything. I have to get people out for that. And the key is that I'm using very neutral terms. So NFT, Bitcoin, crypto. Very few people are going to report you if you repost their stuff with that. But if it's Jew, there are a lot of people who don't like Jews, and so they'll come out and just be like, "Well, fuck you! I'm going to ban you for reposting my shit." So I think that's a good strategy. And another thing that's important about this strategy is that it's basically like the morning in the United States now, and people like it's the start of a new week. So people go onto Twitter and do their thing. Like Twitter, at least on the weekends, it's not as business oriented as it is during the week. So, people get up and they say GM to each other and they post about their Bitcoin or their cryptocurrency or whatever it is. So um, that's where we're at, and I just I've been using this analogy recently, which I feel is apt. Um, so the Grand Canyon started with a drop of water at some point. Basically, it was rain or snow in the Rocky Mountains that eventually started a little stream that eventually became a river, the Colorado River, and then eventually cut through and made this giant canyon. And it's like each one of these reposts is just another drop of water that I'm putting out there. And I recognize that if I just do this enough, that it's eventually going to make some kind of uh, impact. I mean, I know I've done it before. I know that when I would spam people on Kick, it got the biggest people on Kick to find out about me and to interview me and to do podcasts and things like that to the point where I'm friends with a lot of them. It made people on Twitter previously know who I was, and to annoy them. It's made people on Discord know who I am. So I know if I just keep doing this, that will have a significant impact. There's also an analogy that I use that I've heard before, but if you just take your finger and you tap your arm like very lightly, if you did that for like 5 days straight, eventually you would work your way down to the bone. Basically, just with like a little bit of impact over a consistent amount of time, you will cause a lot of damage. And that's what I'm doing with these bots. And I wish I could say more about them. Well, okay, I'll say this. So the bot is it's really interesting. So it's got a link to my Discord in the name, and I basically say like YouTube me. Like there are some people who say Google me. There are some people who say YouTube me. Like this one girl, I'll never forget the first person who told me to Google them. I was oh I I had met this girl, and uh, she and I like were sitting next to each other at something, and um, I forget what we were talking about, but um, she's like Google me, and I did, and she turned out to be an actress, and she was in like movies, and I was like, oh wow, like that's pardon me.
I would say that under any other circumstance, that would be a really unlikely scenario.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Um, at the time, I had just done something that was like I don't want to say what it is. I mean, it was good. It was like a very positive thing that a lot of people knew about me or knew about what I did, and 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 so in the same way, she's like Google me, and I did, and I'm like wow, and like her IMDb pulled up, and she's in movies with like actors that I really liked, and I'm like wow, what was that person like? Like like that kind of stuff would go on, and so people say Google me, but nobody really says YouTube me. I mean, it's not like that popular of a thing to do, but I do say YouTube me. And then I say, Rabbi Rothschild lives on YouTube and Discord 24/7 for world peace. Rabbi has been live on YouTube 3+ years. Ask me anything in my Discord, and then it has a Discord link. And then, um, like I have this post that is very. Then I have this thing. I have my driver's license on like my banner, and it tells people there's this part uh, of Twitter that they have where you can view more, and you can write like a really long amount of information. So I write like 50,000 characters in there. So it says, pardon me. It's in a view more section. Like nobody uses it. So it says introduction, Shalom Yalom, Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream my life filled with peace. I want to help the world achieve peace through a global emphasis on pacifism. I feel if humans are ever to colonize space, terraform other planets, and travel intergalactically, we need peace on Earth. I want to help end world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, vertical farming. It's all the stuff that I talk about. And then I put all the information about myself. I mean, you can really just read this. In the about section of this Discord. It's all this. It's like I don't want to say word for word, but a lot of it's in there. So anyway, nobody really uses this section of Twitter because it's not that always that easy to find. So I put like instructions how to find it, and anyway, I'm just someone who is just trying what they can to trying to do what I can to get the world to unite. Yes, ma'am.
Do you think that you would string your life into the
Yeah, but I don't think I'm gonna die. But yeah, I'd love to. That's the plan. And I know it's very optimistic to say I don't think I'm gonna die, but scientists have already.
just don't let go?
No, no, no. I do want to talk about it.
I mean, you can talk about it. You can, yeah. I'm not as optimistic as you,
I get that.
but I don't want to break your heart about it.
No, no, no. I understand.
It
Look,
looks like trial might be like, your only option, which doesn't sound great.
what is my only option?
If say that, like, would you cryo-freeze yourself if there wasn't anything, else to do?
100%. Absolutely. Cryogenically freeze myself. 100%.
But you have to then decide at some point in your life that you're done living now and you're willing to just be frozen. You understand that, right? And you can't just
No.
be like in hospice and like, yeah, now freeze me. I mean, like you could and hope that there's like awesome medicine as soon as they unfreeze you, but you wouldn't. You don't understand what I'm trying to. You have to be alive.
I get.
How alive are you going to be?
I get what you're saying. Usually, what happens is that people are in hospice, and they have plans that are made with these companies that as soon as their heart stops, within like 10 minutes of that, they're basically put into liquid nitrogen and frozen. Like they're like immediately, and you have to do it really quickly. So there's like a team of people that they pay to do this. And then you can either have your head done or your whole body. The head's cheaper. And then like the ones that I've seen, there's some in Southern California, there's some in Arizona, and they're basically just companies that keep people frozen indefinitely until there are solutions to um, cure however they die. And if I'm not one of those people, I want to dedicate my life to unfreezing those people eventually once we have the technology. Like, that's something I want to give awareness about. And I remember in the 1990s, I saw like a 60 Minutes on this, and I was like, oh, wow, I want to help with that. Or that's how I want to die. And But do I fear death? No. Meaning, like, I know that I could die any, like, like a meteor could kill me or whatever.
No, I know that you don't. You just genuinely enjoy life so much.
Oh, I absolutely do. Why do I want it to end? Yeah, but um, I also think and we're of a generation that scientists at least estimate the first person to live to be 200 years old is already born. And then I learn about the science of mind uploading, and it's very realistic. We're already doing it with mice. And when people counter this to say, yeah, but there's a big difference between a mouse and a human, I say that's correct. But 20 years ago, we were doing brain computer interversed BCI, brain computer interface, Neuralink, has already been implanted in a human and is being used, still very advanced technology that's actually in the past. Meaning, somebody has a computer chip in their head and they can use that to move a mouse on a computer. That's like mind blowing technology to me. And so for me to think that, or like another one, which is really interesting, is like a test tube baby. Basically, like that's been around for 50 years, but that's still like a lot for me to be able, or like the artificial womb, basically. That that's something that's like a reality today, and I so there's part of me that's like even I talk about this stuff about life, mind uploading, and all of this, and it sounds so futuristic to me, but in reality, a lot of this stuff has already happened. I mean, de-extinction, like that's like Jurassic Park. That seems so advanced. We've already done it. We did it in 2003. That's 20 more than 20 years ago. It was done, but it still seems super uh, advanced to me. And but so I'm okay with death, but I think there might be a chance to be able to escape it in one way or another. So why not try? And it's like the ultimate evolutionary adaptation that you can have is to try to escape death. And as a species, I'm doing everything that I can. Now, um, there are some people who would be like, okay, well, why aren't you like you talk about peptides and oxygen therapy and human growth hormone and stem cells and all that. Oh, that's super expensive. I get that, but I don't have the ability to just become superhuman like that or whatever immediately. However, I do recognize the importance of data and how valuable it is, and that so long as I do this stream, it's going to make me an influential person. And when that comes to fruition, I'm going to be able to pay for all that stuff. So, do I know that? What'd you say?
So can we make you a club?
Yeah, definitely,
I would just join it.
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I talk about that in my spiel. I say, we'll be like
I got this sounds so.
exactly. We the first.
I'm gonna be a little bit more like Frankenstein, bro. We would be very nice to all of you.
Thank you. Um, yeah, I mean, we cloned mammals in the 1990s. I remember watching the nightly news when they did it, and it was like people were making jokes about it that like Dolly the sheep was the name, was cloned, and like what this could mean, and they pretty quickly thereafter made it illegal to clone humans. But that doesn't mean that it can't be done in other countries. And do I want that necessarily? I mean, look, I had this professor.
This is a good idea. Very good.
Exactly. I had this professor. This was 15 years ago, and I'll never forget this. This woman, very accomplished lawyer, and her husband's a judge in Southern California. She, on the first day of class, she did a little biography about herself, and she said that she waited later in life, after becoming an attorney and such, to have children, and she had her eggs cryogenically frozen, and that she had her husband. She didn't do test tubes. She just had her children, her eggs cryogenically frozen, and they took one egg. What'd you say? You okay? Exactly, no problem. So they took one egg and split it and froze them, and um, they inseminated it with their husband's sperm, and she had like at the time like a 5-year-old boy, and then 2 years later they did it to the girl, and they had a 3-year-old girl, and these children were identical twins, but they were 2 years apart. And I just thought that that was so advanced. I mean, I remember raising my hand in class and I said, "Are you from the future?" And everybody in class laughed. And um, I remember just being like shocked by that this technology was actually happening. And it's an affluent area, and people are doing this type of thing. But that was more than 15 years ago that this was being done. I mean, those kids are adults now. And I still think that that kind of technology. Yeah, so I may have explained it incorrectly. So basically, I think they took a fertilized egg and froze it, or no, perhaps it wasn't fertilized yet. It was just her egg, but they split it so that she had identical twins, and they were just uh, born at different times. Well, there was a recent um, article that I read, or
Understand how that makes sense scientifically. Because in order to get twins, it has to be two eggs that are already identical.
right. So okay, so per, perhaps what they did was they took her husband's sperm, her frozen egg, inseminated it, and then froze it, and then split it. So it was exactly the same genetic material. It was just 2 years apart that they did. But there was a case recently that made headlines. They call it the world's oldest baby. It was a baby from 30 years ago who was frozen. The egg was frozen, and they just fertilized it recently. So this baby's actually been on this earth, at least from an egg point of view, for 30 years. But it's like 5 months old. All of this is very advanced technologically.
You
And
know, what people don't understand, Rabbi, it's like, how do the cell walls not burst? When you freeze things, cell walls burst.
yeah, so they do it at a very cold temperature using liquid nitrogen so that it preserves those cell walls. And they do it very quickly.
I still don't understand it. I have to see it. However,
All right, well, that's how it's done.
because if you do stuff with liquid nitrogen really quickly, what happens to you?
Yeah, that's how they preserve these people for cryogenic freezing. It preserves your it pres it pre-
If you dip yourself in liquid nitrogen, you go in and out liquid, nothing happens. Just you go in too long, you die.
hold on. If you go in and out, you will die. It's not like you can just take a dip in it. No, you just straight up die. It's like
Okay, so how the fuck are you gonna be alive after?
it just preserves.
Before you die?
Wait, it doesn't guarantee that you will be.
If it's still a live person,
Yeah,
how does it not destroy a body that just is?
it pres it preserves it. It preserves it. So basically, it ensures that there's no decay of the cells. But you still have to revivify them.
And if they're dead,
So you still have to revivify them or reanimate them, and that's the complicated part. Preservation isn't that difficult.
Just saying it might not be a good route for preservation if it's also a route for death. It don't sound like it makes too much sense to me.
Okay,
I'm just saying that's something I'll see with my own eyes and see maybe form was about and see if I understand it.
I
But I
understand.
can't understand it. Do you get what I'm saying right now? I know you understand that, but I know you believe in that stuff.
Well,
So
I, I mean, I didn't always until scientists were able to like do this with like small animals and such, um, or like flies. I mean, it's like not even animals. Uh, but it's not a case of you would just you dip somebody in minutes after they die, and then you can pull them out and reanimate them by just warming them to room temperature. It doesn't work that way. Basically, this just preserves them so that when we have some type of cure for however they died or some type of solution, we could perhaps be able to scan their internal structure to be able to either clone them or upload that data into another being.
they, yeah, these bodies. I mean, you gotta understand the technology we're using. This is fucking killing them. They're not gonna be able to be thought of. That's how they fucking sell it sometimes. You might understand being you need to be alive before you fucking do it. This shit isn't making sense. I can't believe people pay that much money.
Well, they're not paying it so that they firstly they know that it's not 100% certainty that they'll be able to be reanimated. They know that they're taking a risk, but they have enough money to do it. That's why I believe it costs like $100,000 to do just your head or something like that, and $250,000 to do the rest of your body. And they also know that there are going to be people with whom we try this, and it's not going to work. So there's going to be some trial and error, but they have the ability to perhaps preserve themselves for a potential in the future reanimation. And if they have the funds, why not try it?
They believe in the afterlife or reincarnation.
Yeah, I don't think anybody knows. Traditionally, I mean, I have my beliefs, but um, from like a religious standpoint, I don't know how accurate they are. I mean, there are discussions that we spend a year essentially in a neutral realm, and then with enough righteousness of your family, basically saying prayers, uh, known uh, as Kaddish. You basically will sit at the right hand of God. I just think that these are traditional ways that rabbis specifically were able to have some justification for what we do religiously. But in reality, there isn't an overarching one doctrine within Judaism of what happens with you. I know in Christianity, many times, welcome, how are you? How old are you? Um, like there's an idea of like heaven and hell in Christianity and things like that. And while we have similarities within Judaism, it's not as cut and dried. And we believe in the world to come is what we call it. And Ha'olam basically is what it's known as, and uh, or at least with the world. And that's a religious part of me. From a scientific state, much of me believes that you just die and it's black and it's done. Like you become worm food. Dust you are and dust you shall return. There's that element of it. From a reincarnation standpoint, religiously, again, maybe some people's souls are able to transverse the metasphere and we get certain personality characteristics or traits from previous people, but again, that's difficult to prove. Um, Scientifically, I think the answer is that when you die, and that is that's what happens to you. And what we're trying to do from a technological perspective is try to avoid that. And then I think you can get into real reincarnation, quote unquote, with the ability to import your brain upload into another being. So if you wanted to be a dog, you could. You would basically have your brain information, your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system implanted into a dog, and you would know that at one point you were a human, but you made the choice to be a dog, and now you're going to live a life of a dog, or you could be a bird, or a fish, or whatever you wanted to be, or you could be something that doesn't necessarily exist right now, some type of advanced type of creature, something that can maybe type of superhuman creature, perhaps an extraterrestrial.
Oh, it's funny you mentioned superhuman creature.
Well, what I mean to say is like you could be like a human, but with uh, better genetics.
No, I hear you.
But that's what I talk about. I think you could be a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, which basically is like a being without a body. Whatever you want to be, you could literally be whatever you want. Or I also say an android, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, and an ethereal being. Those are the six things that I normally spout off to people, and they're usually overwhelmed by it. And they're like, I mean, you've heard them. They're like, "Wait, what?" And they don't normally hear people talk like that, and I get that. Basically, what I'm saying is that you'll be able to be a shapeshifter. You'll be able to be whatever you want to be. Now, normally we think of shapeshifters as people who are things that can change. Can what?
Bazooka. I'm gonna make my arms a bazooka.
Oh yeah, you could do that. That's a cybernetic being,
Yeah, I don't want it to look like a bazooka all the time. It has to transmit.
right? Again, that's still a cybernetic being. And there's an argument to be made that we already have cyborgs on Earth. Those are people with pacemakers and artificial limbs. They're just the primitive versions of them.
Yeah, of course. Yes, I agree with you there.
Excellent. All right.
Science is kind of crazy, you know.
Oh, I know.
I would definitely upload my mind. I feel that, I don't think that we really have a choice in that.
Well, that's why I always say.
That's how we live.
Well, that's why I always preface it by saying, with your consent, because some people might not consent to this.
Well, that's what I'm saying is I don't think that it really operates about consent when we talk about the actual reality that we live in. Rabbi, energy cannot be created or destroyed. And even the heartbeat is something. And the breath in your chest. Okay, the breath doesn't matter if you measure because it's just air. But there's only like a certain capacity we can be anyway. Like a recycle bin.
Excellent.
I would not want to be a fucking animal if I already was a fucking animal.
All right, calm down. We have our friend here. Good morning. How are you, Miss Aquarius?
I'm good. How are you?
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's up? Good morning, Mustafa. So far, so good.
It is no more nigga in my country.
We know. Good day. How are you?
No, just I know you know, but I just said that for the girl, for this lady.
That's fine.
No, yeah, because I didn't know.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Mustafa, do you want to tell him where you're from?
Yes, I want to tell her where I'm from.
All right, well, tell her where you're from
I'm
then.
from Iraq.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'm from Iraq in Middle East. So I work to to America, like live in America. Yeah. So that's all.
Okay.
So you guys, I will be right back.
All right, big dog.
Okay.
You got it.
Okay.
So Mustafa
Yes.
wants to move from Iraq to the United States, and actually, like a little more than a year ago, I had somebody with whom I was speaking in here from Tunisia, and I basically like gave them a game plan of how they could get to the United States, and they came in here a couple weeks ago, and they're like, "I did what you said to do. I got on I want to say it was a cargo ship, but they got on a cargo ship to Brazil, and then they like made it to Colombia, and they walked all the way from South America to Mexico, and then they just made it around the border, and now they're working as a security guard in California." I was like, "No way, you
Right.
you did it," and he's like, "Yeah, he didn't." Yeah, exactly. We were talking about we were talking about I remember, he was like, there's no hope in my country, and like I explained to him, like, I understand, like we were talking about desalination a lot, which is basically like pumping earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable, and we were talking about doing that in the Mediterranean Sea, and I was saying, like, I think this is really important for Tunis, the capital of Tunisia, and he's like, no, I agree, and I just basically, like, there's nothing stopping you basically coming here. And what's the worst that's going to happen? You get deported back to Tunisia? Like, that's the worst thing? Like, that's where you already are. And he's like, yeah. And, like, it took him a year, a little more than a year, but he's working as a security guard in the United States now. And, like, he's, like, basically my neighbor, potentially. Like, he, he's like, I know you're live streaming, so I don't want to say exactly where I am, but I just did what you said, and it took me like a year to do and a lot of walking, but I'm here now. I'm like, no flipping way. So, Ma, Ma, Mustafa, I told him, dude, when this goes viral, we're gonna have to make your journey into a movie, because that is a wild movie. You were in Africa the last time I talked with you, and now you're in California. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So it was like, he's like, do you remember talking to me? I was from Tunisia. And like, I don't remember everyone with whom I talked, but I did remember him. And I remember the big thing that we talked about was desalination for Tunisia. That was like a big thing we talked about. And if we talk for a little while, I'll remember you. But a year went by and I didn't hear from him, like a lot of people on here. But then he's like, yeah, I love it. Like, I'm like, I cannot believe you did it. He's like, I just did exactly what you said. Like, it took me a while, but I did it. So Mustafa, um, basically, he works in construction and doesn't make a lot of money. And he's caring for his mom and his sister. And fortunately, his uncle's going to help them so that he can move. And he's trying to figure out a way to do it. And I'm like, well, probably the easiest way is to just buy a plane flight to the United States and then seek asylum. And if they kick you out, okay, you tried. But I mean, this is like, it's so sad. They beheaded his father. I'm like, that's a great reason to seek asylum. Like, hey, they killed my dad. They literally his head. They cut his head off, and I don't want them to do the same for me. So I'm trying to get out of that situation. And if they say no, then they boot him or whatever. But at least he tried. So he only makes $16 a day, and that's just not a lot of money, especially if you need to uh, get like support yourself, support your family, um, and buy a plane ticket here. So I was helping him recently work as a translator, where he makes like $25 an hour, which is like more than he makes in a day there. And it's like just translating documents. His English is pretty good, and he speaks Arabic, so like, that's it's like I can already say, look, the guy from Tunisia did it. So basically, anybody I talk to on here, I have him as an example. Like, it can be done. You just have to focus on it. And I explained to them, like, ChatGPT or large language models are your friend when you're asking questions like, hey, what is the citizenship process for someone seeking asylum to the United States? It'll tell you all the stuff that you need. And um, like basically, normally I want, well, and I said this to him, I want you to go through the right process. I don't want you breaking the law, but basically, like, seeking asylum is a way to do it, and through a legal process. So I explained how that could be done, and he's been researching it. But the big thing that he needs to do is get a job that pays better. I mean, we calculated it, and it would take like if he just was able to save everything that he makes on a daily basis, it would take him like 50 days to save up that money. But um, that's with no food or shelter or anything like that. So, um, but yeah, he might be the next person who might be a resident of the United States. But I still think about this guy from Tunisia, and it's like the funniest story that I talk to random people on here all the time, and it's like, all right, well, if you want to do it, this is how I would do it. And boom, a year later, here he is. So that's cool.
It's pretty fun.
I agree with you.
It is.
I agree. I want to see that guy's movie. I just think it would be fascinating. Like that, it all starts you just in a random call on Discord, and then a year later, a little more than a year later, you have a job in the United States, and like he likes the job. I mean, he's the one thing. I mean, he's not making minimum wage here. Minimum wage is like $15 an hour, but depends on what cities he's in as well. But he's making $8 an hour, but still $8 an hour is way better than what he's making in Tunisia. So I want to see that guy's movie, and I just think that it's like some wild story.
So what's his family? Did his family still over there?
Yeah, his family's still in Tunisia. But he was a single man. He didn't have like a wife or children or anything, and he was able to do it. Mustafa also is a single man, but he has a mother and little sister, and he's been supporting them. But his uncle, as of like yesterday, agreed to let them live with him so that Mustafa could move to the United States. So, um, but I mean, like we went to like the UN website, how you can seek asylum there. Like, because I said, United States is fine. I mean, we take it for granted, but there are places in Europe you could probably go that are a little closer and maybe a little easier. So we looked up all that information, and basically anybody who comes in here with a problem, I'm willing to help them with it. And we are able to overcome some really major challenges. So that's what we've been doing.
I think you're very interesting process to be part of.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, you just have to understand the shock that I heard. This guy came in here within like it was maybe a month ago. And he's like, hey, do you remember me? I'm like, man, I've got 2,000 people in here. Can you refresh my memory? And he's like, well, I'm from Tunisia. And the second that he said that, I remember, oh, yeah. We talked about the desalination. He's like, yeah, you're never going to believe this. What's that? Well, you know how we talked about how I could immigrate to the United States? Yeah. He's like, well, I did what you said. I got on a cargo ship to Brazil, and then I made it to Colombia or Venezuela, and then to Colombia, and then to Panama. I took a ferry, And then I just started walking like from Guatemala to Mexico. And then I got to Mexico and
That's where it sounds believable too, which is crazy.
yeah, I mean it was just wild. And then he's like, and then I just made it over the border and moved to where you are, and then basically got a job, and I've been working now. I've been working nights. He liked the job. He's like able to be on his phone. He's like, yeah, I just work as a security guard. Whoa. So that's what we've got. All right, Audie, let's get an update of my account. So Miss Aquarius, you know, I create robots, and I figured out how to create one of them that gives me some feedback on how they're doing. So I created this one like 7 hours ago or so, and it's got 16 followers and 609 interactions in like 6 hours. So I'll take it. I'm happy with that. It keeps growing, and if they ban it, which I know eventually they. What'd you say, Howdy?
I say it's definitely more popular than me. That's
There you go. Oh, I know.
Alright, I am going back. I'll be back later.
All right, Miss Aquarius. Pleasure to speak with you.
Have a nice time, Aquarius. Be safe. You too, Addie. Thank you, though.
All right. Well, I'm going to go back to listening to this podcast. If you don't know what it is, so Joey Diaz is, Adi, I don't know if you know who Joe Rogan is, but basically the guy who used to open for Joe Rogan as a stand-up comedian. His name is Joey Diaz. He's like this really rough comic, and the things that he says are many times not very clean, but I think he's very funny. I don't support all his actions by far, but I feel everybody deserves a second. But everybody deserves a second chance. So here we go.
Watching fucking the prison show. I said, fuck yeah, I don't give a fuck. I think I'm this pussy. Oh, fuck. Did they get
Yo,
do?
what's good, Raul? Raul, you got to be 18 to be in here, big dog. Take care. So, like, when that happens, I go to my moderation screen and I ban them. I even ban people who are 17. Anybody who is not 18.
Like, so quickly.
Can you repeat that, Audie?
You determine so quickly whether or not somebody's 18. Like, whether they lied.
Yeah, usually they just have really high voice. Though, there's a girl from Israel who came in here. Well, I say she's a girl, but maybe she's figuring her way out in life. And she came in, and I'm like, this was like 2 weeks ago, maybe a little longer. She came in, and I'm like, you have to be 18 to be in here. And she's like, I am 18. I'm like, okay, how old are you? I thought she was a boy. She's like, I'm 23. I'm like, oh, okay. I thought she was a boy, so she sounded like a little feminine. Oh, this other girl came in here, and I'm like, you have to be 18 to be in here. And she's like, or I said to her, so I have this way of determining how someone's 18. It's not perfect, but I say to them, how old are you? And she goes, like 18. And I'm like, oh, you're like 18 or are you 18? She's like, I'm 18. I'm like, okay, and what year were you born? And that's a good question to ask someone, because if it takes them a long time to do the math, then I know that they're not 18. But if they're like, I was born in 1982, okay, well then they kind of passed the test. And she says, I was born in 2007. And I'm like, Oh, that would make you 18. Were you born at the beginning of the year? She's like, yeah, I was born January 26th, 2007. I'm like, okay, well, that makes you 18. So she's a senior in high school, and she's like, she comes in and talks about her. Um, she's in a relationship, and she talks about how she's really happy that she just started this relationship with this person. And we talk about like what she can do for a career. She's at a perfect time to get into IT, so I've been talking to her about that. And but like I'm very aggressive with people, like, but that's why I have an appeal server. If anybody goes in the appeal server and says, "Hey, you banned me, but I'm really 25 or whatever," I unban them. And I also have a lot of other ways to get a hold of me. Like you can go, I'm literally live streaming all the time. You go to my YouTube and just type, "Yo, dog, you banned me in Discord. Like, please unban me. I'll unban you in a second if you're of age." Um, but I am very aggressive with people, and I know recently, especially because I've been getting all of these direct messages from people, and I don't know how old they are, and I just send them my link. I know a lot of them have been not of age, so as soon as somebody starts talking, if they have a high voice, I ask them how old they are. Yeah, I mean, even Mufasa, I, I'm like, how old are you? How'd you find out? And he's like, I'm 21, blah, 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 blah. But he was coming in when a bunch of like younger people were coming. I don't even know how Mufasa found me, or is Mustafa Mufasa. Um, but that's how that is. I find it interesting as well. I get people to find out about me from all different types of ways. So I get people to find out about me from Kick and YouTube, and you like from Twitter. And Miss Aquarius found out about me from the Socialized Discord, and Brandon found out about me, I believe, from the Aiden Ross Discord. Could be wrong on that. Um, there's like I put myself out there. If you want to find me, I'm here. All right, we're doing a check. How many people are following me on Twitter? 18 people. So since I've been talking with you, Audie, we've had like I think I started with 13, so we've had like 5 people join, and that's not again. I don't really care if they follow me because I know that account will be banned. And then when it comes to um, impressions or interactions, whatever they want to call it, I'm at 625 with 6 people having liked what I posted, which is wow.
They have a back page with a hand for a second. Are you serious? Yeah. Send me the Joey. When you go, when you do room work when you're out there, do you get room service every day, or you don't? Some hotels they put you in industrial parks. And it sucks because that hotel has shit on the floor. You gotta get that shit from that business. I was trying to operate a hotel with civilization. Right. And from it phase. Since Vegas is one of the only places that get you. I'm going to because it's a fucking hype to that. No, I mean cleaning. Like when do you have a room service every day? No. Cleaning. That's cleaning. I don't want nobody coming to me. That's what I'm getting at. Okay. I got sensitivity stuff and I got my computer. So they don't pressure you like, hey, what's going on? They want you to service you. They call sometimes and say, can you get me down? If I need someone, just give me $5 and then take you down tomorrow or so. So I shouldn't feel weirded out or pressured. No, I don't let that go. And they don't hotel. I stayed at that. Actually called me 3 times. You know, listen to this hotel policy. I said, hey, nobody come to my fucking She wants to
Rabbi, I'll be back in a little bit. Or later.
Gotcha. Gotcha. So there's a lot of guys like that. A lot of people. I'm like that. You don't have room service? I mean, room cleaning?
I do. Like, let me ask you, Joey, if you're on the phone with your wife, will you? Because if I'm on the call, I will, because she likes the bed made and all that shit. Right. I never make my bed.
I cover it up, I fix the pillows, and pull off. But for me to do the marine thing and that shit, I do that shit.
Yeah, I can't do that. It's hard.
What you call the water? So they pick it up and they come to corners and you put it on. It's got to have a reason inside. Hospital corners.
Oh, right.
Gotta have all that shit in the mind. Don't go to hospital. I fluff out the sheets. I fluff the pillows. I don't like getting in bed. Pillows fuck up. This is the home. And it slows me down. Now I'm pissed off again because I don't fluff the fucking pillows. Now there's another half hour before the pillows are full.
Yeah, I've been making my bed recently. It feels good. There's a new change in my life. But you know, and here's the thing. When you're a comedian or you're a go-getter or you're living day to day, it's like you feel different. One day you feel this way, the other day you feel that. Some days I'm inspired to do this, some days I'm not. Sometimes I'm eating here, some days I'm not. It's hard to stay consistent. I mean, I'm doing good stuff, don't get me wrong, but it's hard to really, you know, you have to be wrong.
Is it?
It's a very deep question.
No, the question is, like, I look at my life when I was unhealthy. I look at my life when I'm healthy. I have a pet.
Here he is.
I'm back.
Excellent. How you living, big dog?
I'm living up in like a gold class award.
That's a great.
How are you?
You're supposed to.
I'm doing good.
Excellent.
How's you?
I'm well, thank God. Have you worked on any of those Have you worked on any of those websites to get a job as a translator?
Yeah, I found something about that. Yeah, but like the money is not good actually.
What do you mean? What do you mean the money's not good? The places that we looked at, the money's very good.
No, like the work on Baghdad, on Iraq, it's not good for me.
Doug, I'm not talking about working.
Make me,
Look,
like,
don't.
When I want to go to LA, okay, so I have to get $6K USD.
Okay, why?
Because like when I go there, I want to get a home and a car, and
You're not going to get any of that stuff right away.
Why?
Do you know how much a car is in the United States?
How much?
Well, if we're talking a new car, it's like $40,000.
I'm not gonna buy the much expensive car.
Okay, even a used car. Even a used car.
Okay, no car, a motorcycle.
Even a used motorcycle is gonna cost you a few $1,000s, maybe like $5,000, and then you need insurance on it. You have to have insurance. You can't ride it without insurance. The insurance is going to cost you maybe $500, probably $1,000 a year. I told you, and you know this, you need to get a translator job from one of those websites we went to that either pays you by the word or by the hour. I'm not talking about getting a job in Baghdad. They're not going to pay you a lot, but a Western country will.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's what you need to do. You need to go on the internet and search for, just use ChatGPT and say, give me a list of websites that hire people from Iraq to do translation for people in the Western world. And it'll give you a bunch of them, and then you apply for those for the next hour, at least.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. Now, you're going to need $6,000, but you're not going to be able to get housing and all that other stuff you want. It's going to cost more than that. For just like a really small apartment, a place to live, even just a room in LA is like $1,000 a month. a car is going to be out of your range. I mean, on top of that, you need gas. Gas here is very expensive. It's like $6 a gallon, probably by the time you're here, at least. And and so, like, one step at a time. You just need money to get here and to be able to have at least, I'd say, like 3 months of housing, and you need food. Like, food's here very expensive, and you're going to have to get food stamps and things like that. But at a minimum, let's say you're making everything yourself, it's going to cost you probably $20 a day. So that's like $600 a month. Now you can get food stamps, which will help you. Probably gives you like $300 a month, but that's very limited. Like, you smoke cigarettes, you're not going to be able to afford to smoke cigarettes here. It's very, very expensive to smoke cigarettes. You're going to have to. You're going to have to. To smoke here, each pack is over $10 each.
Well, $10.
Very expensive.
No, my country not too much expensive.
Right, I know that. In fact,
yeah, like you can see here. You can see like the kids can smoke here.
I've got you. In fact, marijuana is arguably cheaper than tobacco here. Which
well, actually, listen. In Arizona, there's a girl. She's an Iraqi. She said, like, see my Instagram account, and she see my posted on Instagram account, and she said, "Wow, you are a good fucking rapper." And I told her, "Yeah." Sorry. And she said, "Yeah, you're a good rapper. So I hope you can like take a photo of beautiful this for me." And I told her, "Where you from?" And she said, "I'm from Arizona." And I told her, when I come to LA, so you can come to me, and I'm gonna like take a picture for you. So I think why I don't go to Arizona, not to LA, and like maybe she will accept me.
I mean, do whatever you want to do. There just aren't as many opportunities in Arizona. It's smaller. It's easier for you to get caught living here illegally.
Like, which better, Arizona or LA?
LA, by far. The average temperature in Arizona is like 120 degrees in the summer, and in LA, it's like 85 degrees. Living in Arizona is as hot as living in Iraq. Living in Los Angeles is paradise.
It's better than Iraq, actually. What about the winter?
The winter's kind of better. It's more manageable. So you should know, nobody's going to pay you to be a photographer in the United States. Everybody can do that already. What they can't do is be a translator.
No, you understand what I mean. Like she said, you are a good photographer, and so maybe I can live with her. You understand me?
Yeah,
she's an Iraqi.
I get it. I mean, that's a dream, sure.
Yeah. It's a good plan.
It is not a good plan. There are, I don't know, 10,000 Iraqi girls in Southern California who would probably let you do the same.
Really?
Yeah, there are a lot more Iraqis in LA than there are in all of Arizona. But that's a nice dream to have. What you need is a translation job.
Yeah.
So you need to work on that. So what you should do is go to those websites and start applying. Don't apply for places in Iraq. That's not what we said to do. Apply for places that need Arab translation in the Western world. And you can do this by the minute, or I'm sorry, you can do this by the word or by the page. Usually they pay like $25 a page. So you need to start working on that. And then you also need to start working on your English if you're going to be a translator. Your English is good, but it can always be better. My English can be better. So,
Yeah.
you know, you need to improve on that. But that's what your free time needs to be.
I should be better than this.
No, you're doing fine. I mean, you just started with this dream.
Yeah. So life is continuing. I should be better. With my English language master. Or be translated.
Yeah, I mean the best way to
Yeah, wait, I'll be right back.
All right, you do your big dog.
Then I put the coffee. Then I take this fucking shit. The fiber. I gotta take pills for that before I eat. Then after I pop that, I make a fucking fruit scoop. A bunch of fresh fruits, frozen food to keep it thick.
I already had it again.
Okay, and then after that, I fucking do a CBD drop, 7 drops in my mouth. Break all the cancer in my body. There's some in there. Why fucking wait? Then I fucking spray my nose. Antibiotics. Here I am.
All right. Well, you know what to do.
For how long?
You need to get a job.
Then I fucking take a shower and wash my pussy. And then I smoke some more dope. And then I eat my eggs. Like 3 pieces of bacon and 1 slice of potatoes. No, they didn't want to tell me that news. It's not like right now, I'm the chicken boy fuck around with that fucking white shit that smells like a dick. You know, if I smell it white it's dry, I get sick. Man, I can't even smell it.
So that's your routine right now.
Yeah, so before I switch it up, I get oatmeal and coconut. Better Uncle Joe.
I like that. That's great.
My daughter's school. I gotta jump at 9 o'clock. I'm on there exercising. Maybe half an hour if I go around. Any exercises I walked up. That's what you have. What are you eating?
Pasta. Pasta.
My electrolytes. I also take a lime and I freeze it. And I put lime for lime. It's gonna be asshole. What's that big asshole? Plastic. Charlie, I'll go. So, shave the lime.
Shake your ass. I mean, the line.
You shave the lime. That little fucking powder that comes out of that lime.
Yeah.
I'm sharpening you all this. You put it in your fruit scoop.
Oh, is it on this one?
Because I look at the liquor room and I say, look, girl,
You have a kid?
and I at least gotta be around till she's 12 to have to eat a fucking meat, right? With those spirits in the family. I can't have it walking around here alone. You know, it's a different game. I gotta prepare for fucking 2020. I ain't got time to fuck around. So if I can live till she's 12, because if I can walk down the aisle, it's fucking better. If I can see her graduate college, that's better. The way I look at it, it's every little bit helps. Yeah, every little bit helps. I'm not dying for nothing. Yeah, I'm gonna die for stuff. Stay up all night to catch a plane. How bad that is for you. To stay up all night to catch a plane. You know, somebody's told me that after I have the surgery, I'm gonna have
What surgery are you
my nose and this morning. When I first met you, you never put down your nose. And since your body wasn't getting oxygen, that's what made you don't lose space. When you started breathing, the breath fell off, and I can still hear the shit in your nose. Because I was double taking it when you're itching that surgery. He goes, no, you gotta have the surgery, so I actually changed it. Because now you're getting more fresh oxygen. test my pH every morning. It's really amazing because, like Dr. Lee said, when I leave, sometimes it's fucked up my pH. But after I walk in the breathing exercise, when I come back, perfect. 6.5, you know, average value of my pH drips and send you ammonia, whatever you want. And I never do that to the kids. One of the things that happens is you sweat fucking gallons. My key is outside right now. I looked at my fucking pants. Your back, how much is on your back? Never mind this trip. Your ass will sweat. Your balls wash the uniform every day. It's not laundry right now. You wash it every day. I hang it up. I have to leave my knee pads on. It's like even cup stuffers. Don't get that knee pad this way. That's how sweaty you can leave that. People sometimes profiles. You know, get that knee pads is fucked up. I think that's really good. Just the sweat part. You gotta break the sweat. That's what they're doing Sundays. Break the sweat. Like kettlebells. I would go home until I swore the sweat down here. Like I won't go home and work out until this is all covered with sweat. Gotcha. And I could see electrical machine, punching the bag, whatever I did, all that shit on my own. That was my goal. I want to smell some of everything coming through the pores. You know, I want to smell some of this shit. Apple cider vinegar. I cleaned it all out. I can smell it like going through my pores. I've been taking out some orange juice and down. It's supposed to be good for mother of the earth. Apple cider vinegar. They say it's good for just detoxing. I mean, everything. So I take that. I do need to drink more water.
You were talking earlier about how important baseball is to you. Like, it would have changed if you couldn't pitch. Like, you do that all the time. I watch a Periscope, you throw, like...
Well, that was a one-time deal, actually. That
practice.
Baseball's in my blood.
Like, if you couldn't do that, how would that change?
I mean, that question's coming up from left field.
It's not so bad because like I think that's what you do a lot to exercise. Like that's what I was imagining. Like
if I couldn't play baseball, I'd be depressed. I mean, I like throwing the baseball. I did play baseball.
Do you ever bounce back in your yard? Just throw bounce back one of those things.
I do have a bounce back, but I need to put it together with a screwdriver. Sometimes I go down. What I would do is go down to the high school, or Cedar, and I throw the ball against the wall. It's hard to get a catcher, like get a guy to catch you. But my friend who's a coach with the Cubs, he's a Major League Baseball coach, so we would always throw. I play catch with him before spring training, so I always get like a month or 6 weeks in of like good professional catch with like a guy who knows what he's doing. Because finding a comedian to play catch with sometimes it's hard. Like they don't know what they're doing. It's not as fun. But when you're with a pro, boom, 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 get a good workout. So for me, I'll go through against high school, or I'll do the 2B. I train like a pitcher, but I'm not actually pitching in games. And this charity game came up, and I had been practicing. I did throw a bullpen this year, on the side. I still have it. But I didn't think I'd played a game. I didn't think I would play this game. Came out of nowhere as a charity game that a former Major League Baseball player put on. So at the last minute, he said, "Bro, do you want to go pitch?" I go, "I'll try." So I just played catch. I threw a bullpen in spring training, and I pitched 1 inning, then went to 2 to 3 to 4, and it's like I look pretty good. So it's kind of like it's good for video. It's good for me. I enjoy doing it. It was like, wow, I got a kick out of doing it. So
that's it.
Yeah, but that doesn't pay my bill. That's a fuck. I think a lot of people can do what I do. Listen, how many people? But they have kids. How many people have kids?
That could be it. I hate that job. I hate their wife. And I hate them. Sometimes money isn't fucking everything.
Well,
money is not everything.
I just want enough to survive to keep the Periscope.
That's it. And you're happy as shit. That's what a hobby is. To take your mind away from everything.
Drumming too.
Absolutely. You think I'm going to be a world champion? That's what I think. So why do you think I'm going to do? You think I'm going to do this to fight? I do this. So now, that's all I want to do today. 1 hour, I'm my own fucking Nazi. I'm my own Hitler. I'm my own Fidel Castro. I'm my own dictator. Yeah. For 1 hour, I leave the field with the car. You know
I kept this in the dugout. I checked between innings.
Okay, whatever. But I'm saying when you work out, like, that's your one out. That's what keeps you fucking. Just pitching against a fucking wall like North Hollywood.
On Periscope.
On Periscope. Then so be it. That's what people understand. I believe in keeping people's powder dry. People gotta learn how to keep their own fucking powder dry. What you mean keeps your powder dry? Go off the deep end, whatever way you describe it. It's alcohol or drugs. Any fucking way. Your temper, yelling at your wife, anything that controls that shit is keeping your powder dry. If it means that you go to a fucking circus and hang upside down for an hour, or you shit in your face and then you come back and help, you got a smile on your face. Gives a fuck. There's times I go on stage, come on, I go on stage, and I hear what they fucking pay. You know that? But there's times I wake up, my back hurts. I feel like shit. And I say to myself, I'm not going to jiu-jitsu. If I don't go to jiu-jitsu, my whole day's going to be ruined.
Do kettlebells instead. Bingo.
I understand, and that's what I was told for a long time. I would cut that short. Take a shortcut with the kettlebells. Not go to jiu-jitsu. No, I want to go to jiu-jitsu. So treat this like being an open mic. When you were an open mic, regardless of what was going on, you did that spot.
Yeah.
Whether you felt bad, whether your cat was dying, fuck.
We would go. That was guaranteed. Guaranteed Monday, Tuesday.
I had to apply the same technology to jiu-jitsu. Because, dog, I wake up in the morning and I'm overwhelmed. Which is why you have to stand up. Your agent talking to you about two golfers, your wife talking to you about you saw a cabin, whatever. It's just ridiculous. So for 1 hour, I just disappeared. I get on the phone, I say I missed 6 messages, and I fucking love it.
You do 2 hours.
Disappear for 2 hours. 2 hours is a little tough for my world because of the baby.
I try and disappear for about 24 hours.
How's that work out? Not too fucking good. I can find. If I can fucking find you, can't disappear that good.
No, yeah, it's. Look, I like doing the baseball. But of course, I would like to do it where I'm getting paid for it somehow. Oh, you know, when I do stuff on Periscope, it's like a fucking announcer. Why'd you come back around? Yes, it's not that easy. I'm a pitcher, Joey.
I know you're a pitcher. What the fuck do you think half the announcers are? Ex-baseball players. Good point. Okay,
Stepping up to the plate.
You can work 6 months a year, make your nut the other half on the fucking road.
I should be an announcer.
Are you fucking crazy? With a suit on, they take care of you. You go to different cities. Then it becomes the point where, let's say you go to Chicago for a 3-night stand.
Yeah.
Do comedy one night.
Yeah, because it's a day game. Not a fucking day game.
How the fuck did you get Joey idea? You don't know.
That's great. Yeah, I get my own show during the 7th inning stretch. Take me up to the. By the way, I'll be doing stand-up later tonight after the game.
That's it. The people you'll sell out every fucking place. You'll do theaters.
Yep.
Baseball players will come see you. People take pictures. It becomes a national fucking riot. Why don't you fucking go announce it? You got eggs at Fox.
I do. I need to push. I'm not pushing.
Listen, don't joke with college fucking games. You got girls in college that come out of high school announcing.
I should be doing. I'm the new Dick Sproul, the new Dick Vitale.
Have a personality. Vince Scully's with hers. Yeah, what the fuck? You sit on the sidelines. You like baseball. You say,
Well, that's what I'm trying to do.
Listen, bro. Obviously, you're not drinking to the World Series.
So,
you gotta make it a different way. What's the best way to be around pitchers, to be around baseball? You're gonna be at the fucking at the city of Chicago. You're gonna be in San Diego for weeks. I'm sure they're gonna let you on the batting practice, talking to guys. Yeah, he's gonna do a segment.
Yeah,
all these minutes.
Exactly.
How the fuck did you get there? You got some numbers.
You were there at Best Damn Sports Show. You were there.
I was there with you. I was there just
in Seattle.
1995.
Yes, you were.
21 years ago. So you're looking at 2 morons right now thinking, look at these 2 fucking morons talking about whatever. But you know what you can't take away from this? 21 years of comedy.
Yep,
that's so many people can't understand what Nate Diaz was comedy. I had a baby at Nate Diaz. I go to jiu-jitsu. I see what the level of background is. When they're a real background with a stripe or 2, and they're in the fucking game, I lay on top, and then I breathe should be the captain. I shouldn't be alive. I should be a chicken. I should be alive. I should be alive. No, yes, back it up. Push it. Fucking show. Lisa, I don't know. 900 milligrams of pure red star DHC. You want to send it home. So what am I going to do about it? 900 milligrams at 4 o'clock for the 7 times.
How do I take the drug test just to see what comes back? Do you think there's a percentage? So, like when I go to get it's a taco place. I'm not always like, what happened when I first got the fucking something? I said, what the fuck is wrong? My escape was taco place. Armadillo meat. Oh, gross. And they got arrested. They deported the Mexicans who were selling armadillo meat. Even if they don't have it no more, they still got the knives. They got the armadillo meat. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be involved with that shit. Then you took your father, he got poisoned.
Where'd you take him? The taco place?
No, a different taco place.
Yeah, the lizard burger.
No, he had a couple tacos. He just wasn't taking them.
It's always going all the way down, but you just don't. You know, when you eat lizard meat, you think the weed, you like it when it says it's good, so you see it. Some don't taste right.
Lizard meat. When you eat lizard burger,
No, I like chicken, steak, I'll eat pork, bacon, mashed potatoes. Right, I think I can work on it. Yeah, I can do it. I just need to put the energy out there and make that happen. I think it would be funny. I did the baseball all-star game last year with Periscope for Comedy Central. I did that. I'm actually trying to maybe one day I like coaching. You know, they do have mental skills coaches in sports. In baseball, they have. Actually, the Dodgers a few years ago had a positive energy coach. They had a guy, a Russian guy out in Malibu who thought good positive energy for the Dodgers, and they paid him like several $100,000 a year. That was the last one for the Dodgers. But they do have mental skills coaches. And I'm that kind of guy. I'm not a psychologist necessarily, but I play baseball. I'm a good guy. I know psychology. Bring a little bit of humor. Guys like having me around. There's a job there for me. I like being around baseball. I get excited being around me. It's in my blood.
So when they come see you in the office, on to the field,
Probably be on the field.
the night you went over 3 is
Yeah. Guys are comfortable talking to me. Like, you know, they're comfortable confiding in me. So, and I think there's something to that. I know when I played baseball at Arizona State, we learned all of that psychology, all the base, and that's what I put into being positive energy. Yes, because it does work. It is mathematics in play. It does work. And then also, just being a best damn sports show, applying that, being positive, because when you didn't bring good energy, guys were slouching, and the show wouldn't be as funny, lights would go off, things would break. But when I got those kids on that show to sit up and pay attention, these football guys, it made it for a better show. So I learned about, especially with water, how energy comes into play, how it affects everything, makes it for a better show. So I was able to work with all these kids, all the high schools, all the kids, colleges, sitting up, just, they like be slashing. There's my daughter right there. She's won 3 Super Bowls. Michael's 3 years, 2 Super Bowls. You want to talk to them? They're not coming over here because you're not bringing it. Let's go. These kids would come in like goofing around. So, but it really, those years at Best Damn Sports Show, those 1,000 shows, really, I was able to apply the sports with show business somewhat. But you know what? You can only do that so far. Hollywood's more sensitive now. The things I didn't warm up back then, I can't get away with now because these kids can play. They'll go on Facebook or they'll write an email. Whereas before you would yell at them, they didn't, nobody had anything. So warm up in the last 3 warm up games I've done have not been fun because they just they don't want to cause waves. It's like the audiences are bad. I care about the show. People don't care about the show. I've always cared about the show. I cared about Chelsea. I cared about Best Damn Sports Show. These shows, so these last few shows that I cared about that I'm not at anymore, people don't talk about them. Or I put my buzz and my energy in good things happen. So I stopped doing that warm-up. I started focusing on the Comedy Store. It's a hot club. I started focusing on Periscope. Boom, Prince of Periscope. So it's like whenever I put my mind to something, I can do it. So at the end of the day, nobody to blame. There's no blame. There's no negativity. But I feel like I'm in a good position. I'm shifting gears, going from being that warm-up guy to being that man. And there's a big momentum shift that takes a year or two to really like get everything going and then push it in that direction. Yeah, Dick Van Dyke has been to my shows. Great guy. That feels good to know that. Dodgers have been there. Yeah. Yeah.
Last couple of months,
Down in Tacoma, Volvo diesel station, Volvo diesel station, and I was in the back seat eating Chinese chicken teriyaki from next door. Oh, that was good. They cut it with a scissor.
Oh my God, we dying. The fucking salad dressing. Oh my God, everything. We bring that all the time.
It was good. The
same chicken teriyaki every fucking day. You see that for $1.1. $6.
Yeah, it was a deal. Yeah, if that. It was a deal. They're friendly. Not too friendly, but friendly, but not, they still had, they're very Korean or Japanese, but it was right there in downtown next to the Comedy Underground. And then that show, we went down to Tacoma. I think it was a bunch of us. And for some reason, I just wanted to sit in the back of the car. It was like, hey, and it was just, Seattle's a cool time to be there. And those late, those summer nights, it's daylight out. It's just like, cool. I'll get in the back, in the hatchback, and that was crazy. It was like driving at night, speeding.
Question. Listen, what the fuck?
I was trapped back there like a dog.
I love Becky and that. Becky says to me, the same thing. I don't think it comes 4 hours. Because I get to an hour 30. Oh, I gotta leave it alone. So I was telling him one day, we're talking that day, and he's pissing me off. He's like, wait, you cannot make the game an hour and a half. I've been down there, and it's taking me 2 hours. I just didn't know. There was no signs, there was no stop signs. I was trying to time, there was no license. Like I had a license. I had a license, but I had no paperwork. So I was like, those days, the last thing I want to do is I never get an idea. I got ID, but I was the house. They let me go. One was taking home to check the thing. So, it's a different fucking state of mind. The show, bro, he would take us down there, and I would take us an hour and a half to get there. We made it like fucking an hour 15. The other day, I saw a picture of Tommy Easton on Facebook. Tommy Easton got paid $1 million just, and he had all the opportunity. And I talked to what's his name, give him some time. It's like the main guy. It's like whatever. So, but I told him, like, the comics was kind of weird for comics when we come in. Yeah. That they have to have an experience. Like, I cannot describe it. I can't write a book with a fucking Steven Spielberg.
Stephen King.
Stephen King came over here right now. I could sit with Stephen King for 8 years. Couldn't describe to him what I'm going to tell you right now. I saw Tom East. He's put a big job with him with 5 comics. Now for people, I want to fucking talk about it. Break it down for you. When you do comedy somewhere else beside New York and LA, it's a different mindset. You get raised a different way. You're raised in an old-fashioned comedy. The guy at the fucking bar is a cokehead. The guy that collects the tickets is an old school comic that didn't have a heyday and he really ain't shit. But he knows the business, you know? And when you watch the movie Punchline, that's what made me jump on comedy. It was a fucking dirty club in New Jersey. And the comedy club manager wanted to manage comics because he was going to become a millionaire and blah, blah, blah. It's a greasy business. But at the end, it's your fundamentals. Okay? It's your fundamentals. When you move to LA as a comic or New York as a comic, you do not have fundamentals. This kid in front of me right here, I used to torture him at Monday night sweaters. He had a fucking cable access show 21 fucking years ago. So he would question Stevens' resume or any comics resume. Look at this picture. Now right there, there's 6 guys and Herbs, who the fuck they are. There's between the 6 of them, they probably got 250 on them. Guess what? When they're sitting in their mansion 20 years from now, counting $100 bills, they're gonna miss that time right there. Because there's not a day that I get on stage, I come off that stage at the comedy store, and I don't think of a night of my life. I cut my teeth at the El Paso Club, I cut my teeth in Houston, I started at the Denver Comedy Wars. But where I became a comedian, and where I saw the best performance of my life, was at the Comedy Underground. You know, Laurie Kilmore is still around town. I opened for Laurie Kilmore for the first time. That to me, like I see Laurie now, she knows anything. Whatever. Now, till this day, I see Laurie and I don't have the donuts. Because she was the first headliner I got the feature for. Right. That's huge. That's huge. I couldn't feature nowhere else. Seattle, I call John Clarkson features me in September. You can't describe it. One of the best times I've ever had in my life was that week in Seattle. Oh, yeah. Because on that Sunday, we all went to Seattle football game. Al Triferis and the black kid with the kidney problems from fucking Portland, Oregon. Floyd. He was in Michigan now. There was 15 people hanging out. You know, James Engman. And yeah, you like some guys. But for the most part, you did like everybody. It didn't really matter. We all knew what it was. You weren't going to fucking be on a movie or with Eddie Murphy. But I learned so much. And then, that's the first 22 minutes in. You know, that's the first one. I realized that. And all the things we learned. Like, that was our first fucking travel ever. That's it. That basement will lie in my soul for the rest of my life. I got all the respect for the comedy store. And I'll tell you how strong that basement is. That there's 3 of us in LA right now. We're in the same class. Fucking rugged. Me and Josh Wood were still alive and kicking. Still alive and kicking down here. You know, cross paths. Like cross paths. You know, like that's the one joke. Cross paths with them on Chelsea. How could that be possible?
Because we learned the fundamentals there.
The fundamentals. You see the movie. Chip Alvano.
I've seen it.
I kept saying, I'm at the high school. I always thank Coach Wood because he did what? He taught us the fundamentals. He showed the basketball game championship level. And the guy throws a pass and he goes to free throw. He goes, they lost the game. Why? Fundamentals. You support me. Tuesday was Rabbi's in the morning. 35 people, 50 people. But Wednesdays belong to us. You, me, Brody, Gavin, Josh Wolf, somebody else got the door. 70% of the door. And then we take the money, give each other enough money to get food, and then we go to the restaurant. We'll make it Schmitz. And give the happy hour from 11 to fucking 2. We'll give a hamburger for happy hour for $2. And then we should have cocktail for $2.
Seattle was great.
It was fucking crazy, you know.
Summers in Seattle.
Whoa, I got arrested 6 times in 18 months. Understand? Don't get no better than that, though. And it's amazing that you're here today. You know, so fun.
Yeah, inner juice. You put it out. Yeah, I learned that. And you're the one who also told me, like, because when you start there, you get to a certain point. Like, I made it to where, okay, I was getting to do guest spots and maybe host a show. That's about where I leveled off because, you know, you come there, they don't know you. It's like, you first impressions, and I was fine with that. And I sold my T-shirts at Seattle Supersonics. I just learned to public speak. That was my goal, just learn to public speak. But after a few years, I felt like I was done with that cable access. I kind of had my voice, but I needed more. But I wasn't ready for LA. You told me, go to New York. And Joey was the one to go to Surf Reality. And that, for me, was just like, I didn't look back. I went to New York like right away. I felt like comfortable.
Because if I go to New York, there's 1,000 people. I'm going up against 1,000 windows. If I go to Seattle, there's no one.
There wasn't.
In LA, yeah. So, you're a comic, you want to go, you're not. You're fine. Yeah. You're a fat little Jew, like me. You don't want to fuck go to New York. This is 1,000 Jews. Right. Yeah, they'll relate to you. So, try to like down south. No, you'll get killed. You know, they'll fucking kill you after midnight. You know what I'm saying? Go to Beaumont, tell them I'm Jewish. Kill around this, and they'll stab you with a knife down there.
I was thinking Orlando.
They'll stab you down there until they only want Mickey Mouse. Trust me. But no, you can go to like Michigan. That's part of the fun. That's what we're doing for character. I get in the car with you, things to there. Then we'll make fun. We've got enough money over there to gas. To stop and say, how much gas we've got. We can stop for an hour, like maybe get something. There was no headshots in the car. No agents coming to the show. No, it was just me and Brody. Me and Brody had 18 minutes for the feature. Me had 32 minutes and I was in that one. Just one out and fuck everything. You know, that's fun. That's something to see that on the film. You remember that? You think I remember being on the movie show? Yeah, it was great. I had a good time. I remember driving back from fucking Riverside River to Wyoming with my parents. These drinking Jack Daniels. Stop. Telling stories and smoking cigarettes. All the cars going from fucking one side to the other. That's when you remember coming from the fucking life, okay? You know, I talk about that story with him in the backseat. He's coming from that restaurant. And me out in the back. We go drive like this. And you know, us howling. We got us fucking howling. Like, get out.
Yeah, those are just great and crazy days, and Seattle was the perfect spot to be. It was just a hot spot, but then when I went to New York, I really never looked back. You know, when you're in New York doesn't even know that Seattle exists. It's not even on it.
And this is the funny thing. I talk about this all the time. There used to be comedy around San Francisco season. So big, guys.
Oh yeah.
In the mid-'80s, it was so big. I mean, from Margaret Cho to Bobby Slayton, there was so fucking many comics in there. And the guy, John Fox, who booked Reno, he booked all those clubs, the Fudge Lines, he booked Seattle Comedy Underground. He was a part of the club. He put on a publication there. On the back of that, they would have every comedy club, state by state. We don't have California.
Right.
And they would have the logo for the club. And I remember I would sit there in that Seattle. And I always had an inkling about Seattle. This was weird. You know, in 1970 fucking 6 or 7 or 3, the Seattle Supersonics were fucking
because when I was
There you go, 1979 finals. Okay, for Freddie Brown, 1979 finals. Okay, now, this guy was a fucking savage. The Cleveland nobody. And they're playing the Washington Bullets with Fred on, with Wes Russell, fucking, Earl Warren. I mean, they had a tremendous team. Look at them, look. Bam! That's all he did, Lee. When he shot, he did not miss. See, he would always come in the second quarter.
they had
Jack Sigma.
Jack Sigma. They
Look
had
at Freddie Bradley. Look at him. That's all he did. He was money. Look at him. That's all he did. He would tell him, listen, I don't want to fuck around. Put me in when you need points. I'll bang out fucking 20 points. And I don't want to play no.
basketball was fun then. It's fun again.
You know, I used to stay up. This was a tremendous Washington Bullet fucking team. How old are you, Johnny? 15, 14. I would cry watching these things. But you know what? It's like, bam! Bam! Like nothing. He don't miss. Look at him, little chubby black dude. You know what? He wouldn't get out of the game. Once they were up 3 points, coach, time out. I'm done, coach.
You know when the Lakers and the 76ers and Magic scored 42 points in 1979?
Listen. Bam! Look at him. He's on fire by himself. That's it. Now he calls a timeout. What I tell you? Seattle, first lead of the game. He's out. That's it. He's going to coach. I had enough of my lungs. I got to smoke the cigarette and shit.
But the Lakers 76ers, that game where Magic scored 42 points to clinch it, that was on tape delay. That wasn't live. That's where basketball was. That was on at like 11:30 p.m. on Channel 2 here in LA. It was not live. That's where basketball was. Wow. So this game, I'm sure it wasn't live. You're watching a tape delay or something. But yeah, it's going late at night.
Look at Freddie Brown on the floor. That's it, coach. He put that back. He popped it. They knocked him down. Look at him. Watch this fucking shot. Louis LeBron.
Is there a second back further?
Watch this shot. Look, they even play funky music. Look at them, Tyson. Coach, where's my favorite?
So that's what triggered, that's what you saw that Seattle side.
I love this Seattle thing. I'm like, look at this fucking Seattle thing. Wow. This what's his name? Jackson. I watched that fellas in 1990.
Yeah.
That was one of my dreams to go to Seattle. I was like, I was Seattle. I'm fucking down. I'm going to get there. I get a road to Michigan. Michigan. I finished the fucking play game on this one. I was going to tell you about this one. Michigan. I finished the show. This girl, a hot girl, comes up to me and says, "No, I want to have a drink with me and my friends." I said, "Yeah." I end up talking to her and her friends. I go, "I gotta go." This thing that we eat or something. I don't want to say these fucking steps. I go back to my apartment. I was ready to go. I'm going back to sleep. Thank you for coming to the show. I goes, "Listen, man, I can't drive when I'm having." And she stayed the night with you. This only happens when you're a comedian. And she stayed the night with you.
Oh, yeah.
And I go with her. She's like, "Yeah, I know. I stayed the night with you." They screwed it up with wheels. I go, "Oh, this is going to be a long fucking night." We go back to the room and watch a movie. She stays on her side of it. I stay on my side of it. Whatever. Fucking 3 hours later, I wake up to her on the phone crying with the ex-boyfriend. He's telling us come up with me. Oh shit. She's saying that she didn't fuck me. She wakes me up and asks me, "Fuck me." I'm like, what the fuck am I waking up to here? You know, it was fucking so after all this drama. I go, "You know what? After all this drama,
Oh, wow.
oh, you know me, though. I asked her right out, this is bullshit. Nah, you're gonna have to give me a piece of that fucking ass."
Yeah. What'd you say?
Give me a ride home, I'll suck your dick in my house. So I gave her a ride home. They know the house was 2 hours away.
Oh, yeah.
So on the way home, I go, listen, dog, you can't just sit there like this. You can't smoke cigarettes in my car. And she goes, what can I drink? If you take your fucking clothes off. Oh my gosh, she took her clothes off. This chick was crazy. I had nothing. I had been single. I love crazy women. Like, I gotta take a ride. This is tremendous. Went back to the house, and guess what? Went back to the house. I felt so bad, guys. I did everything. I had such a good time. Like, she took me out of my phone. Sometimes you go to fun and you just bump into someone. And at that time, I needed coke to work. I sat with this girl for 3 hours. I told her at the end, I can't go to my drunk friends. She's got this other boyfriend. I was more proud of all these outside my car. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I got like 2 days I had a flare. I had nothing like a fucking baby gun in my car. I had nothing. I had no weapon, no protection. I dropped her off. I gave her my number, guys. Come on, this hot girl's not gonna fucking call me back. I just tried to finger her on the drive. She's not gonna fucking call me back. Guess what? She called me back. And she gave me the number. She drove me home. She stayed in almost for 2 weeks in my basement. We cooked, we camped, we had a fucking great time. And she says, I'm going with my friend in Seattle. I got a job there as a stripper. This is my fucking drive. I love to fucking Seattle. And nothing here in Baltimore. All I do is chill my ass. That's what I'm gonna do. That's the truth. I got banned in the comedy world. And I don't know if it's my life gives you a little something sometimes. I got nothing here, no job. I'm delivering Chinese food and selling food. And trying to do comedy. That's not gonna last. That's not gonna fucking last. It's like when I fucking drove up into the triple run. And then dropped me off like a mile, like a couple miles before he was down the road. I drove all night. And then things happened. Yeah. Then things happened, but we live and we learn. They're a nice little dog. And you know what? I got the comedy. College that I was in Seattle, the contest. Education. Aisha Taylor came in 5th, I came in 6th. I got no fucking with even Aisha Taylor was on the show. She was up there with us.
I miss Seattle. It's one of my towns that I really think about. Just living up on Queen Anne above the Space Needle, look out over the water. Because I was in Arizona for 5 years. I went to school at Arizona State, and I grew up here in the valley, so I wasn't around rain or snow or anything like that. So I really did the fresh, clean air. It was like I needed that. I needed the arts. I needed to be around grunge. That was rapping up. But I think the name.
Young kid with the long hair that looked like Chris Cornell. That became my brother. At the end, he became my brother. I already got married and became a fucking Christian and shit. That dude kept me alive the last 3 months this year. I owe that kid my life. I really remember what his name is. He came down to LA one time and they got back in his family. He was on the beat in town this morning. He walked back and listened to her. She's not partying. She's the manager of the band. So I really can't party. And I was upset for like an hour. I understood. I hit the ball together. And then Josh went up there and partying.
Yeah.
Josh, you want the coke?
I do.
He was a fat Mexican kid. It was the Filipino.
Not friendly though.
The fat Mexican kid was a scumbag. Once in a while, he gave us free nachos and shit. And then with the Filipino bartender upstairs was a dick.
Anthony was a bartender.
Upstairs, the Filipino guy, he died after we left. We had, and at this bar, bro,
Bill was downstairs.
Bill was downstairs. We would do coke with the Asian. That was his girlfriend. I remember going down on Monday night and the Asian waitress, Bill's girlfriend, and Bill had go down. Here, the open place, not the name, there's a fucking waitresses like this at the table. They're fucking nodding, and I had to get the dog guy. He's on Facebook now, the only guy with the long hair with the glasses.
Carl?
No, a different Clay. Clay just hit me up on Facebook. Yeah, about a month ago. He's living somewhere in fucking Bangladesh. Good guy, Clay. Clay's like, you gotta wake up. You came to me, Clay. The fucking heroin before.
he's like coming on everybody's ass.
Right, but he was comment on you about me cleaning. See, the complaints, somebody's working dirty, but let that back home was cursing on stage. After the track guy one day,
Brad up to
Oh, that is fucking hilarious.
such a solid fucking guy.
I don't know what I'm going to be doing. Oh my God. I know that Jeff Maps is the whole guy. Right. Okay. No, not really. She was on our cable access show. She should get a day in the jar. It's in a jar. Right? Something that makes it. Told you, Lee. And it's a cool tag. She kept her penis in a jar. 20 years ago, we were already back in that. Some of the best fucking laughs I ever got. Even the Seattle comedy was, all the fat white guy that's a little it's in the 20s. And it's like a spider on his face. You can't write this. James Hennigan, the old guy left his wife at 50 to start stand-up comedy. Kermit Apio won the Seattle comedy competition. I was a host. Vince Valenzuela. He's down in LA. Yeah, he's in Santa Monica. He's on Facebook. Oh, okay. I just saw him. It was something the other day. I'm like, hi, listen. Yeah. So you're supposed to keep the shut up. Rabbi farts. The Tabasco. Yeah. Fucking hallway. Was that a Raphael Moscow or? Yeah, that's college kids. It was the University of Washington State. I did it a few times. I saw them back up there before we went to the Wing. I saw them up there one day at the airport. Drew Bledsoe. I did that with Josh. Yeah, like Todd Sawyer and Dean Sawyer's Daniels. Todd Sawyer's down. He's a writer for some agency. I think he's overseas. I think he's like in Thailand now. Kelly Moran. He passed away. His wife is still here. Val Myers is still in LA. Alpha. I don't know what Alpha is. So she texted me today. I know that fucking black kid still doing comedy. Floyd. No, Count Hopkins the third. Yeah. I know he's still doing it. It's just amazing. Chaz Ablin. He was friends with I remember Chaz now. Okay. Is he still in town? I think he's out there. Paulie Glenn. Ron Reed. We learned a lot up in Seattle. That's why I worked at that club. I learned about seating the clubs. I learned about the restaurant. I learned about the bartender. I learned all about Seattle. I learned about everything about comedy at that level. I just wanted to learn to talk, and I was so nervous just speaking on camera. I mean, off mic, doing the announcements. But Clay taught me a lot about working the door. But I was never, I didn't love it. I knew that I had to do it. I had to educate myself. I know it'd be good for me if you come to LA. I know for a fact that there's a set that I got on one time. I had no idea what I was doing until this fucking day that cast me right here mad at me. He's so fucking mad at me that about a year ago I got contacted by the star of this fucking stupid show on YouTube. It's what you do with blind shows. And he said he wanted to cast me for 3 days. He goes, the casting director's like, oh, this guy never called me again. I got the shit out of my feet. One day I'm in Hollywood, I walk in at the doctor's office. I go, can I talk to you? He's like, no, fucking right. He never called me. He goes, listen, man, I don't know what you did. You know why? Because I didn't know how to step on the line. I didn't know how to, they said action. I didn't know any of that stuff. It set me back so much that Monday I had to run 500 hours.
Josh won't be able to act like that. I'm not sure you said that's how bothered I was with my performance. But when I lived in Seattle, somebody got me a job, or a roundabout West, somebody got me a job. Doing industrial on Saturdays. And everyone in the corner waiting for 4 hours. I sent a video for something. And guys talking about it. Here in summer, it's me and him walking with boxes. So at least you watch. I was never an extra, but I did those industrials. So you understand what I'm trying to say? People right doing those things in Seattle, nobody ever yelled at me. Because, when I came down here, I could basically know what I was doing. A couple of things I was knowing I was doing. So Jason, people were nice. On this particular thing I did, people just come in. Didn't like me. I walked in there, and I didn't know what I was doing. The fucking comedy guy. The guy hired me, seen me at the fucking comedy school. The guy cast 1,000 fucking just tell me what it's them. The people were just coming in. So, if I would have had that in Seattle, I should have shown up in Seattle. Or something, I would have known. And that's the reason why maybe we're here is because by the time we got here in the season, we knew our way from the fucking day.
Yeah, that's why I did that cable access I got. I was able to do live television and see what would stick. And then you get feedback that week. People come up to you and say, hey, Rudy, we love your show. We love when you do that. We love when you do that. We did it all in Seattle, and we did crazy stuff. People unearth those tapes. It'd be kind of embarrassing, but people still have them. People have the tapes. I have one of the shows. Yeah, something I heard one a couple of years ago. I saw it online. But we would get fan
Fantasy
mail. And the reason
flashback.
why I did it is like those
Let's
other guys had
go.
that TV show, the Heckler one, Jeff Masterson, all these guys, and they had
How'd we do?
and they were popular. I was going, but I didn't have all these friends run through. And then right after that, they had this hotline studio on the other side of this room, 2 cameras. You didn't have that. It was just you. 30-minute class with yourself. And then I did that, and I felt like I could get practice being on TV. I just built up on that, and it just went that way. Again, that's kind of how I do everything. Like,
I didn't win anything.
it feels right, and then if you get feedback like this is good, keep doing it. So, Seattle was great for all that. People access, selling t-shirts with Seattle Supersonics, that kind of stuff, doing the whole comedy underground. But after 2.5 years, you get that, you're like, well, you're going ready for that next thing. But I'm not ready for LA. I always wanted to go to New York. So, that's where I got the job with the Yankees. Joey said, go out there and just on the internet, so research and everything, go to Surf Reality. That's where I went Sunday nights and go. Because now you're going from 4 to 5 minutes, maybe, to 8 minutes guaranteed. You're right there, and I would just do that. I would do Sundays and Wednesdays, and I became a tour guide at Radio City Music Hall, and I just got off the interview in New York. It was worked on being myself. They wasn't intimidated by a guy with, loud. It was like normal. So, then I was there in New York for 3 years, and at that point, I felt I was ready to come back to LA. You gotta go away. I see these guys, and I go, go on the road, go away somewhere, and come back when you're wanted. You're gonna know
When I came to LA my second year, I disappeared for 11 months. I basically lived on boxes of clothes on all the things. It was fucking crazy. I had a system now.
How'd we do?
Monday was all the way through 4 months. And I woke up the years and I would live on 4 months during the week. I had much more.
Alright, here we go.
Michigan. I must have 6 guys across the country now.
Well, no.
Hey man, this is what we're on right
Two
here.
and no.
And people would fucking call me back my rights. They go, drive up to,
Three and no.
I don't even fucking know.
3 and 1.
It's crazy.
Four
Roger
and
Hall
no.
had a lot of gigs. We did
5 and
He got me a gig
5
one
and
time
2.
on a bus.
5 and 3. 6 and 3. 6 and 4. 6 and 5. 6 and 6.
The ropes. What
6
happens
and
is
7.
if you don't
7 and
have
7.
that
8 and 7. 8 and 8. 9 and 8. 10 and 8. 10 and 9. 11 and 9. 11 and 10. 11 and 11. 12 and 11. 13 and 11. 13 and 12.
Because they assume you know these things. They assume you know these things. Let's not even fucking hate that class.
sure. Did you win anything?
You could be the best actor in the world, and if you're a set or something like that, people are gonna get pissed.
Time is money. Yeah, listen, time is fucking money. They tell you all this shit. When you live in New York, just when they call you for an audition, fly in. Really? Like they're gonna wait for you to call fucking JetBlue and schedule your trip. I'm just really happy to see.
What about this one?
I need to take acting classes.
Well, right now, there's not that many fucking auditions. The best thing you can do is get together 4 guys, 4 comics, and they'll listen. 7:30 at night, Tuesdays from 7:30 to 8. Each one of you fucking see. That's it, and it's all up to you guys. The first guy
What
will show
happened?
up, that's it. Don't come back and get another guy. That's how you do it. For you guys to pay some
These guys
money
won.
at this point, listen, man, you're at the store every night.
Champion.
That's the best fucking.
That's a good training right there.
Fuck yeah, that's the
Damn.
best. That's why Harrison Ford don't like
Yeah, I won.
because our timing is not much fucking better. Corey Mack, I love you, cocksucker. Ray Ascension, that's what. MUFC.
Okay, here we go.
Shane Chevrolet.
Okay,
Rick
hold on.
Mallett, Chet Rogers, Tal Yaffe, and Bob Lalingus. Always a big fuck comment as long as he's lurking.
Okay. Missed 1, missed 2, missed 3, missed 4. 1 championship. DFL done 1.
She sounds like a mother. This going on, I think I might be going to see Tom's girl in our
Third.
I was actually wondering because I don't know.
We won 1 championship, folks, in baseball.
Or very unique. A lot of times when you go to the store or the Laugh Factory, comments will kind of blend together. But you'll always remember Joey. Like, is that from Seattle or like where does that come from? Because not everyone has it.
Maybe, I don't know. Seattle probably had something.
Because Brody, my girlfriend got us tickets to the show in Irvine, the Oswald tour. Those are, in theory, the best comedians in the world. And you were running the side show, and then you hosted a main show.
Yeah.
And my girlfriend, at the end of the night, and we still talk about you because you always talk about Periscope. You were like, you were the highlight of the night. The A-list comics.
Yeah, that was one of my better shows. Thank you. Yeah, it was, a lot of it, you have to put out energy. I think we had some really good people back in the day, some fun comedians. It was a good creative scene. Like I said, cable access for me, just pushing each other. Maybe, I don't know, maybe after in the city, everyone had their little scene, but I think Seattle was different. It was probably right up there with like a San Francisco to Boston. It's not that
My world, man, that's a place to have 2 places to go. I had 3 places to go. I had 2 places to go. I don't know, maybe Tacoma. No, Tacoma Crossroads. Then on Wednesdays, there was a room, there was a bar we used to go to in town. All the boats there. And then on Sunday, it was back here. That was a completely different thing. I didn't do it every week. And then go on Rocket Bowl, a bunch of guys. We used to do comedy. But I'll tell you, I had one of the best nights of my life was when that fucking train jet that you
I did not see it on the show, but I did hear it.
That neck was on the show. Because she told me it was in the safe. It was safe, and I haven't hit the nail until she took it out of the fucking safe.
Safe like floating on the safe in the refrigerator?
I don't fucking know. I never even want to. Why would I want to see somebody's dick in a jar? That's the last thing I want to see. So I never even let her go there.
I want to know how big it is.
No, she was tiny.
Yeah, he was small.
She was small. Joe was 5'2".
But she would talk with that voice, with the soft voice, but then she'd go,
Get away from my nachos. And then
she knew that for you.
she got one of you fucking guys down. You fucking laughing about me because she had a wig. You know, she wasn't the best looking fucking little train you ever seen. She looked like a little outfit that you ever seen her face with. And she had like fake eyebrows. You know, it was just a nightmare. And she was 5'2". But she weighed or something, 6'5".
Yeah.
So she looked like really slow.
Yeah.
She'd say, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know, like she
With her cigarette.
with the cigarette and shit. But the whole day she'd been drinking. And what people know that it's going to come back to bite me. Yeah,
Don't say it, Joey.
she was done. Well, I had a ton of conversations with her. Because when she switched, she didn't know what she made a mistake. What do you mean? That's what made her drink. And that's what the world don't know, that once they make that jump, this the rate of suicide is really fucking high. That's what America doesn't know, all this thing that's going on right now. Like, it's a tough thing that happens with transgenders. I got to know her, you know. I told her, she told me the best thing, the best. If I go comedy nights pound for pound, one of the best nights, there was somebody put together a comedy show in a town about 15 minutes from the underground. The song, something bad, me and Josh Wolf. No, that's what a Mexican restaurant was. Me and Josh Wolf lived up there, Mark Madison. Bad something, anyway, somebody put together a show. The conditions of the show were Valor. The conditions of the show were we couldn't curse. That was the conditions every week. Every week there was drunk. Every week something, and the owner would stand 10 feet from the fucking stage, and as soon as you curse, he would walk on stage, take the microphone from you and say, okay, good night, ladies and gentlemen. Comedy show is over. And you'd start arguing with him on stage. Come on, I just said shit. I told you, not gonna and you'd be there, come on, I just said shit. Like, okay, people, okay, one more chance. He's not gonna curse. Thank you. Drink special, $2.99. Bring it over the side. And all of a sudden you do 2 more minutes and you lay a fucking asshole. Okay, curse. That's it. Everybody out. So every time you'd see us walking on Wednesday, we'll say, listen guys, tonight I got my sister almost ran with the kids in here. No cursing. We all look at each other like, what's that? So I cursed. Somebody else cursed. He's threatening to cancel the show with the reader and she goes up there and she's working. And finally she just fucking snaps and says, well, here we go, show you my dick in the jar. You fucking pricks, motherfucker. And she just went off the phone. I didn't know what that was. Because he thought Rita wasn't going to curse. He was sitting down. He did the phone was flying out of his mouth. He ran up there, took the mic from Rita. Rita refused to get off stage. Alright, so now we got drunk. I'm gonna go. You call me with me. I'm gonna go. And she's like, I don't need the police. I have a gun. She goes, well, you was like, oh, dog, you have no fucking idea. You have no fucking idea. We got a gun and everything. Really, she could beat up. She was 4 foot fucking 9. She was a leprechaun. Her head was huge. Her was a fucking head.
Size 8.
Oh my God. Her head was fucking gigantic. You had small blood in your head. No way. But she was a 4'2". That's what fucking makes it even the weirder. That's what. She was a little body with heels on. So, okay. So the guy throws me out of the car. She's like, Joey, when you guys gonna stick up and go and go? You can't curse. But you guys fucking curse. We don't have no money. So now we go back to my house. I'm away. This don't matter. Wait a second. I know civilized, and not a mixed drink, but the pop at the light. She was out there, guys. It was a different fucking type of a person. I'd be sitting in the car, and this car gonna fucking crash. So we get back to my house, walked over the lines, and she says, "What am I gonna do with my life?" And I get thrown out of comedy clubs, and I'm fucking pushing it now. Now I'm starting to have a good time. And I say, "Oh, she goes, you know what I'm doing? I live to the rest." What you saying? She gets up and goes to my house. Right in front of me, I'm fucking howling. And they hang up on her, and she calls back. They fucking call her back. Fuck you! Fuck you! I'm a disabled. I'm gonna talk to the fucking president. I'm a stand-up comedian. They would not give me my rights tonight. The club is located. It was hilarious. I'm there feeding the fucking, call back, call the government. I don't get what time it is. So she used to dance at the paintball. She used to hire her like on Tuesday nights. And she'd get on the podium and dance, but she'd get falling. And she'd lose her balance in the outfit. People think this is a joke. I say that's no fucking joke. Her head was so big that when she drank the eucalyptus cow, you have to touch her all those years. So when they carol off, she was like, what happened? She lost her balance. Oh, really? That's how she died. All right. Call back, call the government. I don't get what time it is. So she used to dance at the paintball. They used to hire her like on Tuesday nights. She'd get on the podium and dance, but she'd get falling. She'd lose her balance between the alcohol and the big head. People think this is a joke. When I say that today, they ain't no fucking joke. Her head was so big that when she drank the eucalyptus cow, it doesn't touch her all those years. So when they carol off, she was like, what happened? She lost her balance. Oh, really? Got no coma. That's how she died. R.I.P. Rita O. I just want to tell you.
R.I.P. Rita O.
Legend of the Seattle transgender.
Yep.
Her and Dana used to go at it.
They would argue?
Yeah. Well, Dana would fuck with her. Fuck you, Rita. Don't pull the wing. Because everybody knew she had a wing. It was the ugliest fucking thing. Guys, that's the comedy scene at that stage. We saw her on cable on these videos, It's amazing how music is not going to work on that now. Stand-up comedy. 10 years ago, the open mic at the comedy store, having those people chocolate. Chocolate. He has friends. He just sent them on the break. They choked on their tuxedos and shit. Homeless people. You'd stink up the place and you comedy and not drink. They were kidding. You don't remember those open mics in Seattle, like kids that used to go up there and say, this is my impersonation of a cow. This is my impersonation of a fly. This is my impersonation of a soldier. What's the other way? Walk upstairs, pay his therapy. That was his therapy. Half that shit is when you get on the local level of stand-up comedy, then you go to an open mic, half of that room, that snaps like a fucking ISIS soldier at any minute. You just don't know them. And they disappear amongst the night. They don't grow because people do it. They're fucking crazy. They do something crazy at their first hosting gig. At their first hosting gig, they snap. They disappear after the first hosting gig. Those crazy motherfuckers.
There's a buzz. It does attract that.
One kid, Jeff Masterson. You don't think Jeff Masterson was going to fucking do something crazy? Listen, I'm no psychiatrist, and I'm not fucking no champion person. But even I knew Jeff Masterson. Jeff Masterson said something to me. I mean, they were in a contest or something. And I had to look at him and go, this guy is fucking out of his mind.
Right. He tried to push buttons sometimes.
Yeah, he was very small. One of those guys that's small and tiny. But he had a weird sense of humor.
He had that look, that smile.
And he would say things to antagonize you.
was in the back. It was an Outfox had a motorcycle accident. Was he paraplegic? Partially. He had a limp. And yeah. It's on. I have it somewhere. You're like pushing his buttons. He's flipping. He's like snarling at. It's in the back. Yeah. I have it on. I don't know what happened. I took his chair. Isn't that funny, Rabbi? His fucking shirt off. I didn't know we did chat. Yeah. It was over a chat. It was like something stupid. Like a fucking chair, open mic Mondays where you sit in the fucking back. Anyway, just to tell you some Seattle stories, motherfuckers. Roy Stevens, you look great. Thanks, Joe. Thank you for coming on the show. You got any upcoming shows coming on? Well, I'm in town here. I'm at the Comedy Store in LA. I'm at the Improv here in LA. I'll be going to be out in DC and Arizona, but that's not until October. But I'm usually here in Los Angeles at Periscope. That's Periscope. Brody's friend. Shows are always popping up. Southern California and Irvine. I still do audience more up here and there. I'm having fun. Just going to stay healthy. Find out the next gig. Keep podcasting. This is all work. You gotta give me those things there. How's it? That was pretty good. Things are good. Bad motherfucker. That's why I look at this. Gotta give me that. Give me a sandwich. Get you out of here, right? Have you been to a local wine? Have you ever been to a wine aisle in your local store just staring at the massive selection of wine with no idea which bottle to choose? Most of us go with the bottle that has the best looking label and hope it's going to be good. The days of plain Russian roulette with your wine selections are on. Club W is here to save you. Club W is a revolutionary new wine club that takes the guesswork out of choosing your wine. They have a simple 6-question palate quiz that will match you with delicious, high-quality wine you're guaranteed to love. The best part is Club W will be shipped right to your door. No more going to the store, being lost in a while. Your friend calls you, get around what the hell you're doing. You don't even know why the hell you're there half the time. Try living my life, you understand me? So do me a favor, right? Right now, Club W is offering listeners $20 off your first order. Or you go to clubw.com/Joey. And it gets even better. I know you all hate paying for shipping, so Club W will actually pay for your shipping on orders of $4 or more. So take something off your to-do list. Just go to clubw.com/Joey and get $20 off your first order right now. That's clubw.com/Joey. Listen, this is the future of wine. I'm going to sit down at a grocery store or a liquor store. It's not going to work out for you. These guys got terrific wine, and like we said before, so again, go to clubw.com/Joey and get $20 off your first order right now. As usual, on it, the best. From the Alpha Brain to the Hemp Force Protein to the Shroom Tech. I can't even talk about the wonders it's done for me. I love that little Hemp Force chocolate shake. Do yourself a favor, the Protein Hemp Force. Delicious. Do yourself a favor. Go to honor.com right now. Take a look at the webpage. Read about it. On the supplement side, I'm getting 10% off. And that's what I'm trying to say to you. With the Shroom Alpha Brain, which has 100% money back guarantee. Let's try the Shroom Tech, the Shroom Tech Sport. Let's try that round just to get them started. Maybe fucking with the rich jiu-jitsu. Do me a favor. Go to honor.com/church. And get 10% off your next order delivered right to your fucking house. You understand me? I'm going to be in the Funny Bone Friday and Saturday. Nebraska, Omaha, Nebraska. And next 2 weeks from now, the 24th, I'll be in fucking Philadelphia, Jack, at Helium. So get your shit together. I want to thank Club W. I want to thank Blue Apron, delivering food right to your door. And I want to thank Honor. I want to thank Brody for coming on and made family say that. All right, stay blank. I love you, guys.
brought to you by Blue Apron.
I gotta take a shit. So, look at this, it's red.
Get the first 2 meals for free. That's right, free. Just go to
Look at this move.
Joey and start cooking incredible meals at home with Blue Apron. That's
Look at this move.
blueapron.com/Joey. The show is also brought to you by Texture. Texture is offering our listeners a free trial right now when you go to texture.com/Joey.
Dizzy.
Greetings to Podcastville.
These two podcasts, but that's not right.
Look at this move. Up, dog. What's up, dog? I don't know what's up with you. Ah! Gotta take a shit.
always get it free, obviously. Maybe if you bring a girl on $20 coverage, staff coverage knocked down to 15, something like that. I'd say maybe about 15. But if you know somebody, like if I knew somebody in Measure City, I could just get in, give it people. You gotta know the door guy is the deal in these places. If we could meet the guy who runs the door at Star Wars, that would be great. If we could get the guy who runs the door Garden on the show, I would love that. But anyway, back to my original point. You live in Valley Village, you or something Saturday nights for Garden. You don't have to worry about waking up and your home shifting.
Uncle Joey here. This podcast is brought to you by Nature Box. What do you do when you want a snack, but all you can find is junk food? You rely on your self-control to resist the temptation, and how do you end up there? Eating junk food. Start snacking healthy with Nature Box. Snacks are tremendous, and right now it's your favorite reward. Because Nature Box is offering our church family 50% off your first order when you go to naturebox.com/Joey again. That's naturebox.com/Joey for 50% off your first order. Number 2, here's something that you want. Many recent studies suggest that having good oral health impacts your overall health. Yet most of us don't brush our teeth properly. You can start brushing better. You know why? Today! Because right now you can go to quip.com/Joey and get your first refill pack for free with a Quip electric toothbrush. That's your first refill pack free at quip.com/Joey. That's quip.com/Joey. The new way to brush your teeth. And number 3, Father's Day's coming. You see him sit there and he sits there all day. What do you think what happens when he sits there all day? I mean, your dad's a nice guy and the whole thing, but his ass don't bend like the rest of us. Just because he's your dad don't mean his ass don't stick like that.
Yo. What up, baby? Yo, Alpha Ape. How you living, pimp? Are you from Twitter? Alpha Ape, can you hear me? Dog. Alpha Ape. Do you have an NFT or cryptocurrency? Alpha Ape, how you living, dog? Can you hear me? Alpha Ape. Alpha Ape, that sounds like a Twitter name. Oh yeah, Alpha Ape is from Twitter. Shout out to John Wick Gems. Oh, you got suspended. That's okay. All of my shit gets suspended. Dog, Alpha Ape, talk to me, baby. Yo, dog. Alpha Ape, can you hear me? Do you know English? If you don't, that's okay. Yo, Real Schiller X, how you living, pimp? Long time no speak. How you living, big dog? Real Schiller X. Yo, what up, baby? Long time no speak. How you living, pimp? What's good? How you living? What's good? Are you gonna unmute? You gonna talk to me, big dog? Come on, talk with me. What up, baby? You're muted. Yo, Real Schiller X, how you living, pimp?
I'm doing good, brother.
Excellent.
Living my best life, bro.
Of course you are. How's
What about you?
kicking ass, taking names? How's nursing school, baby?
Pardon, I didn't get you. I don't know why my volume is low, bro.
That's okay. How is nursing school?
Nursing school?
Yeah, you were in nursing school last we spoke.
Okay, I'm not in nursing school, but I don't really know.
Okay, well, maybe not. Hey, Real Schiller X, do you know Alpha Ape?
Alpha Ape?
Alpha Ape.
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
Is he on, I guess
Yeah, who is that? Who is Alpha 8?
I don't really know, but I've come across the profile, but I haven't like engaged with him that much.
Okay, what made you come back in here?
Bro, because I care about you and I love you and I love what you do, bro.
Absolutely. Did you get a retweet of mine today?
Yeah, I saw your retweets, bro. That is one of the reasons I came in here, bro.
Hold on a second. Did you see a retweet of mine today?
Yes, I did. I did just now.
No way. That's amazing. That's what I needed to happen. Did I
Yeah,
retweet?
I saw your retweet. I
So,
saw your retweet on what I posted then, and I click on your profile, I followed you, and then I just came in straight to the Discord, bro.
oh, you're amazing. So you're like, hey, I know that guy. Excellent. All right. Are you under Real Schiller X?
Yeah, on X,
Yeah. What's your username?
my username is Real Banana. I think my name from Refila X. My name on X is Real Banana.
All right. Hold on a second, big guy. Oh, that's great. So you saw what I did, and you were like, hey, I know that person. And
Yeah,
that's great. Okay. All right.
let me retweet your post.
No, no, no. You're okay. You don't have to do that. Don't do that, because I won't see it. Just spell your username.
REAL.
Oh, just one moment. No, no, no. I know that's yours. Hold on. I know how to find it. Um. Okay. Are you Real Banana? Oh yeah, you did. Hey, there you go,
Yeah, Real Banana. We the Dodger Dog Wizard at PFP.
dude. And you retweeted my shit. You're amazing. Okay, so did you do a Doginal dog recently?
I just engage with them on spaces. I just grow with a lot of people from the Dodger Dog.
That's amazing. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, so I know that project. They're nice people,
Yeah,
and they're all over.
you know the Dodger Dog.
Yeah, and they're all over Twitter Spaces.
Well, that's amazing, bro.
I agree. Well, thank you for the repost, man. You're the man, dude. I'm so happy that this bot brought in somebody I know, because you're amazing and I love you, and I'm glad that you're doing well. What else is good with you?
Love you too, bro.
Excellent, man.
Always love your back, bro.
I know you do. How's your mom doing?
My mom, she's doing alright. I ain't living with them right now. I'm staying on my own.
Good on you, man. How's your brother?
My brother is fine, bro.
Excellent.
We're just living our best life, bro.
I know you are. I know you are. Well, Real Schiller X, thank you for coming by, and you just made my day. Thank you so much, my friend.
I appreciate, brother.
Absolutely.
One
Peace,
love.
buddy. One love.
What about Harry Potter Ogunsoni Canino?
Dude.
You know, I haven't been in the Telegram.
To the moon, baby. To the moon. I'm repping it every day. To the moon.
Brother.
That's right, big dog. All right, baby. Take.
We never back down.
Absolutely. Only one way. To the moon.
Absolutely, bro.
Absolutely. You take care.
We did like on the Miami trip.
Oh, we'll do it soon enough. Don't you worry.
Okay.
Peace, baby. Shout out to Real Schiller X, everybody.
All right, one love.
One love, baby.
I'm gonna hop in back.
Please do. You're always.
And this is still ongoing. I need to go on X space right now.
You do you, baby. Take care. Peace. Spread the love.
All right, brother.
Thank you so much, Real Schiller X. You're the man. Shout out to Real Schiller X. Real Schiller, I haven't spoken to you in like 6 months. You were mean. You're in good shape now, son. $871. Real Schiller X.
How's my dad's ass gonna stick differently? You know how? HelloTushy.com is a new toilet for the day, which you can install on any toilet, you understand me? And it works tremendously. It's got a 90-day money-back guarantee. Let me tell you something. There's nothing like getting your asshole washed a little mist 2 or 3 times a day. You avoid bacteria, you avoid hemorrhoids, you avoid swamp ass, and now the summer's coming. You know what humidity does to your asshole? Right or wrong, you would take a shit in the morning, and you leave the house, walk around, you mingle. Meanwhile, your asshole's on fire. You don't know why your fucking little waffle is burning. You know why? Because you got that fucking backup trip. No more! HelloTushy.com will take care. Go to HelloTushy.com right now.
That's fucking amazing.
Church, and get 10% off. HelloTushy.com. Hey! Oh shit. Wednesday, June 7th. Are you kidding me or what? I'm feeling fucking Minnesota. I'm looking California.
Go fuck yourself. Nobody won't talk to you anyway.
Lisa Ann. Ronnie Stevens, the master. The Prince of Periscope. As they call him, DLP. Or Pablo, I'm sorry. The Prince of Periscope. Who gives a fuck? Church, what's happening now? Lisa Ann. Hey, you motherfucker. Bam. Keep this mule. They gotta hear the power shake. Feel this power, cocksuckers. Yes. Kick this mule, cocksucker. I want them to feel these drums and shit. What? Damn.
Excited to be here, Joey. Feeling good. Yeah, sunny, hot day. Today was a lot, you know. It was about 104 out there on the day. Yeah, and the Dodger game they played this afternoon, Marine Layer, 70 degrees. I thought it was going to be smoking hot here, too. No, it wasn't. Trying to go on. You can't fuck around this time of year. You get out of the t-shirt, you go to the wheel. God, it's just fucking crazy. Yeah, it gets cold. That desert air comes in with the snakes and the coyotes. You know, Palm Springs is just the cutoff, the mountains, and it's like, that's the first spot that the clouds from LA don't get to. It cuts it off. It's just, that's where the heat starts out there in that desert. And that's the great thing about LA growing up here at night. You got the marine layer, you got the ocean breeze coming in. So you go to a Dodger game, you gotta wear a jacket. You go to Anaheim Stadium, it's cold down there at night. That stadium, they got wind coming through there. Same thing with San Diego. At night, it's always got San Francisco. Geez, all the cities are cold. San Francisco, LA, you think LA and Anaheim, San Diego, it's alive. But we're lucky we're not in Chicago. It rains, hot. You really got to be good to the weather down there. That's fun because I left New York now. I left the summer. It was, see, I can deal with humidity outside. I can deal with it going down the subway, even though that was wrong. But you get on that subway with that air conditioning, and it felt good. My apartment, I didn't have air conditioning. I had a fan and a water bottle. You know, that's what I had. So it was pretty brutal. And then when I did it after 3 years of living in New York, I got it out of my system. I did it, did the subway, did the subway, did the bus because the subway was not working. But got to see a lot of different people, doing comedy down there, out there, and got to take the subway. I did it. You don't want to tell me to go to New York. It was funny, like you mentioned Colorado right here. That's where my mom was living with my boyfriend. So I actually went to Colorado for a little bit. I got to get out of New York. Went to Colorado, caught my breath, and then I moved back to LA in 2000. That was kind of my plan anyway, to be back here in LA in 2000. I had to, like I mentioned from Periscope, how I did an open mic here. I started here in LA. I went on stage at, I did one open mic in Chatsworth. I did a comedy workshop at UCLA. I needed that. We had our graduation class at the comedy school, and I did well back in. It was 93, and then I did one open. I felt like, I did well. It was a Sunday night. It was packed, bringing in 5 friends. One of those deals, Sandy Seashore,
Yo.
Sister.
What up?
The comedy store.
I don't want to fucking talk to you anyway.
Where's
F?
My mom's boyfriend lived on Halloway up in a high rise, so I could see the comedy store, Sunset Strip, and you could feel that energy. And I wasn't like a big crazy, comedy guy, but I could feel that energy in the Sunset Strip. And I would also see the lights of Dodger Stadium. It was just, there's something about seeing the lights of Dodger Stadium, knowing that there's a game going on there. There's a whole community going on there. You see the lights, and then, you can watch it on TV. You can listen on the radio. But whenever I drive by a stadium, the Rose Bowl, I always look at it. I have to make eye contact with the sign. Dodger Stadium, I have to see the lights going up to 110. I have to see the Coliseum. I have to make eye contact with seats. Well, people thought I was from New York. Growing up here, they knew. I don't know. But, growing up here, the Valley, high school here, North Hollywood High, right here down the street. How long has that been there for? 2 high schools there. You got Rich Kids. You got Oakwood.
Right next to both of them.
Yeah.
That's the one in the middle of the school.
Yeah, well, it's on Magnolia. It's on the other side. Oakwood's private. Rich Kids probably.
Can they have a full-time staff of crossing guards on Magnolia throughout the day? Like six crosswalks down. You don't see them, they have like a ball.
Okay, so the school down the block towards the 101.
That's Oakwood. They built a bridge. They just installed the bridge.
Now they cost like $30,000 a year. You call your teacher.
There's probably like a petting zoo at the back. Big wheels. You know,
It's fucking
that stuff is, that's what I try and share on Twitter. I went to those private schools. I told my mom, for a semester, and I knew it wasn't right. I went to like Valley. I think it was actually called the Valley School. Haskell, Sherman Way, petting zoo.
There's Notre Dame, Riverside.
Notre Dame's on Riverside. That's high school. That's respected. #1 baseball player, prospect in the country right now. Throws 100. Tyler Green. Is it Tyler Green? Yeah. Kid throws 102. Yeah, a lot of money. Right. Campbell Hall. That's another one. Yeah, these kids, they're rich kids. They got helicopter clearance, so they're doing, some of the drugs.
That's right. Man, I'm gonna be right there. And I don't want to kick all these kids in the fucking kneecaps. Can you tell? They're three little pussies, right? The kids smile. He's not taking a cigarette. Oh, this kid walked up to him. 5 foot straight feet. Listen, yeah. Ask me stupid questions. How the fuck do I get out of this? And finding a big one. It's not jail. Pussy. Like shit. Fucking friends. There's no class. They had like a fucking Audi 829C convertible rocket ship radio. Get the fuck out of here. The kids head to their car. As they're walking in, they came down to Johnny's street. Looks up and says, "Oh, you know, fuck that. My dad, Jesus, I got this. I'm showing him this. Make sure he's fucking right. It's going to go. That's what I want with people. What show? I ran over, knocked up the glass, and asked him, bro, I don't give a fuck what show. Look at that fact. Those guys don't show up at Starbucks. We get tweakers at Starbucks. We don't. We're in a little canyon, so you get everybody fucking close on the 101. But it's literally only a 5-minute walk, if that, and it's 2 different worlds. 2 different worlds. 2 different worlds. Yeah, I get the fucking people. Yeah, the screenwriters. Yeah, the screenwriters. That's, I had my problem. I sit there and listen to those motherfuckers talk. And I just think, that's the show. We play the tape recorder. We play it. Listen to all the bullshit stories we used to hear when we first moved here. Because they're all bullshit stories. I'd rather sit beside the weirdo. Oh, no, we do. They're more interesting. When I go over there now, if I go out during the weekend, Lee takes my set. Lee emails it to me. And I listen to it there. I put the earphones on, I plug it with my phone. And I listen to it there in peace. You know, listen to those stories. Shows up there. With me in peace. Okay. The shirt is ironed to the tee. The pants are designed. The shoes are designed. The belt is designed. The BMW is in the flying shirt. It's not the taste. The guys up there say that's all the fire. Kevin James show? No. Yeah, it's just, it's so, I don't ever want to redo or detox my first
Dan Bylaw.
Yeah, Dan Bylaw used to do a show downstairs.
Yeah, downstairs.
This is 3 fucking years ago, 4 years ago. Dan was doing it.
Yeah.
I'm talking about 1998 in that basement in
Okay,
July. On a Saturday at 9 a.m. And that thing with 40 guys dressed in wild suits and fucking, every different gang affiliation. Every different gang affiliation. And this guy was making the biggest gang mafia movie ever in Hollywood. You ready, guys? We got there the Saturday night at 9. He promised food and tambourine and auditioning. There was none of the above, but he wanted me was to tell you that this is how you got to roll in this movie. You gotta get invested.
Oh, it was like a bringer.
Yeah, it was like a break movie. He said he gave me envelopes. He was gonna have a meeting a week later to see how many investors you got in the week with promissory notes. This was crazy. I sat there just kicking it.
Sounds like a scheme.
Oh my God, Lee, no shit, Lee.
Oh no.
No, this was way before Kickstarter.
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounds just like that.
No, it was like that. It was like a human Kickstarter.
Oh, that's funny.
So he said, well, come back next Saturday. Lee says 25,000 promissory notes. I said, hey, you want me to take out? I guarantee most people should have.
I would have.
Just to be
Would they be the people investing? Would they like invest for themselves? They like go to family?
because that's what this guy's doing. He would get, if he has 40 people, he give him 20 grand, and 4 people show up and 20 grand. Shoot something. I can shoot something crazy.
If they shoot something. Yeah, I just decided it was a guy coming into town, getting like 80,000 and like piecing out and going to Mexico.
Listen, people shoot movies for no budget all the time. I personally don't believe it. There's some way that movies can crash. You have to have money on the side. I can ask Bernie Stevens to come on his microphone. Yeah. And I was going to set that for 3 days. Bernie, a big favor. You don't have the money, Bernie. I'll come back here and just come by for 3 days. Yeah. I'll come by here for a free show. No problem. But I can't go to Bernie.
Yeah. 6 weeks.
Yeah, 6 days a week for free.
I can't.
Yeah, that's a
I'll do some tweets for
that's
that.
what these people really want to do.
That much of a commitment? That's insanity.
Yeah, these people are crazy. Yeah,
6 weeks for free.
How much do you want? Those $100 man movies.
Yeah.
I say 50% of the staff are getting paid. The rest of them are there. So much experience. If you do this, you get experience. Which, what, guys? If I move out here, and I'm here, and I got $2,000, $3,000 I live with a roommate, my rent was $400, and I'm looking to get to the business, because that's how it happens. Not even get to the business. I'm looking to get to something, and somebody comes to me and says, listen, my friend's doing a free game. I do that for 6 months. You know what, I got money in the bank, it's nice, I can be making no people. I don't work on Hollywood. I would do it because I have no interest in the film. I don't want to be an actor.
Healthy the questionable.
I said for 6
That's a
words.
bullshit.
How to carry shit.
Yeah, that's what I did. I did that when I was taking my stand-up comedy course. I was also an intern on a USC master's thesis film. So I was a key grab. I was learning about lights. I was learning about where we shot down. We shot in South Central Los Angeles in the house where they came from under the stairs and people from under the stairs. That was it. We shot in that house, and then we did an overnight shoot on the Radford lot. They had Seinfeld going on and Roseanne. I remember riding a bicycle around at one side of the site. But anyway, worked on this film. I learned all about like catering, hours, teamsters. But I also learned that I wanted to be the actor in the town, but I was nowhere near ready. But I learned that I didn't want to be in movies. In fact, I did one other one. They wanted me to work for free. We did it at USC. So this is a different film. I'm up there, sitting up there with like freaking sandbags and stuff. And they go, so tomorrow, 6 a.m. in the desert. And I go, after that, I was just, and so they had a lunch break, and I just went to Burger King and left. I still got invited to the rap party, but that's when I walked away. I said, I know I'm not gonna do that direction. I want to do some stand up. And like even when I moved up to Seattle, I worked at the Comedy Underground. I learned about seating a show. I learned about, a host, a guest spot, a middler, a headliner. But I wasn't like a huge comedy fan, actually. I still, I like laughing at my friends. It's different like with some of these presenting things. I'm weird. Maybe I'm just immature about that. I'm 47. I just turned 47.
When you were 25.
Yeah, I was born in 70, so no, I was probably 25. 25. Yeah, 25. I'm glad I went to Seattle. Really, because I grew up here in the Valley. I went to college in Arizona. It was like just too much sunshine, too much, people don't develop stand-up in Arizona. Plus, I was a baseball player. I did baseball. But I wanted to go up to Seattle and be around Pierce Ears and music and all that weird stuff. I knew I didn't get out of LA. And, I took that comedy course at UCLA, graduated at the Comedy Store, and did that one open mic in Chatsworth. That ain't for me. I grew up here in the Valley. I can't have some host. I get it. I understand it because I played baseball. I learned all about groupthink and all that. Playing baseball, it all comes into in life, playing sports, being at a high level. You do learn about discipline. When I played baseball at Arizona State, we represented the school. You could get in trouble with me in the newspaper. We got drug tested, but I learned about. Just taught me discipline and the learning to get picked on. Rudy, the Jewish guy, gay guy, run weird, this, fucking punching me. But I knew that's how it was. I was liked in high school. I was a good pitcher all of a sudden. So they tried, and I go, I'm not going to quit. They didn't get me out of there, but I'm not a quitter. And I just stuck it out. I mean, going a long story about that. But these guys were hard on me, and I didn't complain. And they would go, oh, yeah, you're a Jewish guy. How the Grand Canyon get started? Two, Jews fighting over it. And it was horrible. Oh, thanks for But I didn't care. That's kind of what it was, because I played baseball also in high school, and it was around football. So it just made me tougher. It made me strong, and I just rose above it. They would say, oh, Brody, you're Jew, or something like that. Well, Jesus was Jewish. They get pissed, like these Christian guys. But, they're good friends. Like, it was kind of a hazing thing. Because I got picked on at Reseda High School growing up, and it's different getting picked on by inner city kids. You got it, malicious. I'd rather get hazed by a Christian. That's okay. That's I don't need to be gang jumped into something. I'm so upset with politics. It stressed me out big time.
When I first met you, I used to break your balls constantly. Yes, you used to make me laugh. And I used to break your balls when we had a friend. And he did porn, and I asked you to do porn. You used to do porn. You were an extra in a porn movie that would turn Josh in front of the bus. And then you had that cable access show, and I went to make your life. About the cable access show till you put me on it. I think you're on it. Oh my God. I'm looking at you, all these memories are coming back.
Seattle was a great scene. It was really, I don't know how it is now, but we were just doing a great time.
It's still great for comedy. A lot of young comics sometimes want to hear, I run Rico to Arizona.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, so I don't know who's from Phoenix and stuff. Oh, wow. So I don't know who's going to run the contest and all that sort of stuff. When I was a kid, I loved basketball.
Yeah.
I loved we look it up. Seattle from somebody's brother.
What, in the 90s? Are you talking about the one against the Bulls?
The 70s.
Yeah, 79, I think. 78, 79. They beat the Washington Bullets. One of those years.
77.
77, I think, was Portland.
Yeah, 79. Junior circuit.
They won in 79.
79.
Something like, well, my cousins lived there, so I saw that team.
I didn't know anything about Seattle. One day, basketball team is great. And they started showing pictures of the that stuck out in that fucking newspaper. Like, and I always,
Since like the 90s or
Seattle Comedy Competition. That's it. Present Seattle Comedy Competition. Only comedy underground.
There's just something about the Northwest, the fresh air.
I know nothing about that shit.
You got
I didn't know nothing about salmon. I knew nothing about fucking nothing. I knew Henry Hill went there. I knew that the Supersonics were there.
Yeah.
And then something really fucking happened. I discovered a band called Soundgarden. And I was like, oh, see right there all the way. You see that?
Yeah. That
Even that was up in this newspaper. That thing right there was something that they had in the newspaper, in this publication. And I was like, that. And I circled that club. And every time that would go to a comedy club and had to do a show in that magazine, I would look to see what comedy clubs were opening, what was closing. And I'd always circle that fucking club. But for some reason, I wanted to go to fucking Seattle. And Soundgarden comes out. I'm hearing about this heroin. I'm hearing about all this shit up there. Number one thing that I hear about comedy, I didn't really ask. I didn't think in my mind I was going to level up to go to Seattle. I was just get them together and go, Denver area. And then I went to fucking Michigan. My first trip. And I met a fucking stripper. And she said she was going to Seattle. And she said I was going to buy a bowl for get you. And that was the plan. And I didn't hear from her for a week. One day I got a call that she said, Keith McGetty is trying to get my stuff. And I was up there 10 days later.
that's a crazy romantic comedy. I think it's
You fucking believe that I met him Memorial Day weekend, and I was in Boulder, and I was in Seattle 5 weeks later. But I will tell you, and people always say, well, I'm going to go to Seattle and do comedy. That's my dream. So what are you doing down there right now? I'm working at Starbucks. I'm like, what? Wait, mommy. Listen, that's a resistance. Read the book, The Art of War. It's a resistance. What you need to do is go get the most expensive job you can get right now. I don't give a fuck what it is. Let's take this shit out of the life. And they give me 14 an hour. I got overtime.
It's athleticism.
Yeah. Are you saying 6:15 today? Where's your back then?
I'm talking about.
What's the
You
reason?
want to go? You go.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
I went to Seattle.
These people will look you in the face and go, like, he was hello to the York business.
That was one of my
Boy, you bullshit with the put away money.
Right? But the nicer, a lot of it is us. It's easy to blame someone else for us not being entertaining enough or engaging enough. A lot of it is us and how we relate to Torah. And the truth is, sometimes we think, oh, it's a beautiful part. It's a beautiful insight, a beautiful idea. It's not a beautiful part. It's not a beautiful idea. It's life-saving directions. Life-saving. That's what Chizkiyahu was trying to highlight. The sword was there not as a punitive measure, but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, it will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes. If you don't have it, then unfortunately you're getting crushed. I find myself in such a negative state. So the Gemara goes right, let's finish up. The Gemara says, they checked from Dan until Beersheba. There was not an Amaras, there was no one who was ignorant in the words of Torah, all the way from Givas until Antipris. And everyone was well versed in the laws of Tuma and Tara. So let's say, so incredible. First of all, just to understand the level of scholarship which existed during the days of Chizkiyahu. Everyone was versed. Everyone was knowledgeable. Everyone, again, by the way, in what? Not Masechtas Brachos, Right? Not Hilchos Shabbos. We'll look what they're referring to here. Right? The halachos of Tumah and Tara. We'll say, what happens when we get to a Sugya of Tumah and Tara? What happens? What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead and you say, how long is this going on for? Right? When is this going to be over? We'll say, those halachos people, everyone, men, women, children, were birthed in the halachos of Tumah and Tara. And also, again, in those days, the Gemara says, people had very simple material aspirations, right? They had a cow, they had 2 sheep, and they were happy. Listen to this. So they were happy with very small things materially, and furthermore, they had vines that had thousands of dollars worth of grapes, and it's just kind of lying waste. Why did the lying waste? People were neglecting their fields. Why were they neglecting their fields? Because they put their full focus on Ruchnius. Now let's say it was the oil which represents the ongoing commitment to spiritual growth during the days of Hiskiel Melech Yehuda, that ultimately again allowed them to be successful over Sancher Melech Hashem. Listen, it's much more to say. Let's stop. We'll say, Shkoyach. At the end of the week, we ended up where we needed to end up pretty much. Shkoyach, one incredible week. Shkoyach. All right, everyone, Zoom. Good Shabbos, everyone.
That's exciting. Now, today, is it still plausible?
Right. That's right. So a water source. Right?
I love baseball. I have access.
All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our annual Torah sponsor, ROTHSCHILD, for dedicating all the treasures this year as a source for the service totals for our Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Haba, the Hotel Tiny and Steve Zim, 11 million Tiny Talking about the Harry Khan, Tim Hirsch, Daniels, Fakoni, Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev, Shmuel, Ben, Yisrael. Our legal learning sponsors, Newgay and Beth Anvil, Emily and Ziv, Golden, Yehudi's, Esther, Fox, Arlozos, Bruno Bracha, and our learning sponsors, Ruben Rakowski, in memory of Ira Kasavsky and Miriam Waxstein, supporting the Bracha, for the merit of our Talmud Torah. All of you, the Shalom Savin Ali, and the families in the Kolo, all of those who need a full Shabbat to the Kol Chol Yisrael, to the special all of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful for the Sayyid. Let's do that. Let's go. Today's chapter is Sabbath 93. We are starting on Sabbath days on the dollar 93A, 14 lines up from the bottom, but we got this. What says follows? Culture mechanic money from the puzzle. Anyone singing roughly on anyone who does not, literally again, allow comedy to benefit from his possessions will not see Rafa forever. Meaning, it's the other way of saying that a person is supposed to share his possessions with how he becoming, meaning support the Torah. If a person does not use his possessions to support the Torah, he'll never go ahead and see blessing from those possessions. In other words, what's the logic over here? We're talking about someone who does not want to utilize his resources to help Torah, thinking that by not giving them, he'll have more for himself. So therefore, the halacha says it doesn't work that way. If you don't use the resources to go and help Torah, at the end, ultimately you'll just have less for yourself. So you're mad. It's really awful. I feel really awful to go. It's really awful. I'm going to share it. It's not shame. I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it. It's really awful. Culture in the Shire Passage of If at the end of the meal you don't leave over bread on your table, you will not see less. In other words, make sure to always eat over some bread on your table. Okay? So the Gemara says, on the other hand, the Gemara says, Shnei eat sweet well, I'll put it up on the pillow. She will over that on the pillow. But the Rabbi just said, whenever he's over bread, and these pieces of bread on the table, ultimately it's as if you want to take out too. So it sounds like, obviously, if you're eating over bread, it's not a good thing. So the Gemara says, Shnei open without a shulchan. V'amayim v'amayim v'asach. L'kashya, hard to eat the Shnei b'hadeh, hard to like the Shnei b'hadeh. So apparently, the way about Avodah Zarah was very much if it was little pieces together with a whole loaf. So you can leave little pieces with the whole loaf. That's what it looks like Avodah Zarah. Let's just go ahead and leave pieces. That's what they're suing about. I will say. So what's the pshat that eating over bread represents the sin bracha in one's house? So first of all, this can be a little bit more of almost like a Havdalah type motif of overflowing the cup. Right? The idea is that there's extra. So say we overflow the cup of Havdalah because again we want it to be that literally a cup runs over. That's what we want. So leaving over extra wealth indicates that there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that halacha l'maaseh is leftover bread. That means a person didn't eat everything. If he didn't eat everything, that means I exercised some level of self-control. What's kedusha? What's kedusha to you? The Ramban says, Kadesh is asking how the master mutara. It's moderation. It's even not just throwing lunch in mutara. So even within the world of that which is mutter, I limit myself. I moderate myself. So perhaps that's a shot as well. If I have a meal and I don't eat everything, but I leave a little bit over, that's ultimately, again, that's a display of moderation, or when there's moderation, ultimately there's kedusha. Okay, now, let me explain it actually says over here, means a person changes his voice, which makes it sound like a person is trying to conceal his identity, but the truth is, not living could also just mean a person doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word, it's as if he worships idolatry. You see the end of Kinnus Yipasam, so literally translated, whoever looks at an erva, whoever looks at erva, we'll discuss what this means in just a moment, Kashto min eres, his bone is empty. What is that mean? What is Rashi? Kashto min eres, Rashi says over here, so the Gemara says, so Rashi says he's in here, and again we'll discuss what erva means, but if a person looks at erva, he's something illicit. Kashto min eres. Rashi understands this mathematical ability, he becomes infinite. Right? Anyway, so kosher either shalom. So you're not shaking a moment. Shneimar. Area there. Kashteka area sha'atim shtalibah. Mamis be'basa. Kitar kashteka. Never heard. Hamistakel hamichashi ba'arayas le'ishes ish. Kashtelot. So first the point of Rashi is that literally one looks at something they're not supposed to be looking at. So I think if I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, or second point of Rashi is that a person thinks about a married woman. So even when he's with his own wife, he thinks about a married woman. Either we're talking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit or actually illicit.
When I was a kid, I thought that Jesse Jackson was Michael Jackson.
What's inappropriate? What's the result of it? Kashtoning Eres. His bowl is empty. Now again, so actually saying it's almost like a erectile dysfunction. Okay, he's just not going to be able to father his children. So other people that are saying is like this. The thing about our lives, the thing about immorality, is that it's all consuming. Right? When a person has a lust, a person has a desire for arayas of all of their strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, a certain amount of strength, a certain amount of vitality. You feel like desire in a way, right? I can only point out as much as I want to say my potential is limitless. Because at a certain point in time, when there's no more gas in the tank. I think what Chazal are telling us is, be careful what you use your energy for. Because there are certain things that are all consuming the amount of energy. And two is halayos, immorality is one of those things. It'll empty your bowl, right? It'll empty the tank. It'll go ahead and sap you of all your vitality, and therefore, not only am I engaged in Avera, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in the tank to be able to do those things as well. You found the love. That's right. No, no, no. Really, how to cover the time. Focus on being humble. That says every word. How to honor the different. Be humble and you will live. Humility is the key to longevity. That's it. Is impossible of Kalonas Dilos Nigoshmanina. Which the Osiris, which this is, there's a concept of Nigibati, which means a home to have Tsaras. But interestingly enough, the only home to have Tsaras is if you can get natural light in the house. Ultimately, your home does not have windows. You don't start with candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's Tsaras on the home. So the idea is a home without windows represents humility. A home without windows can't get Tsaras. A person who is humble saves himself from a lot of life's afflictions. Humility is the secret to longevity. Amra Kavi, Amra Roshia, Mike could sing. What's the meaning of the pasuk that says Sha'ol, Lo'utzarefem, Eretz Lo'utzarefem? So the Ima'in in Sha'ol, it's a Rechem. What's the connection to Sha'ol is the grave, Rechem is the womb. What's the connection between the grave and the womb? This is fascinating. Ma Rechem Machlis Umotzi. Just like the Rechem, just like the womb takes in, right? The womb takes in the semen, and ultimately again emits the baby. Sha'ol, so to the grave takes in, you bury the dead, the motzi, yes, and mason. Now, those from Kavachomer, Umar Rechem Shemaklisim Obachashai, motzi, and also the Kovikolos, so the womb, which takes in quietly, yet ultimately emits with great cries, birth the baby. So Sha'ol Shemaklisim Obachashai, in addition, Shematim and Obachashai. So the grave, which again, when someone's buried, when something comes into the grave, there's much crying. What they call crying. So to emits, i.e., pessimism, is going to be even greater cries of joy. You can't show the woman in pessimism in Torah. Ultimately, then the Gemara says this is a conclusive proof that just pessimism. Also, once again, you see fixated and putting this notion of pessimism. The Gemara says this is a good guy. How did they know? So we can show that the Shpar Falak this year, so in the closing Yafon, was in passing Halachah. So we can go for the Shpar who is going to go ahead and bring back like pessimism. Shmuel will not die. The second, right? All these questions come up. When it comes to the end, so who is pessimism resurrection of the dead? It's really incredible. Incredible. So do people die? You know, the Gemara says Tzadikim don't die. Once Tzadikim are resurrected, they remain alive. שנאמר והיה נשאר בציון בנוס בירושלים קדוש יום עולם חלקוס מקיים ירושלים מה קדוש לעולם קיים אף יום קיים. So the pasuk compares tzaddikim to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Just like the Rebbe Shalom is eternal, so too the tzaddikim come back to life, they'll be an element of eternality as well. On the days, V'im Domar, Osam Shonim Shasa HaKadosh Baruch Hu Bahem, the Kadosh Baruch Hu Shneimar, B'miska Hashem Nodado B'yom Ahu. So this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this idea of that what is this concept that at a certain point in time, the world will stop. As we have this, we're going to see this. The world was good for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stops. What happens after it stops? Take two, or three, whatever number we're up to, right? There's probably going to recreate another world from you, which sounds like everything that exists will be erased. And so it's probably will start again. So again, what happens is that people during that like cosmic rebirth stage, where did they go? The Gemara says, "Man, so he was made of. So it was probably also finally to the Sharon, shut in up in their mind. Not so much for the tzaddikim wings like birds, and you fly above the water." There's a listen, what's the water? So the pastor said, the one's going to be recreated. What's the original state of creation, right? So the world will go back to water, but it's anything will be given wings, and also again those wings will propel them over the water. And she wants to say, by the way, such a Shinamar, Akuno, Nira Bahamir Eretz, Remote Habim Lamin, Shema Kama Yishna Tsar. Maybe they'll say they have tsar, maybe they'll have any difficulty during this time. Talmud, we call the Hashem Yahavi Fikoa, Ya'aver Eber King Sharon. So we will be given wings like eagles, Yarutsu, below you go, Yoku, below you off. Ultimately, again, they will go, they will run, and they will not be tired. They will walk, and they will not be tired. They will not be tired. And the other thing is, so ultimately, this is such a beautiful, beautiful issue. It's like we can give wings. So basically, that's what we do. That's a linear wings. The great apple that become a tzaddik, the great point that become a tzaddik. Sometimes the ability to transcend everything that life throws your way. God was a tzaddik. They have to be able to literally transcend all the difficulties and challenges. So the Benezer Sheki and Tesco. So the word says as follows. So what about we're talking about this just a little bit, we've referenced this already. What about the dead that the Tesco brought back to life? Like the Tesco brought together. So now after the Tesco brought those people back to life, they died again. So like they died again. So shouldn't that be a matter that even the tzaddikim who come back to life will ultimately die? Will die. So the Gemara says, "Some of the command Amar, the MS must die." It's interesting. If you actually hold the opinion that the story of the Tesco, right? That someone says, the value of dry bones, that was a muscle. That was a muscle. It didn't actually happen. That's not the ability to happen. Sunday. So this in of itself is such a dramatic, my friends. This is Sunday. And the reason I'm Lucy Chef, yeah, you test the umbrella. I'm going to shoot up in Lucy. The people you test over back to life. You still have a feet, you say Shira, and then you got again. Mashira, I'm going to say, Mashira, Hashem, Yonis, Tzaddik, and the Kayabah. And Yeshua Omer, Shira Zu Amru, Hashem, Yonis, and the Kayabah, Molik, Sha'ol, Ya'al. And Yudah Omer, Yudah says, MS, Mashal Haya. But now Yudah says, no, I say, Lashon is very, MS means true. Mashal Haya, it doesn't parable. It doesn't make sense. Oh, everything comes up. In MS, Lama Mashal, then Mashal, Lama MS. Which one is it? If you tell me it's MS means that it really happened. So if it really happened, it really happened. Otherwise, if it's a mashal, so then it's a mashal. What's going on here? So you might say, Ella, the MS mashal. Rather than what it means is, in reality, the whole thing was a mashal. Right? So we say, by the way, fascinating mashal case about whether or not the episode of the Tesco gets on situation didn't happen or not. Didn't happen or was it simply a mashal? Fundamental mashal case. So the last way I'll show you is the reason that Lucy Shaki is just a lot of the Nasi Nashim, or we do follow Boris. It's incredible. So I'm just saying, no, it really happened. And by the way, they didn't die immediately after seeing Shira. What happened? The Tesco brought them back to life. They saved Shira. They went there to stop. They married their kids. So you might say, I'm not going to say, אני מפני ביניהם, ועלות תפילין שני אבי אבא מהם. So it's kind of like, we're going to say, stands up and says, I'm a descendant of them. I'm a descendant of all the people that go back to life from the Tesco, and ultimately I'm going to use as a tefillin that I received my great-grandfather. So beautiful. So like, remind me to make some champion Tesco. By the way, who are these people? Who are these people who died in this valley? Right? Who are these individuals who Tesco brought back that was in this view? I'm not even Ephraim, Shemon of the kids were told. This is incredible. And it's like there is a much long story that there are a group of Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of Klal Yisrael. They were members of the tribe of Ephraim. I'm sorry, also Ephraim's numbers are lower than relatively lower than other tribes. There's a group of Ephraim that tried to escape from Egypt early, and they were killed. So what happened with them? They made a mistake. They were good people, they just made a mistake. Shinamar, when they find Shusela, Ubara, Beno, Sachas, Beno, Baradal, Beno, Sachas, Beno,
Where's Javer's staff? Come on, baby. 1K. We did it. Gave her a stab. I gave her a stab.
They made a mistake about the calculation. remember, by this way of son, Hashem says, the children will be enslaved for 430 years. The clock actually started from the birth of Yitzchak. They thought the clock started from the actual brisket Habisayim. So in the year 430 comes, they think, oh, it's time to go. It's time to go. But unfortunately, they were wrong. And they were killed. So those who get some of the shows, that the Cheskel brought back to life. Incredible. So much as more shows, everybody Adam should cover the Chesmisi. Shema Ramuna, and Adam, I always say that. Company Sisrael, Hema Hena, Omer Yakshu, Atzposinu, Abeti Kasinu, Nixira. So again, Shmuel says these were people who denied Chesmisi. Interesting. They brought Chesmisi and they ran up the enough, they brought back to life the fire Cheskel. And you know, Adam Shaiban Machlitis Shem Mitzvah. These are individuals, unfortunately, who have not even they had no mitzvahs. Not Rosh Hashanah is like the moisture of mitzvah. They didn't have any element of mitzvah moisture associated. She'emar, at some say, they just shoot the Baruch Hashem. It says, everybody, Adam, people say, hey, how cool is Shkatzim B'Ramasi. These were people who unfortunately degraded and degraded the rest of the flesh. She'emar, the Abba Be'eret, the Hinnik, Al-Kabnis, Furnace, the Hema Shekes, called Yudis, Yisrael, the Kukal Akir Sabik. Sid Hassan, the Yiran Alim Sarim Sabik. Okay, Yochanan says, Elu, Nesim Shemabika, Dura. These are the people ultimately, again, who died in Bikas Dura. Now, what's Bikas Dura? Now we're getting to a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by the Bukha Massacre. So remember, again, the Cheskel brought them back up. What happened in Bikas Dura? We now issue Ad Rabbas, Bikas Dura. Shebishah Shehilon with Hanetzah Rav Shai Sisrael. So it's a second wide line, and the bottom of the Tzadik is on his hands, Judy with flying. So listen to this. When the Nebuchadnezzar was in the head and exiled Klal Yisrael, so what happened? So he said, "Hayu b'hani bakrim shehayu ganim esachar b'yakir." There are a group of young men who were so exceedingly handsome that literally this is so beautiful. They put the sun to shame with their beauty. Like the sun is considered to be like that, like quintessential, beautiful luminescence. These boys, these young men were so handsome that ultimately, again, they put the sun to shame. So what happened? And what would happen? So the Constantine women would see them, and literally again they would experience a blood flow, a zava flow. And we'll say now again, there's this concept in halacha called banchut, which means that sometimes at a point of incredible arousal, a woman could also go ahead and bleed. So these Constantine women saw these Jewish boys, and they had experienced this flow. How do the Baalei? So ultimately they told their husbands, and their husbands told them, so the king killed them. Apparently they didn't want such good-looking Jews to be alive. But then but still, even as corpses, these young men were very handsome. So what happened? The king had the bodies trampled so that the boys would be disfigured. Overwhelming slowly. So he says, these are the bones that the Cheskel brought back life. And all of this happened in Bikas Dura. It happened in the Dura Valley. The short people of the Nebuchadnezzar is not to Nebuchadnezzar. We are transitions to some incredible stories about Nebuchadnezzar. So remember again, the short people of Nebuchadnezzar Rasha, as Hananya, Rishal, Ba'azai, Kishinesh. So if you remember context, Nebuchadnezzar's primary advisor, actually we're going to see that actually Nebuchadnezzar deified him, was Daniel. Right? So contemporaries of Daniel were Hananya, Rishal, and Azariah. So the Gemara tells the story that Nebuchadnezzar had erected an idol of himself. He demanded everyone is to bow down to it. Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah used to fast. As a result, they had thrown into a fiery furnace. So the Gemara says, so I'm sorry, so Mishael should let me from the Nebuchadnezzar as Hanani, Mishael, Azariah, Mishael, Aish. I'm going to properly Cheskel. Look back, and he's a Bikas Dura. So again, at the time that Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah into the furnace, this is when Hashem tells the Cheskel's contemporary of Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah, and it's incredible how they connect that generation with all of these great men. Says that as Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah being thrown into the Kibshon, Hashem tells the Cheskel, go and bring back the dead in the Dura Valley. Even check the
Well, they
outside.
got me.
But I was
And
like,
then, so I paid him, and then
so what happened?
hurts
So after the
because
bones would go back to life, so
they
apparently it wasn't just the bones that
they
were dying.
process it.
All the bones of the
And
people
then,
who
you
had
know what,
died
eventually it's
were
going to
brought
be
back
like,
to life. So
oh, he
interestingly
got
enough,
to take
apparently,
him now
it's crazy as they said,
automatically.
Nebuchadnezzar had
His
fashioned like a
insurance goes
goblet
up
out of the
automatically. He
bones
gets
of
points
some
on
of
his
his
record.
victims.
So I don't want to
So
sound
as
like
the bones were brought back to life, he's drinking his wine.
you're
One of
starting
the
to see
bones
stuff
from
like
his
that.
goblet slaps him in the
Everything's
face.
automated.
Slaps him in the
Everything's
face.
better.
So the Amar, so the Gemara says,
You're
Amar,
going to take
Mati
your point
Basha'ilu.
right there.
So I'm saying to Nebuchadnezzar, say, hey, what's up? What's going on over here? So Amrulo, Chalarein Sha'elim Mechayim Nisim Because Dula. So he said, the friend of these guys being Chalarein Mishal Nazariah, is bringing back the dead in the Dula Valley. Pasach Ba'amar Asoli Kamen Rabrivim, Bitasmoi Kama Tachifim, Machusim Machus Olam, Bishalpaneim Dar Vadar. We'll say in this moment, it's incredible. In this moment, so Nebuchadnezzar began to sing Shira to Hashem. It's pretty amazing. And if you look what he said, this God, look how great he is, look how strong he is. His monarchy is a monarchy forever. And his dominion is from generation to generation. Already stuck. Yutzak Zav Roseach Lesot Bifshal Osa Rasha. So literally again, molten gold should be poured into the mouth of Nebuchadnezzar. In other words, shut him up. Why? So Mali lo Bama Pesitra People Bikesh Lunas Koshios Shpachos Shaman Davan Sefer Torah. Plus there's a couple. Had the Malach not come and struck him on the face, Akashir Asayach. Nebuchadnezzar would have sang more beautiful songs than Davan. Right? He would have dispelled. So once he left the house, as beautiful as everything that Davan did into heaven, Nebuchadnezzar's Shlut could have been even more beautiful. I want you to say to yourself, how can Nebuchadnezzar make greater Shir than Davan Malach? So it's a simple question. Remember, the greater the people, the greater the power for good. Every person has cost. So Nebuchadnezzar, who was so evil that he could destroy the Beis Hamikdash and exile Klal Yisrael and subject our people to all these terrible things, if he were to harness that power, and channel it towards good, there is no telling what he could accomplish. Incredible. 6 miracles happened that day. We're talking about the day that Kanai Mishal Azariah were going to the Kivshan. Number one, it was not a Kivshan. It was the cauldron was actually beneath was underground. It rose above ground so that everybody would be able to see the miracle that was happening. Next, Nifat Kivshan, part of the wall of the Kivshan cracked open so that people could see into the Kivshan what was happening. Chumak Sodo, the foundation crack. Nefach Salam Alpanav, the big idol of Nebuchadnezzar fell on its face. The Nisrupur Abramachios, ultimately 4 other kings who were allies of Nebuchadnezzar, who were incinerated that day. The half year Cheskel also listened because we were, and Cheskel brought back the dead in the Dura Valley. The Kula Gemara. Ultimately, again, all of these are tradition. All these miracles we have are tradition. But Abramachios crux. You know about the death of the persons from the Pasuk. What does the Pasuk say? When the Nebuchadnezzar not the Shalach of Michnash, Ulach Mishtaparnio, Sakina, Pakusa, Adar, Gizina, Midvar, Gad, Dario, Ditagario, Tafasio, the whole Shartuni Midinosa, Exit, Isi, Guvin, Yudor, Exit, Miskanchen, Akshtaparna, Sagania, Pakusa, Dadinato, Cousin Gabriela. So what's interesting is in the first pasuk, there's 4 sounds like a so in the first pasuk, there's 4 more names. In the second pasuk, there's less names, which indicates that ultimately against some of his allies were killed. Incredible. Tana debate over Lazar. Ben Yaakov. Afilu b'shas hasakara is incredible Gemara. So Tana debate over Lazar. Ben Yaakov. Afilu b'shas hasakara. When Yishana Agnes Atzma Mirabalas Shalom. This thing is incredible. Even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change his dignified ways. שנאמר, בעדים דברה אירה תפסו בסבליון השתי מקבלסון. כנראה נשאר as Gary Moon referring to the Egyptian Aish, they wore their distinguished clothing. Now what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Let's say that's Rashi. And that Aisha and Rabbanas Shalom Shahari Kanei Mishal Azari Yachal Levushni Bigay Tifartan Yishlush to the Kivshan. So when Kanei Mishal Azari was going to the Kivshan, they were still wearing their royal clothing, dignified clothing. So the Gemara says, "So are you sure Shloyim Mebuah Mefuchad?" In Fukat is Baishin Son of Mipana. So it says incredible Gemara. What is Yaakov saying? A person must always remain dignified even in the face of adversity. Sometimes when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately again we become all understanding, all confused, and we lose it. We lose it. And as a result, we ourselves act in an undignified manner. The Gemara says the power of a yid is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So Hanani, Mishan, and Azariah, what did they do before they went to the Kivshon Aish? They fixed their bekishas, and they went ahead, right, and they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. I will say, by the way, this is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. Throughout the ages, the ability to maintain a dignity and a refinement, because deep down I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And because I'm always in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can keep and be level-headed, I cannot lose my wits, and I can maintain my dignified posture even in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm going to be off, and I won't say that with Tzadikio. All right. Right, 93a. So you don't Tzadikio. So, okay, this is beautiful Gemara. So Tzadikim are even greater than Malachim. Shnei Amar. Ana v'amar ha'ana chazak g'vayin arba shayir mehalkim v'golura v'kavalo iti behold the Rabbi Diri by Domin Barlakim. So the Tzaddik is mentioned in the pasuk before the Malach. And I will say the truth is that it's not a kiddush. Of course, the Tzaddikim are greater than Malachim. It's not even a shayla, right? Why? Because Malachim don't have the ability to grow. Malachim don't have the ability to change. Malachim don't have the ability to transcend adversity or overcome adversity. So it's never pashut that, of course, Tzaddikim are greater than Malachim. Incredible. I'm going to have time to come back on the road. Mishashi Yatzakrai Mishal Azai Mikivshon Eish. So this is incredible. When Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah came out of the Kivshon, when they came out of the furnace, so what happened? All of the nations of the world came along. And literally again, they struck the enemies of Klal Yisrael, ultimately again on their face. In other words, they gave them a patch. The word says, Yesh lachem elokah kazeh v'atem mishtachim mitzelem. So it says, so the truth is, this was a mussar to Klal Yisrael. In other words, when Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah came out of the Kivshon, the nations of the world said to the Jews, what is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves people from a fiery furnace, and you're worshiping our gods. Incredible, right? I would say sometimes the greatest mussar that we receive is the mussar from the nations in the world. Yeah, possible. So it might see what's meaning of us. Amarti is beautiful. We'll say Amarti Ela B'Tamar Ochzeh B'Sansana. So I say, what's the meaning of the pasuk that says in Shir Shir? Literally, again, I said I will go up on the palm tree, but I only take hold of branches. What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, Amarti Ela B'Tamar Eli Yisrael. So again, the tamar, the palm tree, represents Klal Yisrael. So Baruch Hu essentially says, my goal, my desire, is to hold on to the palm tree in totality. Right? What I want more than anything is to be able to hold on to the palm tree. But unfortunately, I can't wrap my hands around the palm. Why? Because Klal Yisrael rejected me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. Who are my branches? Ultimately, I get Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah. So, by the way, I just want to tell you, Gemara's like this are very funny, because sometimes in life we find ourselves very disillusioned by relationships and feeling so let down that people who we count on don't come through. All these different feelings, and it's important to understand such as nature of relationships. That's kind of really what Baruch Hu always had expectations, and expectations ultimately again of holding on to the entire palm. But yet again, he didn't get the whole palm. Even if Baruch Hu didn't get the whole palm, what does he get? He gets a couple of branches, beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Sometimes, again, not getting exactly what you want or what you had anticipated in relationships. It's part of the course. The Gemara goes like it. I might have said, So what's the meaning of this story, right? This is a nevuah. Obviously, this is from Zechariah. I saw in my dream a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the myrtles that were in the swamp. Now the truth is, it then goes on, right? It then goes on to say that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. What does that mean? What does that mean? I saw it. Baruch was ready, was disenchanted with how mankind was behaving, and he was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into it, destroy the world. The man was riding on the horse. Who's the man? Hashem ish milchama Hashem shemo. Al sus adam. What does it mean on a red horse? First white line. Hashem was ready to turn the entire world into blood. This Kara Daito. And as soon as he saw Chaim Mishael and Azariah, ultimately again he calmed down. Shneimar. He stood amongst the myrtle branches in the swamp. What's the myrtle branches? The myrtle branches, those are tzadikim. Shneimar, by he omen es hadassah. What's the swamp? The swamp is Baal. Shneimar, Homer Litzula. So now, I'm sorry. By the way, so the red horses represent destruction, the white horses represent salvation. So good to know, if you see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. I want to say, just a tremendous Mr. Haskell.